The story begins at the First Central Hospital of Yunhai City, inside Dr. Zhao's office in the ophthalmology department. The doctor calls the patient by name, Jiang Yu, and the young man confirms his identity right after that. Looking at the medical record, Dr. Zhao gets confused and wonders if the appointment was scheduled wrong, saying the young man's appearance does not look like a transition into Zhongxi's. The doctor asks the boy to describe his symptoms again. Jiang Yu puts his hand on his face and explains that his eyes feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, his vision starts changing in a drastic way, revealing a bright orange iris while a red mist spreads through the room. The young man begins seeing everything covered by a reddish layer over the objects, completely twisting the image of the doctor standing in front of him. From that strange and threatening point of view, Dr. Zhao asks how old he is. A red loading bar appears at the top of Jiang Yu's vision, showing 18%. He answers that he is 18, but soon the illusion or visual distortion seems to fade, and the room goes back to normal, showing the two of them talking calmly inside the bright office, while the young man asks, confused, if the doctor was really asking his age. Dr. Zhao gets annoyed and wonders what else he could have been asking, then questions if the boy is even in the right department. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu thinks to himself that if that red layer were blood, then 18% would mean being close to death, but he notices that the doctor still looks very energetic. The doctor decides to change the subject and asks if he drinks alcohol, leaving the young man confused, and Jiang Yu asks if the question means right now. An awkward silence fills the room, with Dr. Zhao looking completely discouraged. Shaking his head to push the thoughts away, Jiang Yu apologizes and says he got distracted. Dr. Zhao, unable to focus anymore, decides to examine the patient himself. He stands up, grabs a clinical flashlight, and starts looking very closely into the young man's eyes. During the hands-on exam, the doctor asks Jiang Yu to look to the left. He carefully studies the eye structure with the light. In the end, Dr. Zhao moves the flashlight away and concludes, confused, that everything seems normal. Jiang Yu blinks, and when he opens his eyes, his pupil shines in an intense yellow tone, with a small red silhouette inside it. When he looks toward the hospital hallway, a reddish mist covers the area, and strange shadows appear on the ceiling. He watches the people around him and notices something unbelievable floating above the head of every patient and staff member. Red bars with different percentages, as if they were life meters. He walks past a doctor with 96% and smiles from ear to ear, thinking he no longer has to worry about treating a simple case of conjunctivitis. Excited, he concludes that his Midas touch has finally arrived. But while walking back through the hallway, doubt hits him, and he wonders what the real use would be of seeing that mysterious blood-like layer on other people. Jiang Yu leaves the hospital with his hands in his pockets and a toothpick in his mouth, looking at a huge public screen. The announcement talks about recruitment for the Night Patrol Department to protect public safety, saying that 99 years after the Great Cataclysm, the mutants are retreating. He walks distractedly, thinking he can figure out his questions at home, when he notices that his shoelace is completely untied. When he crouches down to tie his shoe, he sees a strange glimpse inside the greenish mist on the ground and starts reading a mysterious floating text, saying that tonight they are going to eat hot pot. Suddenly, a huge crack of green and black energy opens with a terrifying boom right beneath him. Jiang Yu loses his balance, totally disoriented, falling into the void while letting out a nervous smile of pure panic as he realizes the mess he has gotten himself into. Jiang Yu drops into the abyss, and his eyes catch a terrifying glimpse reflected in his pupils. A shadowy creature with glowing eyes appears in front of him. When he pulls himself together, he finds himself surrounded by destroyed buildings under a greenish sky, ruled by a giant moon or orb of the same color. Before he can even understand what is happening, an armed warrior woman charges fiercely through the air toward the danger right beside him. Total chaos breaks out, with a frantic aerial battle between the patrol officers and terrifying winged monsters. Looking around, the young man witnesses a brutal urban war, where soldiers fight everything from huge mutant spiders and serpent-like creatures to giant insects, all showing their own life bars. Swords crash against beasts in a bloody fight for survival among the ruins. As he watches the battle unfold, Jiang Yu is completely shocked and murmurs to himself that the situation looks really complicated. To make things worse, he looks up and notices the colossal sphere of green energy, carrying multiple absurd life bars with the max value of 999,999. Facing that impossible threat, he understands the size of the problem and realizes, terrified, that now is definitely the right time to panic. Everything dissolves like drops in a distorted reflection. Jiang Yu wakes from the trance in the middle of the street, blinking in fear as the bizarre effect of the illusion finally passes. Around him, daily life continues normally at the crosswalk, with people complaining about being late or talking about tasty sweets. The stores along the sidewalk stay busy, full of sale ads and regular movement. The city's virtual signs keep showing propaganda messages about how the Night Patrol Department has been the safe harbor of the citizens since the cataclysm, and how the world is getting more and more protected. As he walks, he passes ordinary people taking care of the elderly and even street vendors offering illegal medicine for a fraction of the original price. The apparent normal life around him can no longer fool him after what he witnessed. chest. Jiang Yu keeps walking, lost in thought, wondering if the city is really as safe as everyone believes. He looks toward the horizon lit by the sunset, and when he notices the colossal life bars still faintly floating in the sky, he wonders if all that peace is nothing more than a carefully made lie. The street vendor grabs Jiang Yu by the shoulder and offers medicine, promising that the products from the printing factory are identical to the originals. With a disgusted expression, the young man snaps back, saying the city is full of monsters, and asking if the man thinks he is the god of medicine, but the guy ignores him and opens his box full of bottles. Jiang Yu jokes by asking if it is free, and the vendor walks away annoyed, saying he will regret it, and asking where those so-called monsters are. Changing his tactic, the boy runs after him with his eyes shining and asks, laughing, if he sells divine oil. Already inside the bus, the young man thinks that charging 3,000 for one bottle of that oil is robbery and that he should report the man to the police. He looks out the window toward the sunset and tries to calm himself down, telling himself that it is just a normal street and wondering why he is getting so paranoid. The bus keeps moving through the city traffic and stops at a regular bus stop. The transport announcement says they have arrived at Huanan Street and tells the passengers to get ready to get off. As Jiang Yu steps down from the vehicle, he feels something strange and becomes alert. Suddenly, a supernatural greenish mist begins spreading through the entire area around him, revealing that danger is still very close. Jiang Yu is still on the bus, bothered by what he saw, wondering if it was just another hallucination. He feels a strange discomfort, adjusts the collar of his jacket, and wonders if he might be going through a second growth spurt. The bus moves away in the sunset, while he decides he needs to check it as soon as he gets home, since that annoying little pain in his chest started a long time ago. Night falls over the huge residential building where the young man lives. After taking a shower, wearing only a towel, he gets a huge scare when he notices a very weird red mark stamped on his chest. He stares at himself in the mirror, completely shocked, unable to understand where that bizarre pattern suddenly came from. Looking closely and touching the design, he feels like he has seen that kind of tattoo somewhere before. He runs to his room, full of shelves, and with a flashlight in hand, starts digging through the books to try to remember if it has something to do with the culprit who attacked him before. Suddenly, a heavy book with the exact same symbol on the cover falls straight toward him, making the boy scream in fear. At the same moment, the mark on his body starts glowing intensely, spreading veins of greenish energy all across his chest, while the room explodes with light and the books fly around him. The green energy burns Jiang Yu's chest, making him scream in pain from the unbearable heat spreading through his body. Desperate, he turns on the cold water to cool himself down, which brings instant relief and calms his skin, leaving only the mysterious mark untouched. When he stares at himself in the mirror, a bar floats in the reflection, shining at 100%, and he gives a confident smile, thinking that now everything is finally under control. But the weirdness is far from over. As soon as he takes a step, he notices something peeling away from his feet. His own shadow comes to life and starts crawling in a sinister way across the bathroom floor. The boy falls into total panic and starts making ridiculous, desperate poses to try to find the missing reflection, until he breathes in relief when he sees the dark outline projected on the wall, blaming the scare on all the crazy things that happened that day. Thinking the shower has finally washed his soul clean, he puts the towel over his shoulder and opens the door to leave the room. That is when his world falls apart again. A fully black human silhouette, with glowing white eyes and a bizarre aura, is standing right in front of him, blocking the way. Jiang Yu freezes while staring at the creature face to face, and, overwhelmed by shock, takes a slow step back, not knowing what to do. Jiang Yu watches the dark creature begin moving in a ridiculous way to follow the order. The figure stretches its arms and makes totally clumsy poses, mixing stiff steps with awkward spins in the middle of the room. Watching that bizarre scene, the young man cannot hold back and bursts into loud laughter at how lame his own living shadow looks. After having fun for a little while, the boy decides to test the physical limits of that connection. He stretches out his arm with his palm open toward the creature, ordering it to come closer. The figure obeys the call and slowly slides across the floor until it touches the tip of Jiang Yu's fingers, creating a distortion of dark energy at the point of contact. At the exact moment of the touch, a sharp, piercing pain strikes the young man's arm, making him pull back with an expression of pure suffering. The mark on his chest starts glowing intensely again, with green veins of power spreading through his body. Jiang Yu realizes that playing with that entity brings real physical consequences, and that fully controlling that hidden power will take much more than simple funny commands. The shadow obeys the order immediately and starts shaking its body like crazy under lights that look like a real neon party. Jiang Yu puts a hand to his head, complaining about an annoying buzzing sound, completely confused about how that bizarre creature managed to appear out of absolute nowhere in the middle of his room. Suddenly, an intense blue glow bursts from the young man's chest. A kind of greenish virtual roulette starts spinning at high speed right in front of his eyes, opening a holographic system attribute panel panel. He breaks into a huge smile when he notices that the creature has its own profile and a skill called Shadow Devouring Shadow. Curious about the new feature, Jang Yu clicks one of the interactive buttons on the screen. A detailed description appears, revealing that the figure shares his memories and strength, and it even gives him a tip to make it exercise if he wants to get unexpected gains. While Jang Yu analyzes everything thoughtfully, the shadow keeps going wild on the improvised dance floor right behind him. Jang Yu starts studying the creature more carefully, intrigued by the fact that it has no physical body and cannot speak. The dark figure stays completely silent. Curious, the young man asks if the shadow really has all his memories, and the entity answers only with a firm nod. Thinking he can take advantage of the situation to get out of his responsibilities, he runs excitedly to the desk in his room. He holds out a sheet full of complex math equations and orders the shadow to come over. With a sly little smile, he explains that this is his summer homework and asks the figure to take a look at it. Right after that, the young man holds out a pen and asks if the creature can hold the object. To test the shadow's consistency, Jang Yu starts poking the top of its head over and over with his fingers, finding it pretty disturbing that it has no clear physical form. Even though it is intangible to his touch, the shadow surprises him by managing to press the pen against the paper. It even writes the first character of the solution, but then freezes right after that, staring fixedly at the page. Jang Yu, not understanding why it stopped, immediately asks why it quit writing. The shadow scribbles a messy ideogram, making it clear that it does not know how to solve the math problems. Jang Yu gets furious when he sees that the figure failed and complains that the whole memory sharing thing is pure nonsense, since he himself could solve the question in the blink of an eye. Thinking about it better, the young man laughs to himself when he figures out that the creature inherited his memories, but not the intelligence needed to understand the school questions. With a sudden spark in his mind, he decides to test the other functions of this bizarre thing. The boy orders the shadow to write non-stop, and the creature turns into a real scribbling machine, marking up the page at high speed. Seeing that, Jang Yu's eyes turn into money symbols, and smoke comes out of his nose as he imagines the huge profit he will make by selling copied books instead of spending the day studying. Excited by the chance to get rich, the boy starts messing with the virtual panel to discover new uses for his personal ghost. He clicks on the Skills tab and opens the description of the command Shadow Devourer. The text reveals that the entity can extract points from any darkness to become stronger, or even break down lifeless objects. Intrigued by how this creepy power works, Jang Yu gets thoughtful, trying to understand if the process requires physical contact with the target or only with the shadow of things. Jang Yu looks around, curious to understand how this ability to devour darkness really works, and whether he needs to touch the objects or their shadows. Deciding to test it, he goes to the corner of the wall, crouches down, and presses his palm directly onto the darkest part of the floor. With a confident little smile, the young man swears that this way he will be able to suck up all the dark energy from the place. The boy presses his fingers against the floor and focuses his power, but it backfires, and absolutely nothing happens. Sweating nervously, and looking totally embarrassed, he starts complaining that this weird power should have at least come with an instruction manual or a beginner's guide. That is when his eyes suddenly transform, and the system unlocks the skill Shadow Pupil, allowing him to see and even enter the so-called dark side of the world. Through this new vision, the panel projects a twisted and sinister dimension full of bizarre monsters in the background, making the young man wonder if that is the same strange place he saw before. Half resigned, Jang Yu takes a deep breath and thinks that the only way is to go step by step and see what happens. But before he can even take the next step, the space around him starts spinning in a bluish vortex, leaving the young man completely shocked and unable to react. Jang Yu gives up on making the creature study and decides to test the system's tip about physical exercise. The young man orders the figure not to copy anything yet, and to do a few push-ups first so he can check its performance. The shadow stays silent for a brief moment, still holding the pen, until it starts stretching and liquefying in a completely bizarre way over the bedroom rug. The figure simply melts and sinks into the floor, disappearing completely right before his eyes. The young man gets a huge scare and starts yelling desperately around the room, asking where the creature went and where his shadow is. He panics and looks everywhere, shouting for it to show up already. Meanwhile, outside the large residential building, the night stays silent under the moonlight. Suddenly, a crack of dark bluish mist tears through the air right behind the young man. The shadow reappears in an imposing way, floating out from inside that dimensional rift. Jang Yu turns around with a jump and, with a comic drop of sweat on his head, places a hand on his forehead, totally annoyed, asking with a blank look if the creature had been in that place the whole time. Jang Yu watches the creature hold the pen and start scribbling fiercely in the notebook, ripping the paper apart completely. He waves his hand dismissively and concludes that, if things are like this, maybe it is better to send the shadow to train directly in that dark side of the world. The figure agrees with a firm nod. In the blink of an eye, the dark entity breaks apart into smoke and sinks straight into the bedroom floor, disappearing from sight. Alone in the room, Jang Yu lets out a long sigh of disappointment when he realizes that his great idea went wrong. With no other option, he settles into the chair at the desk. He grips his own pen with a serious and determined look. The young man murmurs to himself that now it is time to face real hard work. The night passes, and the next morning wakes up bright over the huge residential building, with white pigeons flying freely through the blue sky. The computer monitor stays turned off, while the soft sound of snoring echoes through the room. Jang Yu ended up falling asleep on top of the drawing tablet, drooling with flushed cheeks and letting out little laughs while dreaming. In his daze, he mutters about lamb, grilled chicken, and kimchi soup, asking for a pen so he can draw the banquet table. Suddenly, firm knocks on the door break the silence and make the young man open his eyes wide. Waking up with a start, he stretches in the chair, complaining that sleeping face down destroyed his back, right when a voice outside yells for him to open the door already. Grumbling about how rushed that person is, he stretches out his arm and turns the doorknob. When he opens it, he comes face to face with Lu Yao, his childhood friend, classmate, and devoted fan, holding her phone. Jang Yu lets out a confused huh, because his system vision focuses directly on a floating bar above the girl, making him wonder why her HP has dropped a little to 93%. Looking at the clock on the wall, he quickly understands the situation and concludes that the time perfectly explains her tiredness. Jang Yu asks in confusion why she came so early. Lu Yao rushes into the room. She says she saw him planning a new drawing the night before and demands to see his art collection. Before she can look at anything, Jang Yu slams the door shut right in her face. Outside, the girl complains that he did not need to lock the door like that just because he did not want to show the drawings. Meanwhile, the door frame cracks from the young man's supernatural strength. Inside the room, wrapped in a mystical aura, Jang Yu looks at his own hands in fear. On the other side, Lu Yao is shocked, completely frozen. She stares at her friend from head to toe with shining eyes and asks, impressed by his new build, if he changed bodies. Lu Yao stares at him with her jaw dropped and asks if he has been going to the gym lately. Totally confused, she puts a hand on her head and grumbles that it makes no sense, since he has always been a shut-in who has not done even a tiny bit of exercise in years. Unable to hold back, she stretches out a finger and pokes his ribs to check if it is real. Jang Yu gives a sly little smile when he notices her shock. He tries to cover it up by saying he has been lifting bookshelves every day, but the girl does not buy the excuse and pulls up his shirt all at once to see his defined abs. While Jang Yu turns completely red and embarrassed, he thinks to himself that the training done by his shadow in the other world was transferred straight to his body. Lu Yao keeps staring at that perfect six-pack with red cheeks and says he is lying, because nobody can get a result like that overnight. With a serious and worried expression, she warns that her father has dealt with bizarre cases before and begs Jang Yu to be careful, saying there are things that should not be touched and that there is still time to turn back. Already kind of tired of the lecture, the young man looks away and complains that she talks too much. Lu Yao moves forward and firmly grabs Jang Yu's arm. Startled by her sudden reaction, the young man demands to know what she is doing, afraid that the girl is about to use some kind of lethal weapon against him. With a quick movement, she pulls out a technological bracelet and locks it around his wrist. While ordering the young man not to move, she explains that it is a device used to measure the pollution index. In front of the numbers blinking on virtual screens around him, she explains firmly that eliminating alien races, consuming strange objects, or building up resentment can cause this contamination. If the energy is not purified in time, the buildup can turn a human into a completely abnormal and monstrous creature. At first, Jang Yu mocks the situation, thinking to himself that his ability comes straight from the mark on his chest, so there is no way he could carry pollution. However, his smile disappears when the bracelet starts releasing blue electric shocks. The device reacts violently to the dark energy concentrated in the young man's chest. To make the situation worse, Lu Yao pulls out a real gun, taking a threatening stance with her eyes shining in the darkness. Jang Yu falls into total panic when he sees the pistol pointed at him and screams desperately, begging her not to kill him. Gritting his teeth and using as much strength as possible, he tries to hold back the spread of the darkness so the girl will not discover the truth, determined to stop that anomaly inside his body immediately. The technological bracelet flashes with its digital circuits and suddenly stabilizes. Looking at the screen, Lu Yao concludes that the result seems normal and starts spinning the pistol around her finger with the coldest attitude in the world. Jang Yu gives a nervous little laugh in the background, unable to believe that, even after saying everything is fine, she had just pointed a loaded gun at him. The young man lets out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling his whole body relax after the huge scare he just went through. Putting the item away, the girl seriously explains that her father taught her to be extremely careful with any suspicion. To quickly change the subject, Jang Yu makes a joke and asks if she wants to take a look at some drawings he made of famous comic book characters. The tactic works right away, and Lu Yao completely changes her attitude, opening a huge excited smile and demanding to see the illustrations immediately. The young man can only stare at all that excitement with a blank look. The girl's demand echoes loudly through the apartment walls and the building hallway, with her yelling that she cannot wait anymore. As soon as his friend leaves, Jang Yu throws himself onto the bed, exhausted, thinking about how dangerous that was and how he barely managed to get away with it. A little calmer, Jang Yu stretches out his finger and activates the blue holographic system panel to check his abilities. The virtual panel pops up in front of Jiang Yu, revealing that his shadow spent the whole night training hard on the dark side of the world after absorbing darkness points. The boy's jaw drops at the system records, seeing that the creature went all out doing push-ups, boxing, and weird weightlifting while he slept. Suddenly, the figure rises again from a black puddle on the bedroom floor and materializes right in front of him. Amazed, the young man celebrates because he can already feel the absurd effects of all that muscle training in his own body. But he does not want to stop there. With a confident smile, he decides to make things harder and demand even more insane exercises. The young man turns into a real drill sergeant and starts shouting orders, demanding push-ups, fast planks, and even push-ups using only 2 fingers on one hand. The shadow obeys at lightning speed, mixing martial arts moves with the human flag position stuck against the doorframe. Full of energy, Jiang Yu yells for squats and immediately orders the ghost to imitate Spider-Man to raise the difficulty level all at once. Outside the door, Lu Yao hears Jiang Yu calling out an insane list of exercises like L-sit leg raises, running with weights, and sit-ups. She lets out a relieved sigh, realizing that he really was just training hard and that her suspicions were pure exaggeration. With a little pout, the girl decides to let it go and go home to read some comics. On the first day after getting his creature, on January 20th of year 99 of the disaster calendar, Jiang Yu walks down the street, acting like he is the greatest. He realizes that while his ghost trains all night without getting tired, his own body keeps getting stronger without any effort. Proud, the young man thinks it would be way too shameful to get comfortable with his current situation while being so young. The next day, he makes the shadow work even harder, and the result the following morning is an absurdly ripped body. The boy even jokes in his mind about whether he could already knock out Lu Yao with a single punch, but he focuses on keeping up the pace. That is when Uncle Lee, a big man who works in the night watch, arrives at the place and complains about how slow the young man is to open the door, without noticing anything strange about him. Jiang Yu watches Uncle Lee carry a bag with the only arm he has left and thinks to himself that, since the veteran is getting old and weak, his current strength would be enough to defeat 3 men like him and 10 girls like Lu Yao with a single hit. On January 23rd, the young man stays focused in his room, determined to give it his all and work even harder to evolve. He refuses to just lie around and stay stuck, knowing that life cannot keep going the same way if he wants to reach extraordinary abilities. In the following days, the routine takes over. On January 24th, while his shadows split up into frantic training in the background, Jiang Yu calmly relaxes while scrolling on his phone. The same dynamic repeats on the 25th, with the ghost training hard while the young man finishes his tasks with total ease. On January 26th, Jiang Yu decides to take the initiative and do a simple 10 push-ups by himself on the living room floor, leaving the rest of the heavy work for the shadows to keep doing on their own. When he checks his status on the virtual panel, Jiang Yu finds it strange that the growth rate of his shadow points has been very slow, requiring a huge effort just to gather 8 points. He notices that he needs 10 points to activate a new character transformation, and concludes that, at this pace, it will take way too long. That is when a bold idea appears. What if he crosses over to the dark side himself to speed up that evolution? Without hesitation, dense dark energy starts rising from the floor and completely wraps around his boots. The black figure expands into a mystical spiral in the middle of the room, pulling the young man into another dimension. Jiang Yu falls through the void surrounded by blue flames and greenish sparks, passing through the dimensional portal. When he finally opens his eyes and stabilizes himself, he looks around, intrigued, realizing that the dark side looks exactly like an identical and shadowy version of his own room. With a firm thud, Jiang Yu's feet touch the ground of that new dimension, revealing a completely bleak scene surrounded by huge dark buildings. Relieved to finally get out from between 4 walls, he brings a hand to his forehead with an awkward smile, staring at the gray vastness of that mysterious alley. However, it soon clicks. In the real world, he could not even get past his front door, which means he can only access the dark side from outside his real room. Walking down an empty avenue full of abandoned cars, Jiang Yu is shocked to notice that the place seems like an identical copy of reality. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appears in the shadows, stalking his steps with pure bloodlust. Jiang Yu looks back, intrigued, thinking he has found another person, and naively asking if the stranger came to help. The answer comes in the form of a bizarre roar and a violent slash from a colossal scythe charged with crimson energy. The young man lets out a huge scream of panic and throws himself onto the asphalt with everything he has, managing to dodge the deadly blade by a hair. While he tries to recover from the scare on the ground, the creature with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth charges fiercely, roaring loudly and ready for the next attack. Jiang Yu desperately dodges an insane sequence of crimson strikes. In the middle of the chase, he stretches out his arm and summons his shadow magic circle. The blue portal shines on the ground, and the young man dives back in, falling headfirst onto the floor of his own room. He appears upside down on the floor, with his pants ripped and his butt showing, grumbling that it was way too close. Placing a hand on his chest in fear, Jiang Yu wonders what that bizarre creature was and why it attacked him out of nowhere. Soon he opens a confident smile, thinking that his recent training made him flexible and that the monster could not really hurt him. Holding a piece of of iron. He swears that idiot tried to kill him and that he will never show it any mercy. On January 28th, Jang Yu goes back there and faces his first serious fight, but ends up getting the worst of it. On January 29th, during the second battle, his revenge fails again, and he almost breaks his ribs. On the 30th, the monster scratches his backside 3 times, taking 6% of his HP. On January 31st, Lu Yaoyao ends up putting ointment on his injuries at home. Suspicious, she asks if he has been fighting in the street, but the young man just gives a sarcastic smile and replies that scars are a man's medals. Lu Yaoyao immediately fires back, laughing and asking if his medal is on his butt. She presses the wound hard, making Jang Yu scream in pain. With a serious look, the girl warns that he is getting arrogant just because his body has become stronger. She reminds him that there is only 1 month left until the test. Jang Yu gets startled by the deadline, and she confirms that it is the state martial arts exam. In that era of disasters, the culture and art industries have completely collapsed, leaving artists at the bottom of society. Entertainment lost its place to national matters, turning the night guards who fight on the front line into the people's biggest stars. To become one of them and change his life, passing that test is essential. While treating the scratches on her friend's arm, Lu Yaoyao admits, with her head lowered, that she actually does not want to take that exam. Biting her lips nervously, she confesses that her real wish is to study music. Jang Yu says she should go for it, asking if her father would be against it. He considers that the disapproval makes sense, since the girl's father is a high-ranking executive in the Night Watch department, making her choice a true act of rebellion against the traditional public service path. Lu Yaoyao keeps applying the medicine to his skin and says that the problem is not even her father's disapproval, but something much worse. She asks him to keep it secret and reveals that the laws have changed drastically. Starting this year, anyone who meets the minimum requirements is legally forced to sign up for and take the feared martial arts exam. Jang Yu gets upset and remembers that, in the past, the student's choice was respected, allowing those with average grades to take only the general exam. The girl sighs and explains that the pressure on the night guard has increased too much, so she will inevitably have to march toward the exam. The young man swallows hard, remembering that mysterious bottle she brought, and how it almost made him expose himself. He imagines the day of the test with snipers machine gunning targets with surgical precision, and realizes he would never be able to hide his secrets there. Even tense, he tries to calm himself by thinking that his shady virtual guide would not throw him into a trap like that. Curious, he asks if the reagent she used works to scare away alien species. Lu Yaoyao laughs and says that is impossible, since it only works to detect aliens and supernatural beings. Then she adds, in a creepy tone, that if he runs into a truly bizarre creature, his only option is to run as fast as he can and make an emergency call before dying. The boy freezes instantly, and the two stare at each other in a heavy suspenseful silence. Ready to leave now that his wounds have closed, Lu Yaoyao is stopped by Jang Yu, who asks if her family has documents with basic knowledge about the paranormal. Suspicious, she asks if he plans to take the public exam, and the young man dodges the question by saying that, since the test became mandatory, he just wants to find out early if he has any talent. Lu Yaoyao points her finger right in his face, very angry, demanding the truth, and Jang Yu gives that nervous little smile while making up that his real plan is only to collect data to create a comic story about superhumans and alien blood. Lu Yaoyao gets super excited about the comic idea, moving very close and demanding that he tell her everything right away. Jang Yu even gets a little embarrassed by her reaction and starts improvising the plot right there on the couch. He makes up the story of a skinny boy named Ben who suffered bullying but ends up being chosen for a super soldier project, becoming Captain Bean. He continues the parody by saying the hero only went to high society parties until the city was invaded by Pink Skull with a blue cosmic cube, leaving the girl fascinated. Since they live in the same village, the two go straight to Lu Yaoyao's house right after that. She tells him to wait in her room while she goes to her father's room to get the reports about the paranormal. Alone in the room decorated with a teddy bear, Jang Yu starts snooping around and finds a very suspicious manga on the bed. When Jang Yu opens the magazine, which focuses on a forbidden romance between siblings, Lu Yaoyao suddenly comes back and freaks out from embarrassment. Completely red, she snatches the comic from his hand, swearing that a friend left it there and that she never even read it. She scolds him, telling him to stay still and not touch anything, while the young man only smiles quietly in his corner, thinking about how she is still innocent and completely harmless around other people. Looking at the guitar in the corner, Jang Yu remembers that Lu Yaoyao has loved music since she was a child and never had the courage to throw her old things away. Back then, she always bothered him to listen to her songs, even though he did not care about that at all. An old radio playing cassette tapes brings back childhood memories memories from when they played together and she got scared by his ghost pranks. She even comments in surprise, asking since when he started liking music. Coming out of his thoughts, Jiang Yu shrugs. Lu Yao Yao jokes that of course he would not even know how to recognize musical instruments. Right after that, she tosses a device into his hands, telling him that everything is in there and that he can take a look himself. The young man puts the virtual reality visor over his eyes. The device lets out a technological beep and starts loading the data directly into the interface. In an instant, a strong bluish energy wraps around him and throws him into an immersive simulation. Jiang Yu opens his eyes and finds himself floating in a vast cosmic space full of huge glowing eyes all around him. A system screen says that this virtual reality represents the abyss, an unknown world full of taboos and dangers, considered the true source of all disasters. Informational screens float through the virtual space, revealing that the alien species born there are cruel and seek to destroy the real world. Jiang Yu watches in shock and wonders if those exotic creatures are like the monster he saw at the hospital that day. The report explains that between reality and the abyss, there is the shadow layer, the dark part that seeps into the real world. Before the rifts fully opened, the monsters invaded through that layer, and even with the strict control of the night guard, some of them managed to escape. The scene changes and projects huge buildings, revealing that the shadow layer resets every 2 months to copy the real city. During these updates, the number of aliens rises drastically, requiring immediate cleanup. Since the dimension weakens human combat ability, warriors above the 4th level are not recommended to enter it. The normal field of vision inside the shadow is only 3 to 5 meters, expanding as a person's strength grows. On top of that, the place is extremely polluted and can turn humans into bizarre entities if they stay exposed for too long. Jiang Yu finds the warning strange, remembering that Kei Ying Tong did not feel any discomfort when she was there. Suddenly, a massive and terrifying hologram of a cosmic creature materializes right behind him. Jiang Yu senses the danger and looks back in fear at the same moment. The simulator perfectly recreates the fury of the alien species, which cracks the ground with a devastating strike covered in golden light, testing the young man's reflexes in the very first second of immersion. The brutal attack in the simulation makes it clear that, to face alien species head-on, someone needs to control an equal kind of power. The system explains that, for this, a person must become an extraordinary. Jiang Yu is fascinated when he sees the projection of a muscular warrior wrapped in pure energy, already imagining himself all strong if he manages to pass the martial arts exam. But the cold shower comes right after that in the report. He discovers that extraordinary people are basically humans who control that energy, but also end up being corroded by it. It is a constant battle against pollution and biological mutation. When an extraordinary dies, the chance of fully turning into an aberrant creature is huge. Because of that danger, the rule for anyone who realizes they will not survive is frightening. The warrior must use up every last drop of strength in battle before dying. Faced with the image of a colossal, shadowy monster that appears to show the horror, Jiang Yu cannot handle the pressure and rips off the virtual reality glasses with his heart pounding. Lu Yahello, not understanding anything, asks what happened. The young man hides his trembling by saying it was just too much information to process all at once. Then, getting back his usual boldness, Jiang Yu gives a small grin and asks the girl to massage his back. The young woman's eyes turn icy right away, completely annoyed, and she tells him to repeat what he said if he has the guts. Jiang Yu quickly enters negotiation mode and tries to calm the beast by promising to make 3 original Ultra HD drawings exactly the way she wants. Lu Yaoyao accepts the bribe and agrees to give him the massage, but soon finds his back strange. She asks why everything is so hard there, and he brags that he has been training and that his neck is pure muscle. Curious, she asks if he has also been doing sit-ups. Jiang Yu gives that smug smile, teases her by asking if she wants to take a little look, and lifts his shirt all at once. Right when the girl is poking his ripped abs, the bedroom door opens with a dramatic snap. It is her father, the terrifying Uncle Lu, who walks in surrounded by a flaming aura of pure rage after catching the compromising scene. The mood becomes absurdly heavy, and everyone ends up at the dining table for a very unfriendly conversation. Jiang Yu tries to hide his panic by stuffing his mouth with rice while peeking sideways at the scary father-in-law, but Uncle Lu is chewing even the bones of the meat with a psychotic stare aimed straight at him. Lu Yaoyao, desperate, tries to step in and says her father misunderstood everything. The man fires back furiously, growling that what he saw with his own eyes could not be wrong, leaving his daughter stuttering with no reaction. She pokes Jiang Yu on the head and tells him to say something to fix the mess. The young man decides to take the blame and in an act of pure desperation, drinks an entire glass while saying he will punish himself by drinking 3 times and that the older man can do whatever he wants with him afterward. Uncle Lu grits his teeth with burning rage and finally explodes. He flips the table into the air, yells that the boy is very brave, and tells his daughter to get a knife from the kitchen, while Jiang Yu runs away screaming that it is all a misunderstanding. Jiang Yu starts remembering the past, thinking about how he and Lu Yao Yao have liked each other since they were little, despite having opposite personalities. While he was seen as a troublesome brat, she was always the polite and smart girl. Even so, for some reason, she loved playing with him and went along with any silly kid idea. Deep down, he thinks it all started because he protected her from bullies when they were children, making her think he was super brave and strong, even though he got beaten up and she cried from worry. She joined him in everything, even when they pretended to be street kids as a joke, which always ended with Jiang Yu getting a huge smack from Uncle Lu for going around telling lies. Back in the present, tension fills the room, since Uncle Lu never wanted the two of them together and always watched the young man with great suspicion. The man pulls out a cigarette and coldly lights it under his daughter's tense gaze. With eyes glowing with pure fury, the father confronts the boy and asks what the hell he was doing in there with her. Sweating cold and scared to death, Jiang Yu immediately salutes and explains in a panic, saying he was only researching reports about aliens and supernatural people. Uncle Lu stares at Jiang Yu with a deadly look, while Lu Yao Yao tries to ease the situation with an awkward little laugh and sticks out her tongue. The man's mood suddenly changes. He gives an ironic smile and comments on how spoiled his daughter is. He crosses his arms and directly asks the boy if he knows why the government forbids students from learning about these supernatural subjects before the right time. Jiang Yu admits, sweating cold, that he has no idea. Taking a drag from his cigarette, the older man seriously explains that the human soul is unstable and prone to going off track, and that pure despair can drag someone straight into the abyss. That makes it dangerous to reveal these truths to just anyone. Without an absurd amount of willpower, any small crack in the mind becomes the perfect opening for alien races to take advantage and destroy the person. That is why strict qualification tests exist before the official exam, making sure only people with flawless physical and mental health come into contact with the supernatural world. The path to controlling superpowers is long, full of danger, and demands an unusual amount of patience. Looking at his cigarette, Uncle Lu laments that even with support devices, many people still lose control of their abilities every year. He ends the lecture by warning that, out of pure concern, he does not recommend that the young man get involved with this. Jiang Yu thanks Uncle Lu for the advice, but firmly explains that there is no way to escape this year's comprehensive military exam. He adds that the best thing is to trust himself, and that having someone reliable nearby helps a lot when the world is falling apart. The older man grumbles thoughtfully, until his phone starts vibrating. From the other side of the line comes the call. Commander Lu, shadow level, urgent mission. He accepts immediately. Before leaving, the man throws a deadly look at Jiang Yu, and warns that if he does anything stupid while he is gone, he is dead. The boy slaps his hand over his chest and swears he will never mess up with Lu Yao Yao again, leaving the girl furious and spitting fire in the background. She jumps at his neck, squeezes his cheeks, and yells that they never did anything wrong before. Later, the city streets come alive with red lanterns and families walking around in a festive New Year mood, with children eating sweets on sticks. Jiang Yu walks alone through the shops, looking at a large night guard billboard about protecting the Sea of Clouds. He regrets only being able to get a basic look at that secret information. Holding a bottle he bought at the market, he lets out a long sigh, aware that, because of Uncle Lu's temper, those paranormal files will vanish from the map and be locked away tightly from now on. Jiang Yu is shopping at the market when he gets a call from Lu Yao Yao, who stammers while asking him to buy eggs and milk. He immediately catches her shyness and teases her with a sly smile, saying that if she wanted pads, she could have just said it openly without stuttering. Walking back with the groceries, he reflects that there is only 1 month left before classes start, and that his shadow training is working better and better, but soon he will need practical exercises. He notices that the fight against the aliens is being heavily promoted, and that this year's martial arts exam has increased the number of spots. When he enters an alley under the full moon, a bad feeling hits him hard, and he senses that something terrible will happen in the world soon. Determined to focus on fighting the alien races to improve in combat, he is suddenly caught off guard when dark energy starts rising from beneath his feet, twisting reality. In the blink of an eye, the scenery completely transforms into the sinister greenish shadow layer. Frightened, Jiang Yu comes face to face with a mysterious bar floating in the air at 14% and goes on full alert, alone in the middle of that bizarre dimension. Jiang Yu sees a man staggering through the dark alley, covered in blood and with strange wounds all over his body, while that mysterious 14% bar floats above him. Looking closer, the man's face is cracked all over and lifeless. The young man jumps back in fear when he recognizes his neighbor, unable to understand what he is doing there somewhere in that dimension. Suddenly, the man collapses face first onto the cold ground. Jiang Yu watches the motionless body, but soon a trail of dark red smoke starts rising from the corpse. Nearby, in the corner of the alley, two small children appear curled up and hugging each other in terror. Witnessing the horror, the evil energy expands, and the bar jumps to 24% when a frightening shadow monster emerges from the body, revealing sharp teeth and a red glow in its eyes. The creature turns into a demon covered in black robes and floating spikes, letting out a bizarre roar. Jiang Yu clenches his fists in rage and, glaring at the aberration, shouts in anger, asking if it is the one responsible for all of this. The purple-haired young man walks through the night, exhausted, grumbling about the overload of administrative work at the night department, and regretting that he signed up for the comprehensive military exam. Suddenly, a dark vortex appears in the alley, and the desperate cries of two children begging for help cut through the air. He panics, unable to understand how aliens manage to drag civilians straight into the dark side. Even terrified, instinct takes over. He runs, stretches out his arms, and manages to grab the children's hands at the last second. But the force of the portal is way too violent, and he ends up being sucked in along with the little ones. The three of them fall straight onto the cold ground of the bizarre shadow layer. Desperate, and without any weapon or protective gear, he grabs his head, knowing that entering that place with nothing is basically a death sentence. Before he can think clearly, a trail of red energy cuts through the air like a giant blade, forcing him to dodge while the children scream in terror during the sudden attack. The purple-haired young man grits his teeth and barely dodges a cutting strike, realizing in horror that the rift they came through has disappeared for good. Looking around, he swallows hard and notices a monstrous silhouette emerging from the shadows. Because of his office work, he has even forgotten the basic moves he learned in military training, making the situation even more desperate. To make everything worse, two defenseless children cry loudly, begging to go home. He swallows his own fear, presses a button on his watch, and activates a technological distress signal that starts glowing. With a forced smile to give them confidence, he hands the protective device to the girl, explaining that it will reduce the environmental pollution on them. He knows that giving the device to the kids is their only chance, leaving his own fate in the hands of luck. The children look hopeful, and he gently asks them to stay hidden and wait for rescue, while he prepares for the worst. The purple-haired young man tells the children to hide and turns around to face the danger, knowing that he has a huge problem to deal with. In front of him, the shadowy creature lets out a monstrous roar, its red eyes glowing with pure rage. The young man's mind flies back to the past. He remembers when he turned 18 and passed the military exam to enter the university's superpower department. In his first year, he trained hard, lifting weights to the limit to build a solid base and try to become an elite fighter. In his second year, under his teacher's guidance, he even defeated a low-class alien creature. But reality hit hard. In the world of superpowers, raw effort does not beat natural talent. He ran into his limits, failed to stand out, and ended up being transferred to the support division, becoming an ordinary employee of the Night Guard. Back in the current fight, he wraps his hands in a hurry, trying to recover the forgotten techniques while dodging the creature's fast attacks. Analyzing the enemy, he notices the four eyes, bizarre limbs, and semi-animal shape, identifying the monster as an advanced middle-class first-level alien. The beast charges with everything it has, releasing a deafening scream that echoes through the whole alley. The purple-haired young man prepares for the worst, moving forward with steady steps against the beast. Suddenly, a bizarre piece of flesh is thrown and violently smashes into the ground. The monster charges, delivering a devastating blow, but the young man manages to jump, using a quick burst of speed to counterattack in the air. He lands a punch charged with energy right in the creature's face, making it roar in pain with its teeth exposed. Excited that he landed the hit, he feels adrenaline rise and opens a confident smile, celebrating that the old familiar feeling of battle has finally come back in full force. But the joy does not last long. In the blink of an eye, the monster reacts with terrifying speed, leaving the boy unable to respond. He is hit directly by a trail of dark red energy and is violently thrown backward from the impact of the devastating strike. Lying on the ground and coughing blood, he struggles to get up, frustrated that his mind tried to dodge while his heavy, out-of-shape body simply did not obey in time. The alien gives him no break and attacks from above, unleashing a relentless sequence of quick slashes that surround the young man from every side. The purple-haired young man runs desperately while dodging the beast's attacks. He feels his body growing heavy, as if he is being stabbed by needles. Tightening his bandaged fists, he realizes that he needs to end this quickly. With no time to waste, he decides to use his dark blindness power. Dark energy bursts from his hands straight toward the creature, which roars furiously after being hit. The effort costs him dearly. He coughs blood and feels the terrible effects of spiritual pollution rising up his neck, something unavoidable for someone weak like him whenever he uses his gifts. Even worn out, he decides to give everything he has and not back down. The monster charges fiercely in the blink of an eye and lands a brutal hit straight on him. The violent impact throws the young man far away, making him roll and crash onto the ground surrounded by a cloud of dust. Completely exhausted and bleeding from the mouth, he tries to pull himself together while cursing that damn look from the creature. The purple purple-haired young man watches the monster's speed in frustration, realizing it has already gotten used to his powers. He knows that any student from the university's martial arts department could finish off that middle-class creature with one hand, but for him, the task has become impossible. The difference in talent hurts, but as a night officer, he refuses to take even one step back. In the corner of the alley, the two children watch everything in horror, with nothing left for them to do but wait. The monster charges with a brutal slash and tears through the young man, making blood spray everywhere. He falls defeated onto the broken ground, staring at the ceiling of that bizarre dimension, asking himself if this is the end. In his final moments, flashes from the past break through his mind. At 15, he saw a relative die at the hands of strangers. At 18, he entered the military department looking for strength. At 20, he was forced to leave combat because of his lack of talent, and at 21, he became an ordinary trainee in the night police, where he spent the last 4 years living a normal life marked by constant running in a world devastated by monsters. With dark clouds covering any hope, and accepting that death is the common fate of those with superpowers, he forms one last smile. He sticks his hand into his pocket, takes out a small blue pill, and swallows it. Before completely blacking out, his final determination shines brightly in his purple eyes with one focused thought. He has to protect the flute at any cost. The purple-haired young man refuses to give up. He spits out the blood, stands up while staggering, and faces the beast with deep hatred. Dark energy starts circling his wounded body again, and with an insane smile, he announces that the second round is only just beginning. He clenches his bandaged fists with full force, and shouts for them to go all out against the enemy. The monster charges, sending violent and relentless red cuts through the air. The young man jumps and barely dodges a fatal blow that almost splits him in half. Without giving the beast time to breathe, he uses the momentum and lands a precise knee strike right on the monster's chin, backing away right after to rethink his next move. He channels all his remaining strength into his right hand, covering his fist with an intense aura of bright blue energy. Screaming with all the strength in his lungs, the young man rushes forward and connects a brutal, frantic sequence of punches straight into the creature. Feeling the pain from the effort, he grits his teeth and swears to himself that he will keep fighting and hold on just a little longer. The purple-haired young man freezes in surprise when he notices something strange in the air. In the blink of an eye, the monster appears from the shadows, throwing a devastating punch, but misses the target and opens an impressive crater in the alley floor. Fallen and bleeding heavily from the mouth, the young man mourns deeply on the ground, feeling the destructive side effect of his own spiritual ability. With blurry vision, he gives up and accepts that his normal, boring life is coming to an end, until the sound of footsteps suddenly catches his attention. To his total shock, a black-haired boy appears holding a grocery bag with a bunch of green onions sticking out. The wounded young man can barely believe it, thinking it is impossible for an ordinary person to appear there, since the dark side is completely controlled. He even considers whether the stranger might be some mysterious and powerful master of that dimension. The stranger tells him to relax and walks forward, smiling toward the beast. But the shock comes right after that. The monster lands a punch right in the jacketed boy's face, violently throwing him against the alley walls. Seeing that pathetic scene, the wounded officer screams in despair when he realizes that the supposed savior is actually extremely weak. Without wasting time, the creature turns back toward the injured young man, swinging a deadly red blade through the air while he tries to raise his hand in one final act of defense. Jiang Yu appears with a completely relaxed attitude. He wipes the corner of his mouth with disdain and stares down the beast. Jiang Yu pulls a bottle of soy sauce from the grocery bag and warns the monster that now it is his turn to play, showing off an absurd confidence that leaves the officer completely confused. The creature charges blindly with rage, throwing heavy attacks, but Jiang Yu dodges everything with bizarre agility. The glass bottle breaks in the process, and the protagonist does not even blink. He uses the shattered neck of the bottle as the perfect weapon, rushing forward to stab the glass straight into the monster's wide-open mouth. Jiang Yu starts putting on a real dodging show against the red blades, making faces and constantly mocking the enemy. He throws it in the monster's face that he already knows that attack pattern by heart, and, taking advantage of the fact that the beast is weakened and slow, he crushes it with violent stabs, making the alien scream in pain and fully retreat in panic. The purple-haired officer watches the fight in shock, not really knowing if Jiang Yu is strong or weak. There is no refined technique or trick in his combat, but in some bizarre way, the boy manages to suppress and corner the opponent. Jiang Yu charges forward, shouting that he will pay the monster back for a past attack, but he gets careless and ends up being hit head-on by the monster, getting violently thrown far away. Fallen and panting, he complains about his own distraction while the beast keeps giving off a terrifying aura. Looking at the frightened children and the fallen officer, Jiang Yu knows he will die if he takes 2 more hits. He even thinks about running away to recover, but he lets the idea go because backing down is not his style. Holding the broken glass neck tightly, he remembers that the beast only has 20% of its life left and notices a weakness. The monster is badly wounded on its right rib. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu moves like a blue lightning bolt. He appears in a trail of speed right behind the creature, leaving it unable to react. With a confident smile, he takes advantage of the opening and drives the broken glass straight into the beast's wounded rib, making the monster's life drop to 18% while it roars in pure agony. The monster lets out a monstrous roar and gives up, focusing on Jiang Yu. Realizing its disadvantage, the creature simply changes targets in the blink of an eye and charges with everything toward the chaotic wounded officer. The officer goes into total panic, grits his teeth, and screams desperately for the protagonist to act fast. But the true horror happens when the monster sharply changes its route. The beast opens its mouth full of sharp teeth and focuses directly on the two defenseless children curled up in the corner of the alley. The older brother hugs his little sister tightly, while the creature's shadow swallows them both. Jiang Yu reacts in the same second with deadly hatred in his eyes. His arms start pulsing, and veins violently bulge from his skin. He pulls a black and gold energy drink can from the grocery bag and wraps it in a surreal blue aura. With an absurd burst of power, he runs at insane speed. He throws the can like a devastating projectile. The object cuts through the air and flies straight into the creature's face, blocking the fatal attack against the siblings by just a few millimeters. The impact is so violent that the energy drink explodes right between the monster's teeth, leaving the purple-haired officer in complete shock, unable to believe what he just saw. The purple-haired officer watches everything while gritting his teeth. He tries to stretch his hand across the ground, but his body does not respond. In a burst of desperation, he gathers his last spiritual strength and throws himself into the air for one final charge. The monster, however, is relentless and counterattacks violently, tearing through the air. The officer is hit head-on and crashes onto the alley floor, coughing up a lot of blood as his life drops to 15%. The beast advances, snorting and drooling, ready to give the fallen man the finishing blow. That is when Jiang Yu reappears, furious, and grabs the monster by the hair from behind. He is going to kill it, the protagonist roars, with an insane smile on his face as the enemy's life bar falls to 14%. He pins the beast to the ground with his legs, cursing the creature and telling the alien species to keep barking. The beast tries to resist, and its energy drops to 11%. Suddenly, a strange light full of lightning starts gathering in the monster's chest. Jiang Yu notices the danger of that coming self-destruction, but he does not back down. He focuses all his blue spiritual energy into a devastating punch aimed straight at the glowing core to finish the fight for good. Jiang Yu screams with all his strength as he releases the punch filled with blue energy and reddish lightning. The impact creates an explosion of light that shatters the glowing core, brutally detonating the creature and scattering debris all over the alley. The protagonist reappears in the middle of the smoke, coughing hard, with a bloodied face and battle marks all over his body. Around him, cardboard boxes and debris keep falling and breaking across the cracked ground of the shadow dimension. On the other side, the purple-haired officer rests exhausted beside the two saved children, who are finally safe. With his arms behind his head, Jiang Yu smiles victoriously despite his injuries, celebrating that he finally got his revenge. Little by little, the view of that dark alley begins to blur and fade before their eyes. The scenery vanishes into total darkness, leaving only the heavy silence after the battle. The scene changes drastically into a trail of absolute destruction. Twisted poles and flames consume what is left of the streets. Several bodies lie across the ground, while smoke and fire rise from the ruined buildings of a collapsing city. Jiang Yu looks around, completely dazed, trying to understand if that chaos is the meeting point, and wondering how he ended up there. Before he can even process the shock, the real danger reveals itself. From the middle of the dark mist, a giant horde of aliens with glowing red eyes suddenly appears, surrounding the boy from every side. The monsters bare sharp teeth with terrifying roars, confirming that he has fallen into a true nest of those beasts. In the blink of an eye, countless claws and shadowy hands rush toward him all at once. Jiang Yu tries to dodge, but he is caught off guard when dark energy wraps around him tightly. With no way to escape, he is swallowed and dragged into a bizarre red vortex that consumes everything, leaving behind only the sight of a devastated city in flames. Deep darkness swallows everything, bringing grim thoughts about the disappearing sunrise and a completely broken world, where superheroes walk on thin ice and faces whisper in the dark. It is the true feeling of death echoing in muffled screams through the shadows. But a firm touch cuts through the trance, throwing Jiang Yu back to reality. He opens his eyes in fear in the alley, and finds himself face to face with the purple-haired officer. Realizing with relief that the nightmare of the horde was only a delusion, he can barely remember what happened after destroying the alien. In front of him, the defeated monster's body starts dissolving into black smoke in a bizarre purging process. The dark mist flows straight into the officer's body, leaving him confused, while Jiang Yu watches the scene in silence. The system shows that the guard's health is critical, dropping to only 10%, right on the line between life and death. Exhausted and wounded, the man staggers and asks for help, collapsing back against against the alley wall beside the young man. Struggling to catch his breath, he looks at the protagonist and asks if he really is not part of the night patrol. Jang Yu looks at the man and thinks to himself that it is bizarre that the guy does not recognize him, since they live in the exact same building. He concludes that he really must be kind of invisible to people. Right after that, he answers directly that he is not part of the patrol. The officer smiles in relief at the answer and comments, laughing, that Jang Yu is definitely not a night patrolman, especially because fighting is extremely hard to begin with. Hearing that, Jang Yu is left with a blank, stunned face and a sweat drop on his head, completely shocked by the man's nerve. He thinks indignantly about whether the guy even knows how to talk, since he seems to have completely forgotten that he was just saved by him. Meanwhile, the officer keeps laughing like an idiot, laughing so hard he cries, saying that not all night guards are that strong. The purple-haired officer smiles, lightly patting Jang Yu on the shoulder and praising his style. Laughing between coughs, he says it is amazing to defeat exotics with soy sauce, something never seen before. The protagonist stays quiet, staring at the man with no reaction, intrigued by the good mood of that weakened guard. The guard starts chatting, wanting to know the boy's age and which college he studies at. Jang Yu lies and says he is in his second year at Beidou Shufu University, choosing to hide the truth. Curious, the officer asks if his focus is liberal arts or martial arts, and guesses it must be martial arts, since a simple humanities student would never survive that kind of pressure. Changing the subject, the guard asks for a cigarette. Jang Yu sticks his hand in his pocket and only pulls out a pack of Pocky sticks. The man accepts gladly, breaks a stick in half, and the two start chewing right there, sitting on the ground surrounded by crumbs and broken sticks. The guard asks if that was the first time Jang Yu hunted an alien alone, and the boy confirms it. The man sighs with envy of the prodigies from the combat sections, lamenting his own spiritual weakness in that hopeless world. Jang Yu suggests that he save his energy for the rescue team, but the officer only wants to talk, venting about how the willpower of his class is as fragile as cotton when pollution comes in like a tide. Jang Yu stares at the guard and asks if he has any regrets, mentioning that he could have chosen a calmer path in liberal arts. The officer clenches his fist tightly, grits his teeth, and admits under an intense light that he deeply regrets everything. In a dramatic outburst, the guard screams at the sky and regrets being way too ambitious in the past. He cries, thinking he could have been an ordinary office worker, chatting with girls and training rookies, but now he is stuck in this dangerous life with no way out. Jang Yu pats the man's back, begging him to relax before he dies from coughing so much. The officer then points to the side and says that the rescue signal has already been sent and help is on the way. Down below, the little boy appears lying on the ground, holding tightly to the glowing device that is transmitting their location. When Jang Yu starts to move away, the guard suddenly grabs him by the jacket and lectures him, warning him not to go wandering around because his dodging skills will not work forever. The man insists that the young man stay there and talk, leaving Jang Yu with a completely twisted face of exhaustion, thinking that this guy can torture someone far more than any monster. The purple-haired officer keeps remembering the heat of the battle, gesturing with excitement as he talks about how brave and unexpected Jang Yu was with that one clean hit. Jang Yu just listens, a little awkward, scratching his head under all those over-the-top compliments. Then the guard asks him for a favor. If Jang Yu goes to the university, he should apologize for him to the head of the supernatural technology department at the Martial Arts Science Institute, admitting that he failed their expectations because he could not even take down a first-class strange creature. He also asks Jang Yu to send his regards to Deputy Director Huang from the Supernatural Literature Academy and thank her for her guidance. Jang Yu gives a small sideways smile and cuts off the drama, suggesting that the officer should wait until he recovers and deliver those messages himself. The man grows thoughtful for a second, staring into empty space, and admits that he had kept those words in his heart for a long time, deeply missing his days at the Northern Patrol Academy. In the end, he reaches out his hand with a light, relaxed smile, asking if there are still any cookies left, and requesting 2 more, preferably spicy ones. Jang Yu looks at the officer with a completely mocking face, and tells him his taste is way too weird, because spicy stick-flavored cookies do not exist anywhere in the world. The guard accepts the answer calmly, shrugs with his hand still out, and says to forget it then. Suddenly, the officer notices movement at the end of the alley, and says the night patrol reinforcements have finally arrived. Jang Yu gives a small sideways smile, clearly relieved to know the guy is safe now, and that real help has shown up. Without wasting any time, the protagonist grabs his shopping bag and starts walking away to leave. The injured guard even asks if he does not want to go with the reinforcements, but Jang Yu only glances to the side with a faint smile and answers that he will keep going on his own path. The officer smiles warmly and wishes the boy a good and safe journey. Jang Yu accepts the wish, and in the blink of an eye, a bright blue magic circle covered in runes appears under his feet, wrapping his body in dark energy that teleports him away. Right after that, the rescue team runs into the area, finding the weakened guard and making sure the 2 children are safe. As the patrol members rush in and order someone to check the injured officer's vital signs, his life bar appears stuck at 10%. One of the rescuers checks his pulse, and all of a sudden, the situation falls apart completely. A warning sound echoes out, catching Jang Yu's attention attention, and his eyes widen when he sees the system panel change drastically. The purple-haired man's life indicator drops fast to 9% and keeps falling non-stop, hitting 8%, 7%, and 6% within seconds. Zhang Yu is completely shocked, unable to understand how that is possible, since modern medicine should be able to handle it. While he begins his teleportation process amid spirals of dark energy, the guards in the background give one final military salute to their teammate. In the blink of an eye, the bar reaches a stunning 0%. The patrolman's body starts breaking apart and dissolving in the air like glowing dust and shattered crystals. Desperate over what he is seeing, Zhang Yu stretches his arm out from inside the black vortex and shouts for them to wait. He forces his way through, ripping open the teleportation energy with his own hands, and reappears in shock in the middle of a busy street, reaching toward nothing while trying to process the horror he just witnessed. In the middle of the busy street, the people around him start whispering, thinking he is noisy and not understanding what Zhang Yu is doing. Some people even wonder if it is some kind of stage performance. Ignoring all the stares, the young man simply looks up at the sky with a heavy, thoughtful expression, still taking in the brutal death he just witnessed. In that moment of reflection, the solemn words of a superior echo in his mind, reminding him that exceptional beings carry a unique burden. The voice stresses that even in the final moments, or when the chances of survival are almost gone, no one should give up. Then a dark directive is revealed. In extreme crises, patrol members must consume compound number 3 to unleash their full potential, even if it means a 90% death rate, in order to defend the nation. A memory of an entire battalion lined up takes over his thoughts, swearing to honor the sacrifice of those who bravely move forward to wipe out the strange creatures. Before a vast starry sky, the message reinforces the pride of going beyond the ordinary through the human body for the sake of the future. The mental narration ends with the powerful motto of the organization: they are the Night Observation Department. Zhang Yu takes the elevator in complete silence, still unable to believe what happened in the alley. As the numbers on the panel climb to the 8th floor, he pulls up the hood of his bloodstained jacket and wonders if the officer really had to die that suddenly. The doors open with a soft beep, and he slowly walks down the residential hallway. He remembers the guard laughing and talking just moments earlier, realizing that, in the end, the man only wanted a little human company before leaving this world. Without any noise, flowers, or applause, the nameless hero disappeared like an ordinary citizen. As Zhang Yu puts the key into the lock and opens the door to his home, he promises himself that he will never forget that sacrifice, no matter how ordinary it may seem to the rest of the world. Exhausted and covered in dirt, he enters the apartment, tosses his things into a corner, and lets out a heavy sigh, badly wanting a shower and a good night of sleep. When he looks at himself in the mirror, he notices that his status bar still shows half of his life left. He thought he was in much worse shape since he could barely walk. He goes to the kitchen while thinking about the patrolman's mental strength, since the man acted normally even with only 10% of his energy left. Taking some sausages and cups of instant noodles from the cabinet, Zhang Yu concludes that training the body is not enough, and that his own willpower still needs to grow a lot before reaching that level. Suddenly, Zhang Yu gets a huge scare and almost drops the groceries on the floor when he hears a shout demanding the eggs. A pink-haired girl, lying on the couch and annoyed because her phone has no signal, asks if he went to get the eggs straight from the chicken coop since he took so long. A little awkward, he tries to use the excuse that Chinese New Year is coming, and the markets were packed with people in line. Confused, Zhang Yu asks how she got the key to his house. She gets up and explains that since he only orders delivery and Uncle Lee asked her to take care of him, she ended up getting the key. When she gets closer, the girl notices his condition and asks in shock if someone beat him up on the street. Zhang Yu tries to dodge the question and tells her to go sleep, so Uncle Lu does not misunderstand everything again, but she firmly grabs him by the jacket and demands that he turn around. When she sees the wounds and blood up close, she is stunned. He admits that he forgot the eggs, but she insists on knowing the truth. To calm her down, Zhang Yu makes up a light story, saying he saw a robbery on the way back and beat the thief so badly that even the police chief had trouble recognizing the criminal afterward. Zhang Yu gestures excitedly, saying she has no idea how fast he is with his left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts, and punch combos. He brags that he hit the guy so much that not even the man's own mother would recognize him, turning him into a mix between a human and an animal. While he rubs his face, remembering the scene, the pink-haired girl stares deeply at him in total silence. The room goes completely quiet. Zhang Yu starts panicking inside with a hilarious expression, terrified that she actually believed all that nonsense he just made up. In the middle of the tension, the grocery bag tips over, and the instant noodles and sausage roll across the floor. The girl steps closer with a worried look and quietly asks if it hurts. He scratches his head awkwardly, giving a small smile to calm her down, and insists that it does not hurt at all and that she should go to sleep. She stays serious and warns him with crossed arms that she will have to tell everything to Uncle Lee since he was fighting in the middle of the night. He tries to pull her back angrily and mutters that it was not a fight, but a righteous action. But suddenly, his body makes him pay the price. Zhang Yu collapses exhausted on the kitchen floor, groaning that he is too weak and cannot cannot take another step. Frightened, she crouches beside him and says he needs to go straight to the hospital to treat his wounds. He refuses immediately, explaining that there is no need for all that trouble because they have medicine at home brought by Uncle Lee from the night patrol, and it works much better than anything at the hospital. The girl gets suspicious right away and throws it in his face that he only wants her to apply the medicine for him. He gives that awkward yellow smile and thanks Dr. Liu for her hard work. The first aid session begins, and Jiang Yu lets out a dramatic scream of pure pain as she treats him with no mercy. Fully wrapped in bandages, he complains that she went way too far and made him look like a mummy from a movie. She does not care about his drama at all, gives him a firm slap on the arm, and asks if he will want to show off again next time. He swears with total confidence that he will never get involved in trouble again, but when she demands a serious oath, he gives in and says it is human nature to be curious about fun. He promises that if things get bad, he will only take a little look from far away, without joining the fight. She completely loses it, jumps at him, and orders him to repeat what he just said. After assuring her that he will only look and will not do anything, he finally manages to calm things down. Satisfied, she decides to leave, and Jiang Yu, stretched out on the couch, still jokes by asking if she does not want to spend the night there, since his bed is big. She lets out a very mocking bah, sticks out her tongue, and slams the door as she leaves. Alone in the silence of the apartment, Jiang Yu relaxes his muscles. He stares at the ceiling and remembers the officer's serious message about protecting the Northern Watch Academy. Suddenly, a mental click, or maybe a system alert, cuts through his thoughts. His eyes widen, he sits up from the couch in one jump, and he lets out a stunned whisper, realizing that something very strange is about to happen. Jiang Yu gets a huge shock and realizes that the officer died without even saying his name. A green light shines brightly on the holographic panel, and mysterious characters begin forming on the digital screen. The system opens a detailed file on the abyssal creature he defeated, showing that the takedown costs were forgiven because the monster had already been registered. Sitting on the couch, Jiang Yu feels confused, not knowing whether mutant deaths go straight into the manual, or if he has to absorb them first with Shadow Devour. Sparks shine in front of his eyes, and he decides to focus on the new skill he gained, Shadow Strike, which promises massive damage when hitting weak points. Full of attitude, he stands in the middle of the living room and tries to activate the power by striking a stylish pose, but absolutely nothing happens, leaving the boy in complete silence with a blank, awkward look on his face. Angry and jumping in frustration, he starts thinking the system is messing with him. Then it finally clicks, and Jiang Yu realizes the skill did not work simply because there was no target nearby to attack. Giving up for now, he throws himself back onto the couch and decides to tap a spinning menu on the screen to test his luck with another function. The panel updates completely, revealing his updated status as a natural-born assassin from the rogue class, perfect for hunting and disappearing into the darkness. Jiang Yu stares at the floating screen, bothered by the system's cheesy video game lines. He thinks hunting in the light would make more sense than hunting in the darkness. Curious, he clicks to see the details of Shadow Form, a new skill that allows him to merge with and control shadows to enter a very special state. The panel shows the insane advantages of this power. Besides giving extra rewards during training and hiding his aura so he can blend into the environment, the skill greatly boosts his physical stats and regeneration. In the real world, he only needs to spend a few shadow points to keep it active. Jiang Yu goes crazy over the cheat code, but his face changes when he reads the last rule. If he gets decapitated, he will not die right away, but he will lose 99% of his life. Furious at how absurd that is, Jiang Yu starts cursing at the screen and making faces, complaining that if losing almost all his life at once is the result, then dying right away would be better. After his outburst, he decides to stop whining and test the thing already. He takes a deep breath in the living room and gives the command for the shadow to come out. A strange, dark silhouette rises from the floor right in front of him, leaving the boy impressed. Playing around with his own creation, Jiang Yu raises a finger, and the shadow copies the gesture perfectly, giving him a thumbs up back. In the next second, the two touch their fingertips in a beam of light, and black energy starts twisting around his arm, beginning the spatial fusion. The black energy climbs up Jiang Yu's neck, covering his skin like a living mark. In the blink of an eye, an explosion of blue and black power fills the room, transforming the boy completely. He looks at himself, now wrapped in pure darkness and electricity, thinking Shadow Form is way too interesting. To test the new state, he starts moving around the room at an insane speed, leaving only trails of light behind him. He feels the boost in strength as he raises his arms and tests his resistance by imagining the brutal impact of a 100-kilo hammer smashing into his face, proving that his defense is simply flawless. Excited by the result, Jiang Yu lets out a loud laugh, celebrating how incredible this transformation is. But the noise makes the downstairs neighbor lose patience and yell at him, telling him to shut up and stop making so much racket. Startled, the young man decides to chill and immediately deactivates Shadow Form, making the dark energy fade from his body. He focuses on the holographic panel again and becomes intrigued by the can-be-activated warning on his rogue class. The system lets out a beep and explains that he has partial authority, but full activation will make the class exclusive to him, although it also brings some very mysterious risks. The system sends a clear note. Sometimes, risks can also turn into great opportunities. Jiang Yu rubs his chin, thoughtful, believing that unlocking a new class sounds like a good idea. The panel flashes the options yes and no, warning that risks mean rewards, even though the danger is marked in red. Without hesitating too much, he presses yes. Suddenly, a violent mass of black energy bursts out of the screen, scaring the boy, who screams in panic because he had not properly finished choosing. The darkness completely wraps around him in the middle of the room, knocking the medicine bottle onto the floor. The bottle falls and spills the last drops onto the floor, while silence fills the building. When the energy stabilizes, Jiang Yu's feet gain a dark and electrified look. The system confirms the new class entry, Hunter, a natural-born predator whose attacks guarantee massive damage. The final guidelines appear on the screen, excluding firearms or poisons from the skill. The system highlights that the more mysterious and notorious he becomes in the shadows, the greater his gains will be. The last note leaves an intimidating warning. From this hunt, not even the gods will be able to escape. Jiang Yu watches the blue sparks disappear from his hand and takes in the information that his strikes can now deal real damage even to gods. The system notifies him that when he activates shadow form, his execution ability increases, and the amount of life needed from the target for that execution decreases. The screen details the mechanic, showing a little pig as an example with a glowing fatal mark once its energy bar turns red. By striking the target at that critical point, the elimination becomes instant, depending only on each person's level and position. He deactivates everything, looks out the bedroom window, and remembers that weird red spot he saw appear on the last monster he fought. Combining absolute damage with instant execution leaves Jiang Yu floating on cloud 9. He opens a wide smile and brags while looking at the moon, yelling that he feels totally invincible. Suddenly, he stops and comes back to reality, ripping off all the bandages from his body in a rush. He pats himself down in confusion, finding it strange that none of the risks warned by the system have shown up. When he pokes his own leg, he notices that his wounds closed way too fast for the effect of normal medicine. He pulls at a scab on his stomach and realizes that shadow form gave him an absurdly abnormal regeneration. A classmate shows his phone to Yao Yao, asking if Jiang Yu's social media post is real. In the post, the clueless guy shows off a photo of himself fully bandaged, making a peace sign and lying that he bravely fought a villain armed with 88 knives. To make it worse, he sent the other guy a private message saying he fought human traffickers with a watermelon cutting knife from one end of the street to the other. Yao Yao lets out a desperate sigh and tells them not to listen to his nonsense, swearing that the idiot was only chased by a dog and is spreading lies. Even so, the group decides to check for themselves and goes straight to the boy's house. When they arrive at the door, the friends find it strange that Yao Yao has the key, but she calmly explains that Jiang Yu's uncle gave it to her. Yao Yao opens the door while calling for him, but she lets out a frightened scream when she walks in. Inside, Jiang Yu is lying on the floor, groaning in pain because he ripped off the scab before it was ready. She runs over in worry, asking what happened and why he took off the bandages, while he tries to justify himself by saying he thought he was already healed. When they see the ugly cut on his stomach, the classmates with glasses and a tie are shocked, whispering that apparently the absurd internet story was actually true. The friends are left with their jaws on the floor because of Jiang Yu's new body, praising his defined muscles and thinking that this whole shape explains the courage to face criminals. Yao Yao, with no patience for all the bootlicking, pushes everyone out of the room and tells them to wait in the living room. Outside, the two already start whispering and gossiping, swearing that Jiang Yu and Yao Yao are secretly dating. Alone, the girl starts applying the medicine with a cotton pad, while the brat acts spoiled and complains that it hurts. She does not fall for the drama and says he must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to have the nerve to reopen the wound like that. To cut off his joking mood, she threatens to call the chubby friend to finish applying the medicine, making Jiang Yu beg her to continue, claiming that the other guy is rough and clumsy. Annoyed by his little jokes, she gives his cheek a strong tug, complaining that he is badly behaved. She demands to know what really happened the day before, making it clear that she did not buy the robbery story. He tries to act like a hero of justice, but when she accuses him of being a compulsive liar, he tells the bizarre truth in a mocking tone, saying he killed a mutant in the shadow world and chatted with the night patrol. As expected, she does not believe a single word. While she starts wrapping the bandages back around his chest, he decides to change the subject and asks what time Uncle Lu came home the day before. Her answer, however, cuts through the mood instantly. The uncle simply did not come back. Jiang Yu lowers his eyes and comments that being part of the night patrol must be insanely hard work, having to work hard during the day and still do overtime on dangerous missions at night. Yao Yao listens to everything in complete silence. He knows very well how much the girl suffers ahead of time while worrying about her uncle's safety, since very few patrol members managed to retire peacefully. Uncle Lee ended up losing an entire arm in battle, and young Lin Mo died at only 20 years old. Even someone tough and strong like Uncle Lu ended up collecting heavy after effects and scars across his body, which completely blocked his evolution for the rest of his life. Yao Yao breaks the silence and suddenly asks if he plans to join the patrol if he passes the martial arts exam. Jiang Yu gets a little awkward, thoughtful, and defensive. To lighten the mood, he opens a a silly little smile and makes a terrible joke, asking if there are many pretty girls on the team. The girl loses it right away, turns red with anger, and tells him to shut up while digging her fingers into his cheek without any mercy. Jang Yu screams in pain, begging her to stop pinching him and asking for more gentleness, complaining that a girl should not act so brutally. Outside the room, the friends only hear the desperate screams and the thuds against the door, exchanging confused looks over the bizarre situation happening inside. Sometime later, after things calm down, everyone gathers in the room while Jang Yu laughs awkwardly, covered in red pinch marks across his neck and face. The two friends with glasses comment that yesterday's human steamroller does not match today's marked up Jang Yu at all. He laughs awkwardly, stretches his arms, and tells everyone to relax on the couch, swearing that he is not going to die. Once they are settled, the boy starts making the story bigger again, saying that yesterday he had only gone to the market to buy soy sauce, vinegar, and some random stuff when a suspicious guy ran by. Yao Yao crosses her arms with a bored look, muttering that he is getting full of himself again. As he gets into the lie and swears that 80 henchmen came out of the forest out of nowhere, Yao Yao gathers his torn clothes to throw them away before going to the market. Zhang Yu agrees, but suddenly his eyes widen when he remembers one crucial detail. He runs over in panic, shouting that he left something important in the pockets, but it is already too late. A package falls straight onto the floor right in front of everyone. The silence is painfully awkward when Yao Yao focuses her eyes on the feminine pad lying there. Her face darkens with a strange and scary smile as she demands to know why he was carrying that. Jiang Yu, red with embarrassment, tries to turn the situation around by saying he remembered her stomach pain from the day before and bought the package as a caring surprise. On the couch, the friends burst out laughing and already get their phones ready to spread the lovebird scandal to the whole class. Trying to keep up his nice guy act, he hands the package to her with a thumbs up, saying she can ask for anything in the future. Completely red and foaming with rage from the public humiliation, Yao Yao screams that she does not need anything. In the next second, she throws the pad with all the strength in the world straight at his forehead, sending the poor guy flying backward from the impact. Jiang Yu scratches the exact spot on his head where the pad hit him, complaining that Yao Yao got mad for absolutely no reason. Outside, his friends pick the package up from the floor, wave goodbye and say, "Stay strong, brother. We believe in you too," leaving the boy completely confused. With the house empty and no one around to bother him, he lets out a small sideways smile. He reaches out his hand and summons his shadow form once again. Dark energy instantly starts taking over his body. Black marks climb up his face, and his eyes gain a mystical glow. He gets ready to start a fun training session in the middle of the room. In the blink of an eye, the force pulls him into some kind of upside-down immersion. When he opens his eyes in that state, he notices something strange. Even though the place is supposed to be full of pollution, it feels completely comfortable. It is like he has stepped out of an industrial city and straight into open, endless fields. He notices that his life bar has gone up to 60%, and the pain in his stomach is completely gone. Determined, he spreads out his hands, now wrapped in lightning, and gets to work. Jiang Yu starts moving and jumps from side to side. The kid laughs excitedly and celebrates that he feels endless strength running through his whole body. Without wasting time, he drops to the floor and starts doing an insane set of push-ups, counting so fast that he passes 100 without even getting tired. The system notifies him on the screen that shadow form has been activated in the shadow layer, bringing a feeling of total freedom. As he keeps going with the exercise, Shadow Devour activates, raising his shadow points and giving him a small bonus to his physical strength. With all that energy, he shows off, saying he can easily do 1,000 push-ups for fun. But the room starts to feel way too small for training, so he decides to go outside and exercise properly. He crosses dimensions and reappears in an empty playground in the middle of the night. Looking at the buildings around him, he thinks out loud that if this were the real world, people would be raining down, begging to become his disciples. Fired up, he grabs an iron bar and starts training hard. Jiang Yu keeps having fun on the iron bar, spinning around and deciding that he will become the world champion of this exercise first. Meanwhile, far away from there, the mood grows heavy at the night patrol headquarters. The officers enter seriously for an emergency meeting. One of them reports that the fluctuations in the dark layer are completely abnormal and that pollution levels have shot up across a large area. Several squads have discovered similar cracks spread through the northern, southern, and eastern regions. A red-haired officer points out in the report that these disturbances are dangerously concentrated in residential areas. Uncle Lu listens to everything with clenched teeth and a tense expression on his face. At the table, the commander reviews recent data showing that unusual activities are becoming more and more frequent. He opens a folder with file photos and recalls that, in the last few days, 4 serious incidents have thrown people straight into the shadow layer. His face is filled with pure worry, because no one knows if these bizarre creatures will multiply and bring even more danger. The patrol leader stands up and warns that, near the abyssal rifts, the usual disturbances in the shadow layer are nothing. He looks at the team with a serious gaze and makes a dramatic comparison. If the shadow monsters are like wild beasts, then what comes out of the abyssal rifts is the real Godzilla, a colossal and destructive threat hanging over the city covered in purple purple lightning and deadly shadows. The commander tries to break the tension in the meeting, saying, "All right, let's all cheer up," to calm everyone down. He stresses that everything is still just suspicion, so no one needs to act like the sky is falling. Besides, he reminds them that the team has been ready for combat for a long time. The guards listen in complete silence while the reports are handed out. After the reading, the leader orders them to continue with the night reports. He says that right after that, they will discuss the list of patrol members who recently lost their lives. Once the meeting ends, Uncle Lou steps away and goes to the window to watch the city under the dark, heavy night sky. To relax, Uncle Lou pulls a pack from his pocket and puts what he thinks is a cigarette in his mouth, complaining that the enemies decided to cause trouble right around New Year. But when he tries to light it, he notices something wrong, widens his eyes, and lets out a very confused "what?" He looks closely and realizes it is a long cookie, muttering that that naughty girl swapped his cigarettes again. Laughing at the situation, he tosses the pack to his one-armed partner, who catches it in midair with impressive reflexes and lights a real cigarette. The partner tells him not to keep that gloomy face all the time and slides the pack back across the table. The partner offers the pack back, but Uncle Lou refuses right away, joking that he is afraid of getting lung cancer. The other man bursts out laughing, amused that such a tough guy would have that kind of fear, but then his tone changes. He knows his friend would not be hanging around the room at that hour for no reason, so he tells him to speak openly already. The subject soon shifts to the future of the new generation, while an emergency notification flashes on the screen about the mandatory special ability tests. The partner asks if Uncle Lou has already decided his daughter's path, whether she will go into extraordinary supernatural sciences or the humanities field. He says he would rather wait for the exam result, but his friend quickly follows up, wanting to know the plan for the other young man in the family, Jang Yu. The partner comments that the kid does not seem very honest and asks whether he will specialize in spiritual energy, strange creatures, or superhuman strength. To the man's surprise, Uncle Lou takes a drag and answers coldly that he does not want any of those options. He makes it clear that his plan is to send the boy to study normal humanities, far away from any extraordinary weirdness. The partner thinks it is a joke and warns that if the boy takes the test and qualifies, he will be legally required to follow the supernatural field. Uncle Lou does not want to hear it, crushes the cigarette butt under his boot on the floor, and firmly declares that he simply will not test the boy. Without giving any more explanations, he walks right past a secretary carrying a pile of papers and leaves the room, saying he is going out for a walk. A staff member stops Uncle Lou, apologizing for the interruption, and hands him a folder, saying it is a new notification coming directly from the shadow layer. He studies the document with interest. The report describes a new strange creature with the codename D29527, nicknamed the Respectful Shadow, that exercises intensely. The file explains that the being is completely black like a shadow, was seen in the Xingyue Residential Center, shows no signs of fatigue, and loves using workout equipment with low aggression. To make the tone even more comical, the document says the creature stops exercising and greets explorers when they approach. The woman explains that the creature has no record in the database and asks for the veteran's opinion. Since the risk was evaluated as low, Uncle Lou is left speechless, completely unable to believe how bizarre it is. Meanwhile, in the shadow layer itself, Jang Yu appears filming a giant, monstrous spider. In a totally mocking tone for his video, he says the creature is packed with protein, has tender meat, and that grilling it over high heat makes the hair come off easily, concluding that it does not taste like beef or lamb, but like spider. He has fun seeing that many people now make content about special abilities online, something that used to be forbidden. Suddenly, a holographic system screen appears out of nowhere, right in Jang Yu's face, giving him a huge scare. The panel details his rogue and assassin attributes, with a sinister warning that he needs to hunt in order to survive and evolve. Annoyed by the interruption, the boy complains, asking if the system is only good for trying to scare him with those messages. But right after that, he notices something strange in the area and stops abruptly. Suddenly, a blood-red warning appears on the system panel, informing him that his remaining lifespan is only 100 hours. Jang Yu goes into total shock, his eyes wide with fear, unable to believe that he has only a little more than 4 days left to live. He completely freaks out when he sees that bizarre countdown multiplying before his eyes and questions what is happening. He starts connecting the dots and realizes this must be the risk from opening the assassin page earlier. Trying to take a deep breath and avoid jumping to conclusions, he looks for a way to reverse the situation. From the system's description, it becomes obvious that he needs to keep hunting monsters to extend his life. In other words, either Jang Yu kills the strange creatures, or it is over for him. He carefully reads that life and death are in the hands of the assassin, and that immortality can be reached through this endless killing. Another bizarre detail says that even if his body disappears, he will continue existing in another form. He thinks this whole thing is a seriously disturbing joke, complaining that he will never be able to live in peace like this. Shrugging, he thinks that if things get rough and he cannot handle a monster alone. He will have to ask Mr. Lee for help. But looking at the giant spider sleeping deeply and blowing bubbles from its nose, Jang Yu decides the best option is to slice the creature right there and secure a few more hours of life. Thinking fast, the kid sees the perfect golden chance to record some videos and get famous online. Since his account is secret and was arranged by Mr. Lee directly with the night patrol, he has no fear of being tracked or discovered. He sets up his phone and fully transforms into a shadow, ready for action. He starts the livestream by introducing himself to everyone as Sao Yu, showing that he is alone, face to face with a giant and terrifying spider. The chat immediately starts blowing up with comments praising his cool style and courage, calling him majestic and powerful. Asking the audience for complete silence so the monster does not wake up, he slowly sneaks up behind the beast. For the kill, he pulls out a solid iron club, upgraded with several sharp metal pieces on the end, which cost him a ton of money. Suddenly, the spider wakes up with a bizarre jolt and lets out a terrifying roar, showing its sharp teeth. The scare is huge, and the boy's heart starts racing wildly in his chest. Even while standing right next to the creature, he realizes with relief that it cannot see him because of his hidden shadow form. His eyes glow intensely, and he activates his assassin skill to scan the spider's weak points. A red mark appears at the monster's base, and he smiles from ear to ear with a wicked look on his face, raising the heavy club to deliver a painful hit and end the creature's fun. Half an hour before that mess, the giant spider had been very calm, enjoying the peaceful environment. It thought to itself that it loved that place, without the insane pressure of the abyss and far away from those terrifying creatures. For a weak being like it, being careful was enough to survive just fine. A little while earlier, it had fought with a very ugly creature of the same species. Even though it came out injured, the fight ended up giving it a great meal. The spider only wanted to take a nap to fully recover its strength, but its sleep is cut short by a terrible scare. Its spider sense goes off right away, warning that there is a kid lurking nearby and aiming straight at it. Confused, the spider tries to look around, wondering where the invader went, since it felt his presence very close by. Seeing that the corner is no longer safe, it decides to change hiding spots so it can sleep in peace. But there is not even enough time to take the first step. It lets out a startled, "Huh?" right as Jang Yu's heavy club comes crashing down with full force and lands a direct hit. The impact creates a brutal explosion of electric energy that shatters the ground. With the monster's blood splashing everywhere, Jang Yu celebrates as he feels shadow points pouring intensely from his body. He realizes that hitting weak points is the key to releasing his full power. Smiling in the middle of the darkness, he calculates that the creature's life dropped to 40% after the bleeding, and he gets ready to land 2 more solid hits. But the monster fights back fast with a massive counterattack that strikes the boy with a devastating beam of light. Dust rises, but Jang Yu comes out intact and confident in his silhouette, teasing that it did not hurt at all. The spider makes a strange, furious clicking sound, but Jang Yu only celebrates because he aimed perfectly at the weak spot, making the creature keep losing blood non-stop. Instead of continuing a straight-up brawl, he activates Shadow Strike and dives straight under the ground, sneaking through the darkness like a thief. He understands that he does not need to fight head-on all the time. The plan now is to wait patiently like a hunter in the forest, then deliver the fatal blow to the prey. With a sinister smile on his face, he sets the rules of the game. The chase has begun. Meanwhile, the internet in the real world is blowing up with this supernatural wave. Scrolling through a phone screen, it is possible to see everything from a night patrol officer live streaming to explain low-level bizarre creatures to content creators showing hidden restaurants and doing mysterious tricks right from their bedrooms to gain followers. The live stream keeps playing on the screen while a white-haired girl watches everything while lying in bed. At first, she thinks the streaming community is totally boring and complains that nothing good has come out lately. But she is truly shocked when she sees Xiao Yu in action on the live stream straight from the shadow layer. On the screen, Xiao Yu explains in detail that the creature in front of him is called a shadow spider, an ancient, low-level demonic type from the abyss. He also warns everyone in the chat that the patterns on the monster's body release spiritual pollution, so no one should stare at the creature for too long. At first, the girl gets angry at the chat full of praise and flattering comments for the streamer. She complains that they are all a bunch of show-offs pretending on the internet, and starts typing angrily on her phone keyboard. But right after that, she sees the announcer mysteriously disappear into the darkness to dodge the spider's counterattack. After witnessing the disappearance live, her eyes shine brightly, and she becomes completely fascinated, blushing with excitement. She wonders in awe if that guy is actually some kind of exceptional being. A smile appears on her face as she excitedly concludes that things are getting more and more interesting there. Jang Yu reappears attacking from above, dropping straight toward the monster with full force. He gives a violent stomp to boost the attack, unleashing a crushing blow that makes the spider scream in pain as a huge wave of energy explodes, breaking the ground around them and raising a curtain of smoke. When the dust settles, the spider tries to react and look for the enemy, but it is surprised by a light touch right on its face. In the blink of an eye, the boy appears right beside it on the livestream, throwing up a peace sign with his fingers and shamelessly teasing, "He is right here!" The creature starts firing desperate blasts, but Jiang Yu dodges every beam with insane speed, slipping away while mocking the monster and saying it is way too weak, even though it has 8 legs to move around with. Watching everything from her room, the white-haired girl completely loses it on the bed. She starts rolling around in the blanket, totally red and excited, thinking the guy is so fast and incredibly handsome. Annoyed at being played like a fool, the spider fully snaps and spits out a massive jet of poisonous purple slime, melting the ground wherever it lands. The spider pours that sea of toxic purple slime all over the floor, creating a huge puddle that bubbles and corrodes everything around it. The creature laughs loudly in a mocking tone, thinking it is completely safe inside its own acid territory. But Jiang Yu is not shaken at all and mocks it back, asking if it really thought it would stay protected by flooding the floor with that disgusting mess. With a jolt, the monster looks up and gets a huge scare when it sees the boy at the top of a tall building, wrapped in a bright blue electric aura. With a sinister and ruthless look, Jiang Yu arrogantly warns that no place in the world is ever completely free from shadows. Right after that, he drops from above like a real lightning bolt cutting through the night sky. The beast desperately tries to spit more poison to defend itself, but the attack fails miserably. Jiang Yu says he can move freely inside the darkness itself, teleporting and leaping through the air with extreme agility. He proves himself as the hunter who emerges from the blackness. He pulls out his energized club and drops down, slicing through everything for the final blow, throwing a super dramatic catchphrase into the livestream and saying that the endless slaughter has clouded his memories, and now he only remembers his own name. The mercy strike lands perfectly, driving the electric club straight into the shadow spider's wide-open mouth as it lets out one last choked whimper before falling defeated. In the middle of the monster's purple splashes, Jiang Yu finishes his catchphrase with his eyes shining in the dark. With the prey subdued, he reaches out his hand and activates the shadow swallow skill, summoning a dark mass that wraps around and completely absorbs the creature's remains right there in the street. The aura of blue lightning slowly pulls back as the boy adjusts his cape in the wind. He calmly declares the end of the live stream, announcing that the hunt is over. The live chat explodes completely, with the audience in shock, asking if that was a real superhero movie or just special effects, while several people gossip and declare their love for Brother Yu. On the other side of the screen, the white-haired girl almost throws her phone into the air from so much excitement. She lies on her stomach on the bed with her eyes glowing gold, laughing and repeating how exciting it all is and how it has been ages since she watched something that incredible. Without wasting a second, she opens his profile, named The Killer Yu, and firmly taps the follow button, determined not to miss a single detail from this new content creator who just shook up the internet. The excited fan wastes no time and immediately sends a direct message in the Killer Yu group, asking if she can add 1 star to an assassination mission, while offering a very high reward. Meanwhile, the system file reveals the details of the Shadow Spider, a low-level ancient demon-type abyssal creature, full of dangerous tricks like shooting webs and spitting acid. Jiang Yu looks at the notification and lets out a sigh, a little disappointed to discover that he defeated only a common level 1 monster when he thought he had faced a seriously powerful enemy. Jiang Yu stretches, feeling the tiredness hit him, and admits there is still a huge gap in strength between him and these sinister creatures, but at least he secured the new Shadow Strike skill. Looking at his phone screen, he is shocked to see that the live stream reached 1.5 million viewers and gets completely excited by the success. Smiling from ear to ear, he ends the broadcast on a high note, saying that is all for today and that he will leave a mystery in the air to stir up the audience's hunger. Right after that, he starts testing his new powers and notices a black line of energy in his hands, wondering if that is the so-called Shadow Silk. Excited, he fires it straight at the wall of a tall building to see what happens. The web pulls the boy upward with a violent burst, making him let out a huge scream of surprise as he flies through the sky. He finds the whole situation hilarious and bursts out laughing, shouting like a total goof that he is Spider-Man now, until he completely loses control and smashes his face straight into the building wall with a loud crash. After that ugly hit against the building wall, Jiang Yu falls badly and complains with a hand on his back, admitting that it hurt a lot and that he needs to train more with this Shadow Silk. When Jiang Yu checks the floating system panel, he sees that his remaining lifespan is only 7 days and complains that defeating the spider only added 3 days to his life, way less than he expected. Looking down at the city below, he gets worried. With only 1 week left, and knowing these monsters do not just show up every day, things will get rough if he cannot find them in time. Suddenly, the system lets out a warning sound, saying his fame has spread and new hunter powers have been unlocked. The first new skill is Mark, which highlights prey, finds weak spots, and causes heart palpitations and fear in the enemy. The system warns that this marking uses energy, lasts only 1 second at a time, and may end up revealing his position to the target, so he needs to use it carefully. The other big advantage is Hunt, which gives a bizarre bonus to agility and strength when he captures the marked target, permanently improving his attributes if he wins the fight. Jiang Yu keeps a hand over his mouth, completely confused by this whole thing about unlocking unlocking powers based on his bad reputation. He wonders when his negative fame started spreading like this. But then it clicks right away when he looks at the panel showing the huge success of 1.5 million views. With his eyes shining inside the dark silhouette, Jang Yu finally realizes that this whole bizarre turn of events happened because of the live stream he just did for the internet. With a confident smile, he starts coming up with his plan. He thinks that all he needs to do is hunt different kinds of monsters, edit the videos, collect abilities, and unlock new powers. With that chain of actions, his strength and abilities will rise to unbelievable levels. Fired up, he decides to work overtime that same night. Wrapped in his blue lightning aura, he jumps from a light pole to begin the search. Along the way, a red target signal flashes in front of his eyes with a system click. He finally finds what he was looking for, a new humanoid and muscular creature wrapped in purple energy. With his eyes glowing intensely in the darkness, he charges forward without hesitation, declaring the beginning of another hunt. The next day, back in the real world, Jang Yu is calmly eating breakfast at home when his friend arrives by surprise and squeezes his cheek hard, making him almost spit out his food in shock. Sitting on the bedroom floor, he complains in pain while she takes care of his injuries. Angry, she gives him a serious scolding, asking why he was not honest, why he did not stay home, and who the hell he went around fighting in the street. The two sit down on the couch, and Jang Yu tries to play dumb, puffing out his cheeks while muttering that he went out to be a hero and that Yao Yao should not talk about things she does not understand. His friend does not buy the excuse, looks at him with suspicion, and asks what kind of hero lives covered in wounds every single day. While she wipes his face with cotton, she accuses him of just showing off without having any real skill. Jang Yu smiles slightly and thinks he could heal himself in the blink of an eye with his shadow form, but he chose to keep the injuries just so he could enjoy her taking care of him. She notices his silence and asks what he is mumbling about by himself. To cover it up, the boy takes a sip of water and immediately changes the subject, suggesting they go to the movies to see if there is anything good playing. She checks the options on her phone screen and rejects the idea, saying there are only bad movies and nothing worth watching. But then she opens an excited smile when she mentions that she recently found a very interesting channel online. Jang Yu gets curious right away and asks, "A content creator?" His friend says she will show him and stretches out her phone. The moment he looks at the screen, he sees the recording of his own live stream with the title, "You, an assassin with memory loss from the shadows," and gets so shocked that he spits all the water to the side. She finds his exaggerated reaction strange and asks what is wrong and why he got so worked up. Breaking into a cold sweat, he tries to cover it up by wiping his mouth and asks if she has been watching that video a lot. The girl excitedly says the content went viral and hit the trending topics in only 2 days, turning this so-called You into the most popular supernatural influencer on the internet. Jang Yu gives an awkward laugh, scratching his head and saying that is impressive. But then he fishes for information, asking if it would not be illegal to spread that kind of supernatural knowledge, while nervously thinking that he might end up becoming a target of the Night Watchers for getting famous too quickly. His friend calmly explains that what cannot be revealed is essential knowledge, and that the basic stuff shown in the video does not cause that much impact. She pulls the boy by the arm so he can look more closely, pointing at the animated screen. Look, this is his video where he really fights the mutants." She suggests that, since he is interested in the supernatural, he should start following the channel. Right after that, she scrolls down the page and shows that there is already another post about him, but made by a fan. Jang Yu watches everything in silence, with his golden eyes wide open, unable to believe the bizarre scale his hunt has reached online. Using the success of the video as a hook, Jang Yu's friend strikes a cocky pose and casually wonders if she should also record and post some content to get famous on the internet. Jang Yu does not miss the chance to tease her and immediately mocks her, asking if she is going to dress up like a schoolgirl and dance in the shadow world. She turns red with anger, tells him to go kick rocks, and says she was actually going to make videos explaining the supernatural universe. The boy shrugs and fires back with a cynical smile, doubting she could compete with the experienced veterans of the night patrol just by reading a few basic things on the internet. Then he points his finger and gives a serious warning, telling her not to go around dressed like that because she could end up attracting stalkers. He also drops a very mysterious comment, saying that last time he ended up losing one, leaving the girl intrigued and suspicious, but the game flips in the blink of an eye. With a weird angry expression, she appears behind him in a snap and pulls out a pistol, pressing the barrel of the gun straight into the boy's back. She shouts furiously, asking if all those injuries on his body were actually from a beating he took because he was chasing girls in the street. Jang Yu freezes on the spot, raises both hands and screams desperately that it was just a bad little joke. After a tense click from the gun, he begs for mercy by calling her Officer Liu, but she does not want to hear any excuses and declares the maximum punishment. As payback for being an idiot, he has to go straight to the kitchen and make her dinner. As soon as Jang Yu finally manages to get rid of his friend, he throws himself back onto the couch with a relieved sigh. He grabs his phone to check his private messages and smiles when he sees how many notifications have piled up in such a short time, thinking he really is getting famous. But his expression changes to pure confusion right after that. The chat starts popping off with a aggressive messages saying he was exposed by someone called @RealDeal and that his videos are fake. Intrigued by the haters accusing him of being just a scam editor, Jang Yu clicks on a link someone sent to see what it is about. On the screen, a bald, sturdy man appears, fanning himself with a hand fan and claiming that he is going to expose the internet fraud. The man starts analyzing Jang Yu's livestream frame by frame on his computer screen. He points out that the lack of continuity in the footage and the blurry backgrounds prove that everything was edited to hide fake parts. Jang Yu watches it in outrage, muttering that the guy is just a cooking influencer trying to ride the wave of his success, and that he only cut out a few embarrassing parts of the fight. The bald guy continues the video, puffing out his chest and claiming to be a real member of the Night Patrol who got tired of killing monsters in the past and knows how to spot a clown from far away. Jang Yu scrolls to the comments section and sees the public divided. Some defend him by saying the editing does not make the monster fake, but most people fall for the haters' bait, praising this brother Dao as the true boss of the patrol. Instead of stressing out, Jang Yu runs a hand through his black hair and gives a mocking smile. He remembers that back when he drew comics, he also dealt with annoying people trying to make the rules. Relaxed, he simply concludes calmly that, in the end, only when the tide goes out will everyone see who was really swimming naked. Jang Yu stretches hard on the couch and decides that, since people are calling his video a lie, the way to prove otherwise is to hunt another mutant and earn a few more days of life. He smiles slightly, but says he first needs to deal with one serious thing involving the internet hater. The boy gets ready to enter the shadow world with everything he has, determined to show who the nightmare hunter is, the one who truly terrifies real enemies. Already in the shadow dimension, Jang Yu appears holding a tiny camera and clips it firmly onto his coat to record the real proof. Observing the scene from the top of a building, he notices that the place seems emptier than the day before, since the area renews itself from time to time. Suddenly, his eyes shine when he spots a strange purple hooded creature. He realizes the monster is hiding in wait to ambush other mutants and gives a wicked smile, grabbing a baseball bat to teach it how a real ambush is done. Starting the chase, Jang Yu jumps with agility across the rooftops and stops at the edge of a high structure. But right when he tries to focus, his stomach lets out a loud, hungry growl. Trying to keep his cool and stay firm so he does not mess up, the so-called merciless assassin ends up having to walk down the internal stairs of the building's skeleton very slowly, completely breaking the epic mood of the hunt. Jang Yu sneaks closer to the hooded mutant, whose purple skull head shows off sharp teeth. Without wasting time, he activates his new skill and mentally gives the marking command. At that same moment, a bright beam crosses over the target, leaving the monster completely disoriented and seized by sudden fear. The boy gets excited when he sees that the effect worked perfectly, and notices that the enemy looks a lot like that scythe monster from before, just in a clearly evolved version. But Jang Yu is not shaken. Wrapped in blue energy flames, he says that he has evolved too, and raises his weapon with full force to unleash the devastating strike of the 6th staff technique, Rising Dragon. The hit is violent, and drains the creature's life bar straight down to 45%. The monster backs away in fury and counterattacks by releasing a destructive burst of purple energy across the ground, but Jang Yu pushes off and jumps high to escape the impact. In the air, he takes advantage of the perfect opening to start the final blow. With the system confirming that the hunt has begun, he gains an insane bonus of strength and agility for 1 second, letting him tear the target apart and secure his rewards. Jang Yu charges from above with his staff loaded with blue lightning, crashing straight toward the hooded monster, but the creature reacts way too fast, blocking the strike with brutal force that makes the boy recoil in the air with a snap of surprise. The purple mutant floats in a threatening way, stretching out its colossal claws while the young man manages to regain his balance and land on the ground below. Without giving the boy time to breathe, the monster unleashes a massive slash of energy that tears through the whole scene from top to bottom, forcing Jang Yu to dodge at the very limit. Then the creature opens a bizarre and grotesque huge mouth, splitting its face into jaws full of sharp teeth. It releases a piercing roar that sends circular shockwaves through the air, hitting the hunter directly. The young man's head starts spinning instantly, making him realize with tension that the opponent is also able to launch mental attacks to stun him. Taking advantage of the weakness, the mutant crosses its arms and fires a devastating double blast in the shape of an X. Jang Yu is hit by the violent impact, spits a little saliva from the blow, and gets thrown back, ending up on one knee on the ground amid the smoke, fully on guard, so he does not get finished off. Jang Yu coughs a little and wipes his mouth, impressed by the strength of the hit he just took. He notices that the sequence took no less than 34% of his life all at once, leaving him with 66%. The mutant charges with everything, but the boy quickly figures out the opponent's fighting style and realizes he is dealing with a classic assassin. It causes absurd damage and is super agile, but in exchange, it is very fragile. Knowing that, he gives a small sideways smile and decides he needs to use a strategy. He starts jumping from side to side around the scene to provoke the enemy, dodging the glittering claws that explode the ground. Acting completely cocky, he says, hey, you can't hit him, Tilda," while making making the monster waste energy for nothing. The creature becomes furious and charges blindly with rage to deliver a finishing blow. But that is exactly what the boy wanted. He draws the attack in and makes the monster get stuck, completely vulnerable and in shock. With a satisfied smile, Jang Yu mocks it, saying the idiot fell right into the trap. He plants his foot firmly and releases his electric energy with full force, declaring that no matter how skilled the mutant is, it cannot escape from there and cannot fight back at all. The villain is swallowed by a crushing sequence of blue lightning explosions that punish its entire body, turning the fight around completely. Caught in the middle of the lightning storm, the mutant roars that this is its territory and that the boy will not escape with his wings cut. But Jang Yu does not even blink, dodging the worn-out trick with a confident smile and declaring that the creature does not stand a chance. He moves forward, releasing a frantic sequence of electric punches that bombard the enemy without mercy. The impact is so brutal that the purple skeleton-like shell starts cracking all over. Jang Yu gathers all his blue energy to deliver the mercy blow and shouts for the monster to die already, raising his fists in fury. But with a sudden snap, a mysterious force interrupts the attack with a sharp command to stop, freezing the boy's hands just inches away from the target. Panting and breaking into a cold sweat, Jang Yu steps back in confusion, unable to understand who or what stopped his strike. That is when the monster's grotesque mask shatters completely, revealing a human face with glowing purple eyes underneath. Screaming in shock as he recognizes Jang Yu as the Night Watcher, Jang Yu freezes on the spot, his mind boiling with questions. How did that man, who had been taken away by the Night Watchers before, end up there, transformed into that bizarre freak? Panic takes over the transformed man, and he lets out a desperate scream as a strange purple mist starts swallowing him completely. He begs for help and quickly warns that he has something crucial to reveal. Seeing how serious the situation is, Jang Yu runs toward him, shouting for him to stop, but the smoke simply evaporates into the air, leaving only the silence of the night. Frustrated and exhausted, the young man lets out a long sigh while trying to catch his breath. A nervous, unbelieving laugh escapes his mouth in the middle of all that madness. The system panel appears on the screen just to rub salt in the wound, notifying him that even though he entered the shadow world with the excitement of a natural-born hunter, the prey escaped at the very last second, resulting in a failed hunt. To make the situation worse, the system releases a very sinister warning while he walks alone through the empty streets. The message makes it clear that continuously failing these missions will drastically weaken his strength and may even reduce his remaining lifespan. Deep down, Jang Yu knows very well that the only way for the hunter to gain more control over life and death is to stay active, level up, and gain fame. But in that moment, a mix of anger and exhaustion takes over him, giving him that uncomfortable feeling that life is only about this now. He catches himself wondering if it is really worth continuing to hunt. If he slips up, the only thing left is to wait for death, and that thought keeps hammering non-stop in his head as he watches the empty city. With his blood boiling, he releases his frustration with a violent punch covered in blue lightning against a metal structure. He shouts angrily at the system to stop pressuring him, tired of carrying so much weight on his back. Running a hand through his hair, he tries to process the absurd thing he just witnessed. A guy who sacrificed himself like a hero to save others, ending up like that, transformed into a horrifying monster. He stares at his own reflection, and a very dark question appears in his mind. If he dies there, will he also turn into one of those bizarre creatures? But there is no turning back now. The path has already been chosen. Wrapped in electric sparks and with his eyes glowing blue, Jang Yu focuses his gaze and declares to himself that he has to keep hunting, no matter what it costs. He pulls out his phone to track the next target, staying firm in East Zone 1 of the Cloud Sea Desert. Jang Yu reaches the exact spot and remembers that the news kept talking about constant anomalies there. With a small sideways smile and surrounded by his blue lightning, he thinks out loud that he will have no trouble at all finding real prey in that area. He activates the dark pupil skill and gets ready to scan the whole perimeter with everything he has. The boy jumps with agility and lands with a firm thud on top of an abandoned structure, keeping his electric aura fully on guard. Looking around, he immediately notices that this area has way more anomalies than the place he came from, but most of them seem pretty cowardly, hiding inside the ruined buildings without the guts to show themselves. Suddenly, the young man's eyes shine when he notices a different detail on the farthest rooftop. He realizes there is a creature there that decided not to hide like the others. In the same second, he focuses directly on the target and feels the mutant's absurd pressure. A horned, monstrous creature, wrapped in devastating purple lightning. Jang Yu locks his eyes on it, tense and excited, concluding that this guy is truly strong. Jang Yu notices that the giant mutant's legs are completely wrecked and that its life bar is very low. The boy opens a confident smile under his electric aura, thinking this is the golden chance and that he cannot fail this time no matter what. He starts moving quietly through the shadows of the scene, circling behind the monster, but the creature, bulky and bizarre, looking a lot like Maharaga with those horns and intimidating build, proves to be way too agile, leaving the boy surprised by its level of awareness. The monster starts sniffing the air, showing an extremely sharp sense of smell. Jang Yu realizes that the red points on the enemy's body have weakened because it is on guard, so he decides to be patient and wait for an opening. As soon as the brute relaxes for 1 second, Jiang Yu gives the marking command and locks his aim with a red glow in his eye, ready to pounce. After spending the whole night in that insane hunt, the sky finally starts getting bright. The pink-haired girl is still in the kitchen, working at the stove, when she hears the door open. Thinking it is her partner, she already asks for help carrying things, but she gets startled when she comes face to face with her father and Uncle Lee, a super muscular man covered in scars. Her father immediately drops that classic joke, asking if she is cooking for Jiang Yu again, and teasing that the daughter he raised has basically become part of another family. Embarrassed, she gives a small laugh and lightly complains that her father only knows how to pick on her. The mood in the kitchen becomes relaxed while they decide what to do. Her father finds it strange that Uncle Lee got off work so early, and the big man suggests they all go to a restaurant to enjoy the reunion, but the young woman says dinner is already almost ready. Excited for the homemade feast, Uncle Lee sits at the table, eager to taste her cooking, and asks about the boy. She dodges the question, saying he must have gone out for a walk, which makes the uncle complain that it is ridiculous for the kid to disappear and leave the girl cooking by herself. Right in the middle of the scolding, the door opens with a dramatic bang. Jiang Yu staggers in, making a huge scene about how he is almost dying of hunger and begging to see what is on the menu. To soften the girl's heart, he gives a huge smile and shows her a colorful lollipop he bought for her. Full of himself, he says he was almost bitten by a huge dog in the street just to secure her favorite candy, and he even takes the chance to tease her by asking why she sent so many messages and whether she was already missing him. Silence fills the kitchen while everyone stares at Jiang Yu with very serious faces. Breaking the ice in the worst possible way, his stomach lets out a loud, hungry growl, making the boy instantly shove the lollipop into his pocket. Completely embarrassed, Jiang Yu gives an awkward smile and tries to justify himself, laughing nervously and saying it was all a misunderstanding, since he got a little dizzy after running so much from a stray dog. Seeing the boy's embarrassment, the big man calls him over to sit at the table and tells him to forget the paranoia so he does not ruin the dinner mood. He puts a hand on Jiang Yu's shoulder and starts laughing, saying that fighting is the most normal thing in the world and that a young man who does not throw hands once in a while cannot even be considered young. The boy can only break into a cold sweat and swallow nervously during the lecture. Lu Yao's father pours a drink and joins the mood, remembering that back in their day, they also got into fights over the girls they liked. But then the old man decides to drop a bomb into the conversation and asks about a girl in a skirt he saw walking with Jiang Yu recently. When he hears the name Yu Zhou'er, the father even praises the girl, saying she is beautiful and delicate, and that back in his day, he would have accepted getting hurt for someone like that. While the old man raises his glass for a toast, Lu Yao huffs in anger with her cheeks full of food, practically blowing smoke out of her ears from pure jealousy. Jiang Yu looks at the furious girl and thinks Uncle Lu really knows how to bring up a sensitive subject at the worst possible time. To end the torture, the big man tells him to stop spacing out and toast already. Jiang Yu raises his glass with an awkward smile toward Uncle Lu, thinking deep down that those two old guys teamed up on purpose just to mess with him. Jiang Yu drinks the whole glass of juice in one go, while Lu Yao's father drinks his while keeping an eye on the boy, thinking he will let him show off for now. The young man insists that Uncle Lu eat more, reminding him that this is a rare chance since he almost never stays home, and he also praises the delicious food that Yao Yao prepared with so much care. With a cynical smile on his face, Jiang Yu pokes at him a little more, and comments that with the old man gone, Yao Yao must practice cooking for him all the time, which explains why she has so much talent. Her father almost chokes on the spot, and shouts that this is the biggest lie, since he only lives on delivery food when he is home. He even exposes his daughter, saying she always runs straight to Jiang Yu's side, serving the kid in every possible way, while the girl hides behind her food bowl, dying of embarrassment. Satisfied with the provocation, Jiang Yu celebrates mentally, saying he won this round and enjoying the old man's irritated face. The three men raise their glasses in a general toast, wishing success and recognizing everyone's hard work. As soon as dinner ends, Yao Yao and her father say goodbye in the hallway, saying they will see each other tomorrow, and the old man leaves while muttering a very dry goodbye. The door closes with a firm thud. Alone in the living room with the big man, Jiang Yu grabs a bottle of water and offers him something to drink, but Uncle Lu calmly refuses. The big guy throws himself onto the couch with a heavy sigh while the boy turns up the bottle to quench the thirst that built up over the night. The mood in the room suddenly changes, becoming tense and heavy when Uncle Lu's expression turns completely serious. Jiang Yu is still trying to recover from the exhaustion when Uncle Lu, with a piercing stare, decides to cut through the light mood. Without beating around the bush, he asks a direct question, wanting to know if the young man has finally awakened his abilities. The boy, who was calmly drinking his water, freezes immediately and reacts with visible shock. The room, which just a moment ago seemed like a simple family gathering gains a completely different weight because of how serious that question is. Jiang Yu tried to play dumb and kept turning the water bottle in his hands, using the oldest excuse in the book as he asked what this so-called awakening ability was supposed to be, but Uncle Lee was not buying it at all. He put on a cold expression, showed off his scars, and reminded the boy that he had worked for the night patrol for 20 years. The veteran warned that he could recognize any kind of wound with a single glance and demanded to know when it had happened. With no way out and sweating from nervousness, Jiang Yu sat down on the couch and admitted that it had happened about 2 weeks earlier. The big man immediately wanted to know how the awakening had happened, but Jiang Yu gave him a defensive little smile and asked whether the conversation had suddenly turned into a police interrogation. The man relaxed a little, pulled out a cigarette, and told him there was no reason to be so nervous because he only needed to explain it normally. Scratching his chin, Jiang Yu pretended to know nothing and claimed that the power had suddenly awakened on its own. Uncle Lee considered his answer and explained that a natural awakening was extremely rare, happening to only a handful of people every year, but the boy joked that it was probably just his natural talent. That was when the mood became truly tense. In the blink of an eye, the big man released his own terrifying energy, leaving Jiang Yu shocked as he felt the pressure of the man's power filling the room. Glancing at the clock, Uncle Lee became serious about the danger and warned that they were searching for extraordinary talents that year. Anyone with an acceptable level of willpower would be forced to take the martial exam. Jiang Yu mentioned that Yao Yao had already told him about it, which surprised the older man because even the girl already knew her father's secrets. Uncle Lee explained that the Night Patrol Bureau was under unbelievable pressure and that the number of casualties kept rising every year. Thinking about the boy's safety, he offered him another path. He could use his influence to help Jiang Yu skip the dangerous martial exam and take the regular college entrance exam later. Jiang Yu stared at him in disbelief, shocked that the older man was openly suggesting such a shady arrangement. The veteran remained completely calm with the cigarette still burning between his fingers, crossed his legs and started listing several major universities. Knowing that the boy enjoyed drawing comics, he even suggested an art college, making Jiang Yu realize just how powerful and well-connected his uncle really was. Pushing his luck, Jiang Yu asked whether the man could simply get him a diploma without making him attend school. Uncle Lee instantly exploded, shouted that the boy's next step might as well be going straight to heaven, and nearly smacked the side of his head. Returning to the serious topic, Uncle Lee advised the boy to enter Winter Academy because it had a good learning environment. He promised that after graduation he would find Jiang Yu a stable job so he could live a peaceful life beside Yao Yao. Jiang Yu listened silently, covering his face as he thought about everything under the older man's watchful eyes. With determination shining in his eyes, the young man stood his ground and declared that he still wanted to try becoming an extraordinary. Uncle Lee finally lost his patience, let out a massive shout, and ordered the boy to obey him for once before releasing a heavy sigh. However, Jiang Yu was not intimidated. He pointed at the older man and warned that if his uncle tried using any shady tricks to protect him from the exam, he would personally report him to the patrol bureau. The veteran completely froze, staring at him in shock and unable to believe the nerve behind that threat. Uncle Lee stared at the boy with complete seriousness, making it clear that he was not joking. He warned that the world of the extraordinaries was far more dangerous than Jiang Yu could ever imagine, and ordered him to focus only on his studies, promising that he would handle everything else. But the young man refused to back down and answered with the same serious attitude. He argued that danger existed everywhere, and bluntly reminded the older man that he would never be able to protect him forever. Faced with that stubborn attitude, the huge man released another heavy sigh, looking partly defeated. He gave in a little and said he would wait to see whether the boy regretted his choice after finally understanding the truth of that world. Still, he left the door open by telling Jiang Yu that if he changed his mind before his second to last year of school, he could come to him at any time. Jiang Yu could not resist taking another shot at him and suggested that his uncle should stop using crooked methods before he eventually got caught. The veteran only shrugged, muttered that he was going home, and started preparing to leave. Before Uncle Lee could walk through the door, Jiang Yu asked him to wait because he had an important question. He remembered something Yao Yao had told him, explaining that extraordinaries needed to drain all their power before dying to prevent contamination and transformation into another species. The boy then asked whether someone could die, use up every bit of energy, and still somehow turn into a monster. Uncle Lee's expression became even darker after hearing the question. He confirmed that it was possible, and explained that special abilities or outside interference could cause exactly that kind of strange situation. Jiang Yu swallowed hard as he connected that information to the mutant he had fought. Growing suspicious, Uncle Lee asked why the boy had suddenly become curious about something like that, but Jiang Yu immediately covered it up. He scratched his head with an awkward smile and claimed that it was just a silly question. While putting on his shoes, the veteran concluded that since the boy had chosen the martial exam, he would eventually run into those disturbing things sooner or later anyway. Uncle Lee said goodbye at the door and left one final warning, telling Jiang Yu to get some rest early and stop picking fights everywhere. Before stepping outside, he dropped one more shocking piece of news. The martial exam had been moved forward that year, and would begin shortly after the Lunar New Year. Jiang Yu was stunned by how soon it would happen, but the veteran only told him to prepare properly before leaving him alone and deep in thought inside the living room. Somewhere else in the city, a silver-haired girl was lying on her bed when her phone lit up with a notification. The blogger she followed had just uploaded a new video. She celebrated excitedly, but her smile quickly disappeared when she scrolled down and saw the comments filled with haters. They accused the creator of using editing tricks to gain easy fame from the night patrol's work. Furious and practically steaming with anger as she defended the talent of her beloved brother Yu, she began typing angry replies to the jealous commenters. However, discouragement soon hit her. Sitting alone on the floor of her bedroom, she sincerely hoped that he was not really a fraud. Praying that the upload was not just an apology video, she pressed play and was met with a disturbing warning across the black screen stating that anyone who failed to hunt would die. The video opened with a view from the top of an enormous skyscraper, where a dark and mysterious silhouette stood right at the edge of the deadly drop, completely locked onto her phone screen. The silver-haired girl was amazed by how real every detail looked, feeling as though she were standing face to face with the danger herself. Without any warning, the man suddenly jumped into the empty air. The girl was badly startled and panicked, screaming as the camera plunged into a wild freefall. The rush was so intense that she shut her eyes, only to open them again a moment later with her heart pounding. At the final second, the hero fired a cable with perfect timing and began a spectacular acrobatic swing between the buildings. Imagining herself holding tightly onto his back, the girl turned completely red and became fascinated by his calm attitude, wondering whether he was truly a superhuman. The excitement did not last long. Without warning, a massive energy beam tore through the night and struck the man directly, blasting apart the street below. In the middle of the bright explosion, a huge glowing green claw appeared and entered the battle, leaving the girl completely terrified as the fight grew more intense. The strange creature glowed with a ghostly green color and released a horrifying roar, revealing an enormous mouth filled with sharp teeth. Without wasting a second, the shadowy warrior stretched out his hand and summoned blades made of pure blue energy. He launched himself down from above and released a storm of lightning directly onto the enemy. Watching with her face close to the screen, the silver-haired girl became completely fascinated, her cheeks turning red from excitement as the brutal street fight continued. The hero landed an electrified flying kick directly against the monster's face, while the creature tried to answer with a heavy and violent strike. The girl hugged herself from pure excitement, amazed by what real battles against alien species looked like. To her, the effects were far too perfect and realistic to be fake. On the screen, the creature charged forward in a burst of rage and tore apart the pavement, but it suddenly fell into a trap and hesitated in fear. In the blink of an eye, the warrior appeared directly behind the monster and delivered a deadly slash that made the creature scream in pain, showing the strength of a true fighter from the northern capital. With the enemy defeated and green slime dripping from his hand, the hero activated a dark technique called Shadow Devourer. He absorbed the remains of the monster while the girl watched in complete shock. As she continued watching, the silver-haired girl completely lost her mind over the discovery. She figured out that the mysterious warrior could absorb alien creatures and steal their abilities, exactly as he had done with the spider webs. Far away from her, the reality was far less impressive. Jiang Yu tossed his dirty clothes into a basket and stared at his injuries in the bathroom mirror, complaining about how badly that little adventure had hurt. As he wrapped bandages around his torso to cover the wounds, he admitted to himself that the monsters in that area were far too strong. He understood that he had only won because the enemy had already been badly weakened. Suddenly, his phone beeped on top of the counter. When he opened the screen, he saw a bald content creator named Di Dao, who immediately began tearing apart the recording and claimed that he had found clear signs of editing and digital changes. Di Dao pointed at the monster's claws in the video and mocked the fight, claiming that anyone with even a tiny amount of energy could have won because the alien was already near death. He also questioned why a real extraordinary would waste time on such pointless missions. Filled with anger, Jiang Yu snorted and immediately turned off the phone. Still furious, the young man paced around the bedroom while insulting the creator and calling him unbearable. However, after throwing himself onto the bed, he swallowed his pride and admitted that his current level was still low. He knew that fighting a first-grade alien would be a serious struggle. With determination shining in his eyes, he decided that he needed to become stronger as quickly as possible so nobody would ever dare question his abilities again. Right after that, his own status screen appeared and displayed all of his shadow techniques, along with an painfully honest evaluation that left him completely embarrassed. According to the screen, he looked strong but was actually weak. Jiang Yu became furious over being called weak and started punching a pillow with an arrogant expression. He complained that he was now 100 times stronger than Yao Yao and could easily beat 50 versions of Uncle Lee without the slightest problem. After his little outburst ended, he dropped onto the couch and admitted that his current level still was not enough. He needed much more power, especially because he had collected several new abilities during his recent battles. Looking at his own hand wrapped in dark mist, Jiang Yu thought about how his system worked. At first, he had believed that shadow points worked like like experience points, but he had realized they were closer to pure energy points. Each power used a different amount to activate. Shadow weaving consumed 3 points, shadow eyes used only 1, and deadly attacks or hunting marks had their own costs. As he controlled the energy with ease, he also studied his shadow form, which only worked well in certain situations. If he stayed inside the shadow layer, it cost nothing. In dark places in the real world, it used very little energy. However, if he tried using it under direct sunlight, his points disappeared almost instantly. While recovering, he focused on the fact that the qualification test was already right around the corner. He walked out onto the balcony and stared at the moon and the city buildings. After doing the math, Jiang Yu concluded that normal prodigies could not come close to the amount of energy he had, and that his current strength was already more than enough to show off and intimidate anyone. A bird crossed the night sky, bringing back the old idea that the tallest tree was always the first one knocked down by the wind. It was a warning about the danger of showing off too much and attracting unwanted attention. However, humility was nowhere near Jiang Yu's mind. He pointed toward the sky, laughed like a villain, and decided that he would show off all of his power during the test. After all, with Uncle Lee behind him to handle any trouble, he was not afraid of anything. Jiang Yu finished by shouting his laughter from the balcony, while the downstairs neighbor, who had been taking care of his plants, stopped everything and stared at him like he was looking at a complete madman. Down below, the neighbor kept watering the plants while complaining that the kid upstairs had finally lost his mind after all that loud bragging. Meanwhile, morning arrived, and Jiang Yu woke up completely exhausted, looking so worn out that it was almost painful to see. Later, the torture moved to a different place. He and his chubby friend ended up at the mall, forced to carry bags and keep the girls company while they shopped. Yao Yao and her glasses-wearing friend were extremely excited as they searched through the clothing racks, while the pink-haired girl jokingly complained that they had promised to stay for only 1 hour but had already wasted the entire morning there. Collapsed on a mall bench and feeling as if his soul were about to leave his body from boredom, Jiang Yu complained that he would not survive much longer if he kept wasting his days like that. His friend tried to stop the dark talk, warning that speaking about death at the beginning of the year brought bad luck. However, Jiang Yu suddenly changed his tone and put on a deeply serious expression, making it clear that he was not joking. If he did not hunt, he would truly die. The chubby boy broke into a cold sweat and nearly choked on his drink, shocked by the disturbing statement. However, Jiang Yu immediately changed the subject as soon as he noticed that the girls had finished shopping. When it was time to choose lunch, Yao Yao asked what everyone wanted to eat, and her friend suggested a light salad, causing an aura of pure disgust and darkness to surround Jiang Yu. Angry at the idea of eating what he considered grass, Jiang Yu declared that the herbivores had lost and promised to take everyone to a real restaurant that would please all of them. He rushed ahead, but the plan backfired in the worst possible way. When they opened the menu at the restaurant he had chosen, the options first looked normal, with dishes such as oysters and chickpeas. Then they reached the main dish on the next page, steamed bull penis. The silence around the table became painfully heavy because of how strange it was. Yao Yao became furious and stared at Jiang Yu with a cold expression, asking whether that was really the restaurant that was supposed to please everyone. Hiding behind the menu, the glasses-wearing girl gave an awkward laugh and commented that the menu was at least great for male students. Trying to fix his mistake, Jiang Yu called the waiter and began ordering completely normal dishes including fried rice, egg soup, and vegetables. He explained that he had recently been injured and needed to recover his energy. Yao Yao peeked over the menu, surprised that he was ordering such simple food after acting so confident. However, the boy could not control himself. In an instant, he changed his mind, put his hands together, and told the waiter to bring the strange dishes he had ordered earlier as well. He even demanded that the oysters be huge and extremely fresh. The waiter turned purple with embarrassment, while the girl could only break into a cold sweat because of his shameless behavior. Soon, the food arrived, filling the table with carefully prepared dishes and seafood. Smiling brightly, Jiang Yu tried to break the awkward mood by offering an oyster to Yao Yao, but the pink-haired girl crossed her arms, pouted, and swore that she would never eat it. In the middle of the tense atmosphere, her phone suddenly made a sound with an urgent alert. The message confirmed that the martial exam had been moved forward to February 17th, while the specialized training camp would begin shortly afterward on February 25th. The news surprised the entire group. The glasses-wearing girl panicked when she saw that the test had become mandatory, while the chubby boy, still eating a shrimp, complained that everything had become much more complicated and annoying. Jiang Yu did not care. While sucking on a popsicle, he gave his friend a few comforting pats on the back and bluntly said that with his qualifications, he definitely would not pass. The chubby boy could only thank Jiang Yu for the support while wearing the most disappointed expression possible. He then began opening up at the table and explained that when he had been only 7 years old, he had been chased by a specter from the alien species. With a deeply troubled expression, he remembered that by the time help arrived and defeated the creature, he had already become extremely sick and suffered serious psychological trauma from the fear. Jiang Yu did not miss the chance to make fun of the story. His nose seemed to grow long like Pinocchio's as he claimed that if he had been in the same situation, he would have fought the alien directly. He then asked whether everyone else was really that foolish. Yao Yao immediately stopped stopped his joke and explained that running away and pretending nothing was happening was the mindset of an ostrich, which was exactly what most people did. Yao Yao reminded them that even after the monsters were defeated, the trauma and effects of their attacks remained deeply buried in the hearts and minds of the population. After that serious lesson, the mood at the table became heavy, and a tense silence filled the restaurant while everyone stared at the skewers. Seeing that everyone had become discouraged and serious, Zhang Yu tried to break the tension in any way he could. He smiled and suggested that they make a toast to drive away the negative thoughts. However, the moment he raised his glass, a sharp sound tore through the air, and a deafening alarm began echoing through the area. The entire group jumped to their feet, completely shocked and panicked by the noise. Yao Yao immediately recognized it and warned them in fear that it was the pollution detection alarm. As the siren continued screaming through the mall, the worst possibility was confirmed. Alien species had invaded the shopping center. Panic took over the main hall while the alarm kept blasting without stopping, leaving everyone completely lost and confused. A man wearing dark glasses began shouting at the top of his lungs, ordering everyone to run away immediately. In the blink of an eye, the crowd turned into a desperate stampede, with people pushing one another and screaming for help in the middle of the chaos. The confusion near the exits became total as everyone rushed around, while the group of friends watched the public's desperation from up close. The chubby boy began sweating heavily and fell into complete panic, unable to decide what to do as the sea of people blocked the way. Trying to take control of the situation, Yao Yao asked everyone to remain calm so they could find a safe escape route. Before she could even finish speaking, Zhang Yu reacted on pure instinct and smashed through a wall of debris with one powerful punch, opening an alternate path and leaving the girl completely shocked. With a deadly serious expression, he moved to the front, prepared his powers, and ordered the other three to run without looking back while he handled the danger. The three friends managed to reach the street safely, but Zhang Yu remained inside and felt a crushing pressure approaching from directly behind him with a violent crash. From the destruction, a massive and strange monster appeared, covered in red and black colors, filled with glowing eyes and surrounded by blue lightning. Its arrival confirmed that the terrifying alien creature had come to destroy everything. Zhang Yu hesitated for a second, feeling tense because he knew that if he used his abilities in the middle of all that confusion, everyone would discover his secret. With no time to create a strategy, he suddenly grabbed Yao Yao's hand, taking her by surprise, and began pulling her through the hysterical crowd with all his strength. He shouted for the group to focus on escaping first. As they ran while gasping for breath, Yao Yao could not hold herself back and demanded to know how the alien had broken through the barrier when the mall was supposed to be fully protected by the defense forces. Zhang Yu immediately stopped the discussion, warning that it was too late to talk about that and that they needed to get out quickly. He hoped the evacuation would happen fast, because otherwise the place would turn into a real massacre. Spotting an escape point near the back, Zhang Yu pointed toward the less crowded path and ordered everyone to run in that direction. They managed to move forward for a while, but the situation became worse in the blink of an eye as the building's structure began cracking and shaking with violent crashes. Realizing that the ceiling was about to collapse, Zhang Yu panicked and shouted for his friends to hold on to him as tightly as possible. There was no time for anything else. The floor completely collapsed beneath their feet, and the entire group fell freely into a dark pit, surrounded by huge pieces of concrete and screams of pure terror. Far below, a thick curtain of green smoke swallowed everything, leaving only the muffled echo of someone calling for help as it disappeared among the rubble. Zhang Yu stood up while complaining and rubbing his hip after the painful fall, but he quickly turned around and worriedly asked whether everyone was okay. Yao Yao, dirty but unharmed beside her glasses-wearing friend, answered that both girls were fine and had only suffered a few light scratches. The real problem was the chubby boy, who was lying on the ground while holding his leg and tearfully complaining that he believed the bone was broken. Zhang Yu rushed toward his friend and tried to calm him down, telling him not to panic and promising to remove the debris from on top of him first. Showing impressive strength, the young man grabbed the massive stone block and lifted it directly from the ground, causing his friend to release a frightened groan. The situation looked terrible, with a clear bloodstain near the chubby boy's ankle, while Zhang Yu threw the heavy rock aside with a loud crash. Yao Yao took out a few painkiller pills and handed them to the injured boy, warning that they would reduce the pain a little. Still dizzy and sweating from fear, the friend swallowed the medicine and looked around in confusion, unable to understand where they had ended up or why everything had suddenly become so dark. The pink-haired girl admitted that she had no idea because she had never experienced a situation like that before. At that moment, Zhang Yu crouched down, felt the damaged floor with his hand, and finally understood the truth. It was the floor of the shopping center, which meant that they had fallen directly into the underground level. Zhang Yu felt a misty energy covering his hand and was badly startled when he recognized the familiar feeling. He quickly understood what had happened and realized that the group had been pulled directly into the shadow layer. The underground area around them was filled with pure despair, with several civilians trapped among the rubble. A father was trying to calm his little daughter as she cried in fear, while the chubby boy kept screaming in pain because of his injured leg. Zhang Yu understood that the situation was critical because nobody could move normally inside that dimension, and the night patrol would need a a long time to track their location. Even worse, he remembered that the pollution inside that place would become deadly to normal humans over time. Knowing that time was running against them, Zhang Yu realized that he needed to get everyone out as quickly as possible if he wanted them to survive. An idea suddenly flashed through Zhang Yu's mind, and he pointed toward Yao Yao's wrist, asking whether she still had the special watch Uncle Lu had given her. The pink-haired girl immediately remembered it and admitted that she had almost forgotten about the device. She activated the watch, and it began releasing a powerful blue glow. The chubby boy and the glasses-wearing girl instantly celebrated because the watch could send a distress signal directly to the officers. While everyone praised Yao Yao for remembering it, Zhang Yu remained focused. He thought that even if the rescue team took a long time to arrive, the energy from the watch would at least hold back the pollution for a while. Refusing to leave anything to chance, he expanded his dark energy and blue lightning, taking a fighting stance because he knew monsters could appear at any second. Suddenly, a strange and disturbing purple mist began rising from every direction, spreading a terrifying energy through the area. Panic immediately returned, and the civilians began screaming desperately as they ran around and shouted that the monsters had finally arrived. In the middle of the destruction, a violent crash shook everything around them. Zhang Yu tried to remain steady, but the structure finally gave way in a massive collapse that raised an impossible wall of dust and debris. Coughing heavily because of the thick smoke, Lu Yao managed to sit up among the ruins. With her vision completely blurred, she desperately called out to the others, trying to find Xiao Xiao, Lu Yuqian, and Zhang Yu. Nearby, Xiao Xiao answered in a weak voice as she moved closer and confirmed that she had survived the impact. The chubby Lu Yuqian also appeared from the fog, looking dizzy and keeping one hand against the wall. He complained that he could not see anything clearly and fearfully asked where Jing Yu had gone. Before they could understand what had happened, Xiao Xiao called Lu Yao's attention with a look of pure terror. When they looked ahead, they saw a massive and frightening crater that had opened in the middle of the destroyed floor. The only thought left in their minds was the horrible fear that Jing Yu had fallen directly into the dark abyss. Somewhere else in the chaos, the silver-haired girl woke up with her entire body burning in pain. When she slowly forced her eyes open, she found herself inside a completely destroyed scene filled with ruined buildings, smoke, and rubble. Dazed, injured, and wearing torn clothes, the silver-haired girl tried to force her memory to understand how she had ended up there. The memory suddenly returned. She had been shopping with Xiao Ya when the emergency alarms began screaming, causing everyone to run through the crowd in complete panic. Desperation hit her immediately as she wondered where Xiao Ya was. She began searching around, but suddenly froze when she noticed something terrible on the ground. Her eyes followed a trail of blood until she found a horrifying sight. Xiao Ya was dead, her body brutally torn apart. Before the girl could even process the shock and grief, a huge and terrifying silhouette rose directly behind her. It was a strange creature surrounded by glowing purple energy and carrying a massive blade. The monster opened a horrifying mouth filled with sharp teeth, releasing an overwhelming thirst for blood. Terror completely took over the silver-haired girl, and tears began running endlessly down her face. As she stared directly at death, a bitter thought crossed her mind. She had always believed that tragedies like that only happened in movies. If she had been the main character in a film, a fearless hero would have appeared at the perfect moment to save her, or at least someone would have arrived to help. However, reality was cruel and had no heroic cliches picture. With nowhere left to run, she closed her eyes and surrendered to her tears, accepting that nobody would rescue her and that her life was about to end. In the real world, heroes did not simply appear when someone needed them. A powerful slash of blue energy suddenly tore through the darkness, making it clear that the real battle was about to begin. Fresh blood started dripping onto the stone floor as heavy breathing filled the area. The platinum-haired girl remained on the ground among the rubble, crying in pure panic as the strange purple monster charged directly toward her. At the perfect moment, Zhang Yu appeared. His body looked like a black silhouette surrounded by a disturbing blue aura, and he blocked the creature's attack without even blinking. Watching from the ground, the girl could barely believe what she was seeing. She wondered whether a real hero had truly appeared from nowhere to save her. With a violent crack, Zhang Yu threw the monster far away. The girl remained frozen in shock, stuttering as she tried to understand who the mysterious man was. At that moment, Zhang Yu's power fully activated. His system unlocked Shadow Claw, an ability that consumed hunting power to greatly increase destructive force and agility. His body transformed into blue lightning and black smoke. He gave the enemy no chance to recover. Gathering speed, Zhang Yu launched himself like a missile from above and jumped directly toward the purple monster. The collision between the blue energy and the purple trails was brutal, sending sparks in every direction as their attacks crashed together in the middle of the destroyed area. Even under all that pressure, the skeletal creature only laughed in a wild and unstable way, looking ready for an even more violent fight. The platinum-haired girl completely lost control of her excitement among the rubble. With her eyes shining like hearts, she could barely believe that the mysterious killer was standing directly in front of her. She felt as though she were living inside a dream. She began jumping around and loudly cheering for Zhang Yu, declaring that she was his biggest fan, that she had watched every one of his videos, and that she truly loved his work. Zhang Yu became completely uncomfortable with the wild wild fan reaction in the middle of the chaos. He cleared his throat and awkwardly warned her that her white stockings and dress had been completely torn. The girl immediately pouted and turned her face away, becoming extremely red from embarrassment as she angrily questioned where he had been looking. Yang Yu tried to defend himself by explaining that it had only been a friendly warning, but the platinum-haired girl changed her attitude in an instant. Holding a strand of her hair with a playful smile, she told him that if he liked the look, she could go home and change into a brand new dress just for him. Yang Yu immediately lost his serious attitude. The mysterious hero began drooling and excitedly asked whether the dress would be made of silk. She played along and joked that besides the silk dress, she would also bring spicy chicken for them to eat. While the two of them casually flirted and talked nonsense in the middle of the battlefield, the purple monster behind them looked completely confused. The creature stared at them in disbelief until it finally lost its patience and released a furious roar, offended that they were ignoring it. Hearing the roar, Jiang Yu instantly returned to his serious hunting attitude. He explained that the discussion about the silk fabric would have to wait until later, and blue energy began cracking around his entire body again, leaving the girl deeply impressed. With his eyes glowing with a cold light and his dark combat claw ready, he stared at the creature with complete focus. The time for games was over, and the hunt was about to begin. The purple monster did not even see where the next attack came from. It released a confused sound as a blast of blue energy struck it directly in the back. Jiang Yu took advantage of the creature's surprise and followed with a devastating combination, channeling all the electricity from his shadow claw into a series of brutal slashes that tore into the monster while it was still in the air. Jiang Yu jumped backward to create some distance, but he quickly realized that the damage had not been enough to end the fight. He complained that his strength and accuracy still needed improvement because he had planned to finish everything with a single attack. Pushing against the ground, he gathered speed and threw himself into the second round, fully focused on ending the battle. His blue claws collided directly with the creature's attacks in a violent crack that sent energy flashing across the destroyed area. However, the fight became truly dangerous when Jiang Yu began feeling the weight of exhaustion. To make matters worse, two more copies of the strange monster suddenly emerged from the shadows surrounding him and turning the situation into a serious problem. Instead of panicking because of the disadvantage, Jiang Yu simply licked his own claw and stared at the three enemies as though they were an entertaining challenge. The platinum-haired girl then pulled out her phone to record the fight and gave him powerful motivation. She promised to show Brother Yu something amazing if he won the battle. The promise worked so well that Jiang Yu instantly turned red with excitement. He completely forgot the danger and charged toward all the monsters at once like a furious demon. One of the hooded creatures dropped down with overwhelming force, creating a massive impact that shook the ground and sent rocks flying in every direction. The deafening crash echoed through the area as Jiang Yu jumped away and avoided the main strike. However, the monster was already floating above him, preparing a final attack with both hands while releasing an intense purple energy. Trapped in the air with nowhere to escape, Jiang Yu sent his blue electric weapon downward in a desperate counterattack, but the monster blocked it and trapped him. The situation looked hopeless, but Jiang Yu shouted that killing him would not be so easy. He released two blue energy slashes shaped like an X, striking the creature directly. The purple monster immediately answered with an attack of its own, firing a blast of purple energy straight at Jiang Yu's head. The impact was violent, and the heavy crash made him spit out blood. Jiang Yu fell to his knees, injured and in serious danger as two monsters surrounded him. While kneeling there, he finally understood their strategy. He had not expected the strange creatures to cooperate with each other. Two of them were holding him in place while the third prepared an ambush. Although he was injured, he refused to give up. With determination, he raised his blue electric hand and prepared another counterattack. He understood that he had no chance of winning if the fight continued that way, so he needed to find a way to eliminate one of the enemies first. He challenged the monsters to come at him, and the purple creatures tilted their heads before preparing to continue the battle. Jiang Yu remained ready to make his next strategic move. Jiang Yu suddenly entered a state of complete alert, wondering whether the enemies had finally discovered his exact location. At the same moment, a group of purple monsters appeared, tearing through the air at unbelievable speed. The creatures attacked from above with all their strength, giving him no room to breathe. They moved together and released powerful blasts to trap him from every direction. Jiang Yu defended himself with his blue electrical aura as well as he could, but the attacks crashed directly against his guard. He cursed in frustration because the monsters refused to give him even a single opening to hide inside the shadows. His status bars rapidly dropped to 78% and 45%, making it clear that the danger would become deadly if the fight continued that way. Instead of panicking because of the monster flying right behind him, Jiang Yu decided to risk a strategic move. He planned to expose an opening on purpose and lure the enemy into attacking. The moment the creature took the bait and rushed forward, Jiang Yu turned the situation around and activated his main plan, the ability called the Mark. In an instant, time froze, and a giant clock appeared, spinning across the battlefield. Because of the terrible reputation the protagonist had recently gained, the target became completely paralyzed with fear for 3 full seconds. As the timer counted every millisecond, Jiang Yu moved like lightning and unleashed a wild storm of blue attacks directly into the the monster's chest. The strike shattered its defense and dropped its health to only 7%. The timer continued moving quickly, and exactly at 26 milliseconds, Zhang Yu's fist, covered in blue electricity, landed a direct hit. The impact was so violent that by 30 milliseconds, the hooded monster exploded while screaming in complete agony. At the same moment, the system announced that the hunt had been successful and upgraded Shadow Form 1. The upgrade reduced the amount of shadow points used in the mortal world, increased regeneration speed inside the shadow layer, and unlocked intimidation and double experience abilities. The deep cut across the back of the dark silhouette began closing on its own. Completely renewed and with blue lightning cracking around his arms, Zhang Yu gave a dark smile and warned the remaining creatures that it was now their turn to get beaten. The two remaining monsters began trembling and shrinking back in pure fear. Zhang Yu did not miss the chance to mock them, asking where all their earlier arrogance had gone while his energy bar quickly rose to 55%. Since the creatures had frozen in fear, he flew forward in a fast zigzag dive, determined to finish everything by himself. The impact of his attack created a strange explosion of light, leaving him confused because there should not have been so much brightness in a place made entirely of darkness. As the enemies were thrown into the air surrounded by flames, a blind and uncontrollable desire to keep destroying everything began taking over his mind. In the middle of the darkness, Night Guard Commander Song Qing'an arrived with his men. He used the ability Eternal Flame, creating fire in his hand to light the area and drive away the shadows. However, he misunderstood the situation. The moment he saw Zhang Yu's shadowy silhouette, he gathered green energy around his fingers and aimed directly at him. Zhang Yu nearly had a heart attack and desperately shouted that he was an ally. At that exact moment, a purple monster launched a surprise attack from behind the commander. However, Song Qing'an was far too powerful. With one precise movement, he expanded his green energy and destroyed the creature with a single brutal strike. Zhang Yu watched while sweating nervously, realizing that the attack would have killed him instantly if the commander had not changed targets. Soon afterward, the guard wearing dark glasses approached him and held out a hand. Zhang Yu commented that they had arrived late because the fight was already over. The large guard apologized and asked for his identity, but Zhang Yu avoided the question. He only pointed toward Guo Xinyi, explaining that his identity did not matter because the injured girl needed medical care. As he started walking away, Guo Xinyi remained behind in complete shock and complained that he had promised to take her home. Before disappearing, Zhang Yu gave a small laugh and made up an excuse. He claimed that he had only been joking and that as a member of the Night Guard, duty always came first. After warning the guards that the girl might be troublesome, he began sinking into his own darkness and vanished. The guards were left completely confused while Guo Xinyi desperately shouted for Brother Yu. Intrigued, Commander Song Qing'an asked whether anyone with that name worked inside the organization. The guard with dark glasses explained that the man was only a famous internet influencer with a weak shadow ability, probably around level 1. Song Qing'an did not believe that explanation at all. Looking at the powerful flame in his own hand, he questioned how someone so weak could disappear in front of so many people and under so much light. While Guo Xinyi sat on the ground crying uncontrollably, the commander ordered his men to take her away first. After that, they were to begin a complete investigation and discover the true identity of the mysterious man called Yu. Far away from them, inside another ruined area filled with fallen monsters, the pink-haired Yao Yao searched for Zhang Yu with a flashlight, fearfully hoping that he was safe. With the device on her wrist still glowing, Yao Yao heard a noise and suddenly stopped. A hand pushed out from under a pile of huge rocks. It was Zhang Yu, already back in his human form and completely buried beneath the rubble. Using what seemed like his last bit of strength, he begged her to pull him out quickly because his chest was being crushed and he could barely breathe. The girl rushed over to help and said she would remove the rocks first, but Zhang Yu, pretending to be desperate, shouted for her to pull him out immediately. She questioned whether that was safe with so much pressure on him, but with one light pull, he flew straight out of the rubble. Looking at the tiny and ridiculous stone left in her hand, Yao Yao realized the trick and asked whether that little rock had really been trapping him. Embarrassed, Zhang Yu laughed nervously and claimed that he had thought his body could not move. Soon afterward, she noticed the huge cut across his back and asked whether it had been caused by the collapse. Zhang Yu shrugged and explained that the rock had never even touched him. The injury had actually been caused by a strange creature. Trying to change the subject, he asked where Feng Xiaoxiao and Lu Yucheng were. Yao Yao explained that the night patrol had arrived to rescue them, and because both of them were injured, they had been allowed to leave first. With a playful smile, Zhang Yu asked whether Yao Yao had stayed behind specifically to search for him. Completely red and pouting, she tried to avoid answering and claimed that if anything happened to him, she would not know how to explain it to Master Li. Zhang Yu looked deeply into her eyes and softly whispered her name. Right afterward, he pulled her into a tight hug that made her heart race from pure shock. Completely red and confused, Yao Yao began shouting for him to let her go, but the boy held onto her while secretly laughing. Pretending to be deeply traumatized, Zhang Yu began whining that he had seen several horrible monsters carrying giant knives and cutting everything apart. He claimed that he needed the hug because he was completely terrified, while Yao Yao kept trying to push him away. In the middle of the ridiculous hug, the two of them were interrupted by a sound and looked nervously to the side. A green-haired woman appeared among the destruction while carrying a glowing flashlight. She asked whether they were both safe because she had heard loud screaming nearby. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yao Yao gave Jiang Yu a strong push and finally escaped his arms. Jiang Yu casually claimed that everything was fine. The woman with the flashlight smiled, thinking that young people were difficult to understand, and told the two of them to follow her so they could leave the area. However, before they could even take the first step, Jiang Yu released a dramatic scream of pure agony. Yao Yao turned around in shock, already completely out of patience, and demanded to know what had gone wrong this time. With tears pouring down his face and an awkward smile, Jiang Yu swore that it was nothing. However, his inner despair was completely real. He had stupidly forgotten to absorb the creatures he had defeated earlier, which meant that all of his precious and beloved shadow points were gone forever. Later, inside the Night Patrol headquarters, the mood was tense and painfully official. Locked inside an interrogation room under the bright light of a desk lamp, Jiang Yu stared at the handcuffs while answering the usual questions. Across from him, an imposing blue-haired woman wrote everything down on a clipboard and confirmed that his name was Jiang Yu and that he was only 18 years old. With an old recorder running on the table, the woman asked whether he had entered school that year, and Jiang Yu confirmed that he had. She introduced herself as Officer Li Yuan and explained the situation directly. Because the incident had been so serious, the rules required him to receive psychological treatment and medication from the Night Patrol for 1 month. The problem was that if he took the martial exam during that period, his qualification score would drop badly. Jiang Yu tried to escape the requirement by asking whether he could skip the treatment since he felt perfectly fine. Li Yuan immediately rejected the idea and explained that the effects of spiritual pollution were dangerous, hidden, and capable of appearing without warning. Because of that, the treatment was mandatory. Worried and sweating nervously, Jiang Yu argued that fewer than 10 days remained before the military exam and that the schedule would become a complete mess. To calm him, Li Yuan took out a document and explained that the Night Patrol already had a policy for situations like his. Anyone involved in such an incident could request an early evaluation. Still slightly confused, Jiang Yu reached toward the paper while the officer ordered him to contact his parents and have them sign the agreement as soon as possible. Li Yuan calmly continued explaining that the early evaluation would be held inside the Night Patrol headquarters. It would use the same equipment as the regular test to guarantee complete fairness, transparency, and safety. At that point, Jiang Yu tested her reaction by mentioning that his uncle, a man named Li, also worked in the organization. Curious, the officer gave a small smile and asked for more information, including his uncle's name, department, and exact position. Jiang Yu explained that he believed his relative worked in East Zone 1, helping with a normal administrative position. However, the moment he revealed the name Li Xiongwang, the woman's expression completely changed, leaving her frozen in shock. Li Yuan nearly jumped out of her chair and moved closer to the boy. Stuttering, she asked whether he meant the Li connected to the Mu family and whether the name used the characters for 3 drops and brightness. Jiang Yu confirmed that she was correct, but he became confused when the officer moved even closer and stared directly at him. She asked whether he was absolutely certain that Li Xiongwang only held a simple administrative position. The boy immediately began sweating, and panic took over his mind. He wondered whether his uncle had already been fired or was under investigation before he even had the chance to report him. Seeing his fear, Li Yuan gave a nervous laugh and denied that anything like that had happened. She quickly put the papers away and explained that since the situation involved that man, she would personally take Jiang Yu to meet him. She then ordered the boy to follow her. Jiang Yu walked through the enormous main hall of the Night Patrol headquarters, deeply impressed by the massive glass ceiling above him. Officer Li Yuan guided him past several capsules filled with advanced weapons. As they walked, 2 guards passed nearby and quietly talked about how they had searched through every file but found no service record connected to the mysterious man. Hearing that comment, Jiang Yu widened his eyes and immediately felt a chill. He realized that the organization had already begun seriously investigating his secret identity. Li Yuan noticed the tension and asked what was wrong, making Jiang Yu scratch his head and claim that he was only nervous because it was his first time there. She then opened a door and told him to rest inside the room while she went to look for his uncle Li Xiongguang. However, the moment he stepped inside, he found Lu Yaoyao and Feng Xiaoxiao sitting around a huge table, leaving him completely shocked by the unbelievable coincidence. To make things worse, Guo Xinyu was also there, excitedly explaining everything that had happened. Lu Yaoyao was almost climbing onto the table from excitement as she demanded to know whether her friend had really met the mysterious killer. Guo Xinyu proudly confirmed that she had, and added that the man had even saved her life, while Jiang Yu watched from a distance and broke into a cold sweat because of the dangerous situation. Without noticing Jiang Yu's presence, Lu Yaoyao told him to sit down and asked her friend to continue explaining what happened after she met Yu. With her eyes shining brightly, the white-haired girl began waving her hands around and making the story much bigger than it really was. She claimed that he had remained completely calm and serious while facing 10 strange creatures. In a dramatic dramatic tone, she swore that it took him only 1 second to summon a shadow sword and cut off every monster's head at once. Guo Xinyi continued her story with the same excitement, saying that the mysterious warrior fought bravely until the night patrol arrived and then disappeared into the shadows with a glorious performance. Standing right behind her, Zhang Yu struggled not to laugh as he realized that she was making up many things that had never actually happened. When Zhang Yu looked at the storyteller's legs, which were covered in tight white stockings, he stared for a moment and decided to forgive all her lies because of the view. Meanwhile, Lu Yaoyao tried to connect the details and commented that the hero did not seem to belong to the night patrol. That was when Guo Xinyi claimed that he was probably a student from the same generation as them. When asked how she had reached that conclusion, the white-haired girl proudly explained that it came from his behavior, especially his habit of staring at girls' tight and slightly see-through stockings. Without warning, she pointed directly behind her and declared that the hero was a pervert just like Zhang Yu, causing the boy to panic after being caught. Lu Yaoyao immediately became furious and rushed at Zhang Yu, grabbing his hair and shouting that the shameless boy would never change. The chaos only stopped when her father, a man with scars across his face, hurried into the room and asked whether everyone was safe after the incident inside the shadow layer. Lu Yaoyao calmed her father by pulling hard on Zhang Yu's cheek and joking that his body must have been itching because he wanted another beating, while the boy only complained that he was hungry. Relieved to see that everyone had survived without serious harm, the man ordered the young people to follow him so they could finally leave the area. Once they were seated inside a meeting room, Lu Yaoyao asked her father how serious the situation really was. The veteran spoke honestly and explained that the situation was extremely serious because it was the first time so many people had been pulled into the shadow layer at once. The number of victims was still being counted, but he assured them that the matter was not their responsibility. Even so, because they had been directly affected by the incident, they still needed to complete a pre-qualification test. The man was about to light a cigarette when his daughter gave a small disapproving cough and stared at him with a deadly expression, making him immediately put the cigarette away. Without wasting time, he explained that the evaluation was divided into 2 stages, the ability test and the willpower test. The first stage, called the initial awakening, exposed students to contamination in order to activate their powers. The initial awakening carried little risk and only existed to determine each student's specialty based on their natural gifts. The real challenge came during the next stage, when mental strength and emotional control decided success or failure and separated ordinary civilians from extraordinaries. Zhang Yu guessed that stronger willpower meant a greater chance of success, but the man answered that it might or might not. He explained that some people could endure the pain of losing limbs while having only ordinary abilities, while weak and relaxed people sometimes awakened exceptional powers. Willpower was not only about enduring pain, it also involved believing in what was right, resisting evil, and adapting to pollution. Curious, Zhang Yu raised his hand and asked whether a person's 3 views affected the test. The older man did not understand what he meant, but Lu Yaoyao immediately mocked him and said that his head was probably filled only with thoughts about girls' legs. Zhang Yu gave a small laugh, scratched his head, and asked whether she was still angry about that. The veteran then explained that morality did have some influence, but a heart filled with evil would only lead to terrible results in the end. He continued by explaining the reason behind everything. Negative thoughts and harmful feelings were also forms of pollution that could drag people directly into darkness. That kind of corruption slowly built up over time and could become far more dangerous than the pollution caused by strange creatures. Because of that, the veteran gave them simple advice. Whenever negativity filled their minds, they should let it out instead of hiding it, because holding everything inside only created inner confusion, and nothing was worse than that. Hearing the discussion about negative feelings, Zhang Yu began drifting into his own thoughts and wondered whether having a slightly twisted mind was not already normal. At that exact moment, he imagined the girls wearing uniforms, and nearly started drooling from his shameless thoughts. He decided that he urgently needed to visit a club and clean out his polluted mind, while Lu Yaoyao stared at him with complete disgust. Breaking Zhang Yu's strange daydream, the girl's father announced that it was time to leave and explained that someone else would soon arrive to take them to the test. He also told Zhang Yu that his uncle Li could not pick him up because he had been assigned to a last-minute mission. However, the veteran comforted him by explaining that he had already helped and signed all the exam paperwork on his behalf. Zhang Yu thanked Uncle Lu for the support and apologized for causing trouble. Before they left, the veteran advised both young people not to carry a burden heavier than they could handle and to let events happen naturally. Lu Yaoyao listened with a serious and thoughtful expression, while Zhang Yu remained relaxed and told him not to worry. As soon as they stepped outside, they ran into Guo Xinyi, who happily waved and celebrated their return. Sitting in the resting area, Lu Yaoyao looked around and asked where everyone else had gone. Guo Xinyi explained that the others were completing official paperwork with their families. Lu Yaoyao found that strange and asked whether Guo Xinyi's parents had still not arrived. The white-haired girl explained that they had traveled to Yunhai City for business and had completed everything remotely over the phone. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoxiao appeared while pushing a chubby boy in a wheelchair, with a large bandage wrapped around his leg. The chubby boy looked extremely excited and explained that someone had sprayed a miracle medicine on his injury, making the pain disappear immediately. Zhang Yu found that strange and asked whether he truly planned to take the test while injured, but the boy confidently claimed that it would not affect anything. Standing behind him, Feng Xiaoxiao took the chance to tease him and revealed that he had been secretly crying in a corner only moments earlier, making the embarrassed boy shout that she was lying. A sound near the entrance interrupted the teasing and caught Zhang Yu's attention. He turned around and saw a group of students entering with completely defeated expressions before breaking down in tears. Confused by their despair, Zhang Yu asked why everyone looked so miserable. In a serious tone, Lu Yaoyao explained that they had only wanted peaceful lives, but unfortunately, none of their lives would ever be peaceful again after that day. Li Yuan then gathered everyone inside the hall and immediately explained that the next stage would be divided into two parts, the ability test and the willpower test. She said that the ability evaluation was very detailed and measured development potential, destructive power, and the energy cost of each ability. Based on those results, students would be divided into low, medium, high, and advanced levels. The chubby boy and Feng Xiaoxiao listened carefully to every detail. Next, Officer Li Yuan explained the willpower test, which measured resistance to mental pollution. It was divided into levels 1 through 6 and used the colors white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange. Lu Yaoyao and Zhang Yu paid close attention when she revealed an important change. In previous years, anyone who received level 1 could not participate, but that year, as long as a student had white talent at level 1, participation in the military exam was mandatory. To finish the explanation, Li Yuan made it clear that finding someone truly extraordinary required a combined analysis of power and mental strength. With extremely strong willpower, even a student with a weak ability still had a chance of being accepted. On the other hand, someone with an extremely powerful ability but a mind that failed to meet the requirements would only be suitable for civil service. Li Yuan struck her folder firmly to end the explanation and announced that if nobody had any questions, they should follow her. The group was led into a huge waiting room surrounded by massive glass walls. Zhang Yu approached the glass and placed his hand against it to look at the testing area below. There, he saw a courtyard where a huge object was mysteriously hidden beneath a patterned cloth beside an instructor guarding the location. The test officially began when the speaker called Feng Xiaoxiao's name, making the girl visibly nervous. After receiving some encouragement not to be afraid, she took a deep breath and entered the room, where an instructor waited beside a strange stone hidden under a patterned cloth. As soon as she approached, the outside area became completely dark, leaving everyone in the waiting room confused about whether the darkness was part of the test or simply a power outage. Zhang Yu, who had already become familiar with darkness because of his previous experiences inside the shadow layer, watched everything carefully. Inside the room, Feng Xiaoxiao appeared to be struggling against a powerful resistance, while a glowing stone attached to her leg released an intense light. Zhang Yu noticed that the bright object seemed responsible for all the energy and effects the girl was experiencing during the test. A powerful light suddenly flashed inside the room, forcing everyone outside to cover their eyes. Soon afterward, the door opened with a click and revealed that Feng Xiaoxiao's test had ended. The group immediately rushed toward her, filled with curiosity and wanting to know what the experience had been like and whether the examiners had already released any results. Feng Xiaoxiao released a disappointed sigh and waved her hand, explaining that she unfortunately had no talent for willpower at all. She deeply regretted wasting so much time training hard for it. After hearing her confession, the boy in the wheelchair stared at her in disbelief, shocked to learn that she had secretly been preparing to become an extraordinary. Embarrassed by his reaction, Feng Xiaoxiao immediately scolded him. The discussion was interrupted by the speaker calling the next person in line, Lu Yucheng. The chubby boy jumped in surprise and started trembling with nerves as he moved toward the testing room. Desperate to protect his peaceful daily life, he began praying to every belief he could think of, begging for the test to go wrong so he would not become an extraordinary. Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and sarcastically told him not to waste his prayers because there was no way he would pass anyway. The door closed, and after several moments of pure tension, the green light turned on to announce the end of the exam. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yucheng rolled out in his wheelchair with a completely blank expression, quietly repeating that he could not believe he had passed. Xiaoxiao nearly lost her mind from shock after seeing her friend's result. In the end, both of them ended up collapsed on the floor in complete defeat. She was crushed because she had failed even after training so hard, while he was depressed because he had passed without wanting to. Lu Yaoyao only watched from a distance, thinking about how completely unpredictable life could be. The speaker soon called the next person, Lu Yaoyao, who took a deep breath and released a long sigh to calm her nerves before moving forward. With a confident little smile, she said goodbye to the group, told them she was going in, and promised to see them later. Inside the room, the test became intense. Sharp waves of red energy surrounded Luo Yo-Yo while she stood firmly with her arms crossed. The mysterious stone attached to her thigh began glowing with unbelievable intensity, releasing a perfectly pure red light. Outside, Young Yu watched with curiosity. He remembered that the chubby boy's crystal had turned green, while Yo-Yo's was glowing red. His eyes suddenly widened in shock as he remembered the willpower scale and realized that red meant nothing less than level 5. When the evaluation ended, the door beeped, and Yo-Yo walked out completely exhausted and barely able to breathe, confirming to her friends that the test was finally over. Never missing a chance to act shamelessly, Jang Yu appeared with his hands behind his head and teased her for being almost out of breath. The girl answered honestly and warned that he would understand exactly how terrible it was once he stepped inside. Joking about her warning, the boy moved closer and made a pouty face while asking for some motivation. Instead, she pushed him away right as his name echoed through the speaker. He ran off excitedly while waving behind him, and Yao Yao, lightly blushing as she held onto her uniform, sincerely wished him good luck. Jang Yu thanked her with a small smile and stepped through the door, which closed with a click behind him. Inside, the examiner confirmed his name and immediately asked whether he had already awakened his abilities, offering him a bottle of medicine. The boy answered honestly and said that he had awakened naturally, then calmly drank the liquid. The employee nearly fell backward from shock after hearing the unexpected answer. Still stuttering and sweating nervously, the man tried to ask what kind of power he had, but quickly decided to stop the conversation and told him to begin the willpower test while pointing toward the equipment on the floor. Yang Yu attached the crystal to his thigh, covered his eyes with a black blindfold, and immediately felt a strange mist filled with energy begin circling heavily around him. He felt the pressure at once and entered a state of complete alert. Noticing his reaction, the instructor placed both hands on the young man's shoulders and advised him not to become nervous or confused. He told him to let pure instinct take control. The man explained that the process would slowly make him feel as if his mind were leaving his body with every step forward. Because of that, he needed to forget his worries and focus only on walking steadily toward the stone. The instructor gave the signal to begin, and in an instant, Jang Yu felt as though he were falling into an endless empty space. After the first shock of the fall passed, he found himself floating inside a blue cosmic world with the hologram of a city in the distance. Looking at his own hands glowing with blue energy, he found the feeling incredible. He could no longer feel the weight of his body, even though he knew that in the real world he was still standing inside the hall and had a weak connection to his physical senses. As Jin Yu moved toward the crystal inside the illusion, his real body became excited and started making completely ridiculous poses. He thought the test was extremely fun. The examiner broke into a cold sweat and lost patience with the boy's shameless behavior, scolding him and ordering him to stop fooling around and keep walking. The protagonist quickly understood, apologized awkwardly, and started running again through the mental world, believing that the exam would be as easy as a walk through the park. However, the easy part did not last long. Suddenly, the ground disappeared, and Jang Yu sank into water up to his neck. His body became impossibly heavy, and he struggled desperately for air. As he slowly sank deeper into the endless green mental ocean, he realized that the energy in that place had begun attacking his mind for real. Heavy waves of despair, sadness, and pure anger surrounded and suffocated him from every direction. Jang Yu tried to resist the mental pressure with all his strength. He clenched his teeth and repeatedly told himself that he would not allow it to affect him. In the middle of the struggle, a familiar voice called him Little Yu, making him turn around in shock. To his surprise, the figure of Uncle Lee appeared in front of him with an extremely serious expression. The illusion told him directly that he had not been born to become an extraordinary, and that choosing that path would only hurt both himself and the people around him. Shaking his head, Jang Yu jumped backward and tried to remain aware, shouting that it was only an illusion and that the figure was not really his uncle. However, the false image refused to stop. It changed into an even darker form and demanded that he admit he was completely unable to handle the responsibility. Soon afterward, several copies of the man surrounded him. They reminded him that prosperity had collapsed and that the world had been destroyed by the invasion of strange creatures. They questioned why he insisted on chasing that dream instead of choosing a peaceful and happy life. To make the mental attack even worse, a giant finger appeared above him and pointed down, while the projection declared that a true warrior needed unbreakable willpower. Jang Yu tried to keep walking, but the copies continued blocking his path and weighing down his mind. The illusion then used its final move by creating the massive image of a strange red monster destroying the city while desperate people ran with torches. It left him with a cruel question about whether he truly had the ability to face something that horrifying. The giant red monster continued its massacre inside the illusion, spreading terror through the city with lightning and frightening roars. Looking up from below while surrounded by a purple aura, Jang Yu watched the strange creature appear between the tall buildings and leave a terrible path of destruction behind it. Torn bodies and blood flew in every direction. The brutal horror of the scene took away his breath completely, making him sweat heavily and panic in front of the nightmare. Desperate, Jang Yu grabbed his head while dark spikes grew out of the water around his feet. At that moment, the image of Uncle Lee calmly lit a cigarette and coldly declared the end of the extraordinaries. The illusion asked whether the boy truly wanted to become one of them. It told him to stop lying to himself and cruelly exposed the truth that deep inside he only wanted to show off in front of other people. To make the psychological attack even harsher, another copy appeared and laughed at him, saying that he behaved like a child who imagined himself as a superhero. The voices inside the illusion began digging up Jang Yu's most private and embarrassing thoughts. They reminded him that he was only only an ordinary young man who hated waking up early, was too lazy to study, cared about the opposite sex, and hated being scolded by adults. As a giant smile laughed mockingly in the darkness, the test forced him to face the claim that he was nothing more than an ordinary person with no special qualities who only wanted fame and attention. Inside the cosmic storm of the illusion, the mental pressure remained heavy. It forced Jiang Yu to understand that the dark side of the world went far beyond the shadow layer and even hid in places nobody could see. The heroic scenes of warriors carrying torches shattered like pages from a fantasy book, giving way to dark and horrifying monster silhouettes floating inside purple mist. The mocking voice brought the boy back to the real question and directly challenged his mind, asking whether he was truly capable of becoming someone extraordinary. In the real world, the young man's body was already feeling the pressure. He breathed heavily and released smoke beside the large testing crystal. Outside the room, the instructors watched his performance. The man standing with his arms crossed asked how the candidate was doing. Another worker gave a small smile and commented that the boy had only been walking in circles the entire time. However, the green-haired examiner explained that this was completely normal because the device had come directly from the abyss, and its mental pollution was too powerful for most people to endure. Only people with exceptional qualifications could resist that level of pressure. That was when the instructor noticed something strange. Jiang Yu had not shown any sign of exhaustion until that moment. Suddenly, the woman gasped in shock when she looked at the monitor and warned that the stone attached to the protagonist's leg was changing color and becoming completely red. The man nearly lost control and shouted in disbelief, completely shocked by what he was seeing. At the same time, a powerful red energy began boiling and spinning violently around Jiang Yu's boots. The instructor nearly fell backward when he saw the crystal shining so brightly, even though the kid was still miles away from the Moyuan stone. He shouted that it was impossible because the boy had already reached level 5 while still incredibly far from the target. Seeing her coworker panic, the green-haired examiner gave a small grin and teased him, asking whether the boy might actually reach the legendary level 6. Sweating nervously, the man admitted that he had no idea, remembering that only 15 people in the entire history of the Chu bloodline had ever achieved something like that. While the control panel worked at full speed, Yang Yu kept dragging his feet through the smoke, struggling against the crushing pressure of the illusion with every painful step he took. Suddenly, the glow began to flicker, and the instructor noticed that the light was getting weaker. Terrified, he yelled at the operator to immediately check the candidate's watch for some kind of technical bug, but the worker at the console confirmed that all the data was completely normal. The person in charge could not understand what was happening because logic said the boy's willpower should grow stronger as he moved closer to the crystal, not suddenly drop like that. That was when Jiang Yu did the unthinkable and reached out toward the stone with all his strength. The instructor completely lost it and shouted, asking whether the kid had gone crazy for trying to touch it, since not even level 6 warriors dared to do something that reckless. But it was already too late. With a violent crack, the protagonist's hand struck the crystal directly, releasing an unreal explosion of golden light that swallowed his entire arm. Inside the trance, the scenery changed completely, and a giant cosmic vortex began spinning in the blue sky. As purple flames rose around his body, a mysterious voice echoed directly inside Jiang Yu's mind, telling him to forget that foolish dream of becoming extraordinary once and for all. The illusion changed its strategy and tried to reach his emotions, telling the young man to think about his friends and family. In the middle of that endless blue world, the test tried to soften the kid's heart by showing him familiar faces, and soon after, it made a pink-haired girl appear, walking across the water. The projection insisted that he focus on the person he valued most, and the blushing girl reached out to him with a warm and welcoming smile. Jiang Yu accepted her hand, and the two stood together beneath the starry sky while the voice whispered that this was where he truly belonged. However, the plan completely backfired. With his eyes glowing, the protagonist realized it was a trap and declared that he had seen enough of that nonsense. He shattered the trance with a violent snap, causing the entire romantic scene to break apart like smashed glass. Back in the testing hall, with pieces of the illusion fading across the floor, he spoke honestly and said that the entity had only been buzzing in his ear. With a mocking grin, the boy even made fun of the test, saying that if it wanted to create a perfect paradise, it should have at least included all the girls. Looking at the image of Uncle Lee fading in front of him, he calmly admitted that he had been scared at first and had only wanted to act like a powerful hero because he had nothing better to do. Jiang Yu stared at the energy spinning around him and said what he truly believed. In the end, heroes did not simply fall from the sky in that world. There were only humans fighting with all their strength. He recognized the quiet efforts of those who had protected the peace everyone enjoyed, but he declared that he had enjoyed that peaceful life long enough. With a firm movement, the kid grabbed the burning torch, determined never to hide beneath someone else's protection again. He raised the flame high, choosing to become his own eternal fire and light up the darkness. He proved his decision by taking one confident step and breaking through the illusion. Meanwhile, reality was boiling inside a meeting room filled with laptops, where officials discussed a strange collapse in the shadow layer that had swallowed the 2nd through 4th floors of a shopping mall and had even badly affected the 5th floor. The report was terrifying. Nearly 850 people people had been caught in the incident. More than 700 were trapped inside the dark zone, and around 650 had been rescued so far by the rescue teams. In the middle of the chaos, one of the leaders explained that a group of 30 students from several classes would go through a self-defense martial arts exam. The purpose was to screen them and remove mental pollution by using light. At the same time, the technician at the keyboard confirmed that the image reports from the evaluation department had already been sent directly to the leader's screen. A beep sounded from the technical team's laptop, announcing that the image report had just arrived. On the screen, the data for the shadow seed, codenamed Yu Ling, showed a pollution level of 1. A detailed examination of the tissue and bones revealed that the 3 spirits that had appeared were strangely identical in structure. Looking closely at the charts, the specialist wearing dark glasses noticed clear artificial traces on the creatures, as though they had been purposely changed by human hands. The discovery left the man in the brown coat deeply disturbed, and he quickly argued that it should have been impossible. The process of mutation and pollution was different for every person, which made it almost impossible for 3 beings to appear so similar. In the middle of the argument, a lighter sparked in the darkness, and the man lit a cigarette while staring at the city buildings through the window with a worried expression. He concluded that someone extremely powerful must have been carrying out dangerous experiments somewhere. Meanwhile, back in the testing hall, the instructor remained completely shocked as he stared at the monitor. He thought about how the highest willpower record had always produced an orange glow, while the boy's golden light was something nobody had ever seen before. Suddenly, the man in the brown coat came running wildly through the hallways, pushing through the crowd and asking people to move aside. He threw open the examination room door, demanding to know what was happening and announcing that the land inspection team was looking for someone named Zhang Yu, leaving the evaluators confused by his sudden entrance. Uncle Lu froze in shock when he saw the strange golden flash exploding through the testing room. Inside the trance, Zhang Yu opened his eyes and woke up gasping, wiping the sweat from his forehead after successfully breaking the illusion. When he looked through the glass, the kid became confused when he saw everyone gathered outside, including Lu Yaoyao and a man with his leg in a cast. Every single person was staring at him with their mouths open. Soon afterward, the young man was taken to a couch in the resting area so he could catch his breath. Uncle Lu stayed beside him and handed him a bottle, telling him to drink some water and calm his nerves. Zhang Yu thanked him and asked about Lu Yaoyao and the rest of the group, but the older man explained that the students had been taken to the resting area much earlier and had no idea about the crazy event that had just happened. The man admitted that the kid had surprised everyone. Reaching the 5th or 6th stage would already have shaken the entire department, but he had produced a golden glow that had never appeared before. Zhang Yu confidently drank the water and bragged, asking whether he had become some kind of golden legend above level 6. However, Uncle Lu quickly brought him back down by saying that because he was such a rare case, they might take him away for dissection and testing. The poor kid immediately choked and sprayed out all the water. Laughing at the boy's panic, Uncle Lu crossed his arms and calmed him down, explaining that it had only been a joke and nobody was going to cut him apart. However, the real warning was serious. A team would arrive soon to collect his data and send it to the night patrols, meaning the protagonist would be constantly monitored from that point forward. Zhang Yu became a little annoyed by all the paperwork and asked whether the situation was really that complicated. Uncle Lu gave him a firm pat on the back to calm him and said he would later teach him the tricks for dealing with everything. For now, the boy only needed to follow the official process. After hearing that advice, the protagonist gave a small grin, already excited inside because he realized the perfect chance to show off and put on a great performance had finally arrived. Soon afterward, the kid appeared sitting politely in front of the panel of examiners for the official screening. When they asked about his basic information and interests, he calmly answered that his name was Zhang Yu, he was 18 years old, and he enjoyed reading and sports. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, a group of people watched the broadcast and whispered non-stop. Many of them thought the boy looked far too ordinary to be a one-in-a-million genius. Some even suspected that the golden glow during the test might have been nothing more than a machine error. When the panel asked what he had actually seen during the willpower test, Zhang Yu began giving the standard answer that Uncle Lu had prepared for him. With a serious expression, Zhang Yu said that he had seen countless patrol officers moving forward with determination while holding torches and fighting monsters. Inside, however, the young man thought the entire thing was incredibly boring. He could not believe that a golden legend like him had to lower himself by following such a dull and rehearsed script. He continued repeating the speech, saying that he had felt a sense of transcendence and the heavy weight of responsibility on his shoulders, but then he paused on purpose. Uncle Lu, who was carefully watching everything through the laptop, told him to keep talking. That gave the protagonist the perfect chance to smile sarcastically and completely abandon the script. Out of nowhere, Zhang Yu asked whether his uncle had a map hanging on his bedroom wall, leaving the older man staring blankly and completely confused. Zhang Yu suddenly jumped up, kicked the chair, and began delivering an extremely dramatic speech. He declared that out of the 10 surviving locations mentioned in the books, only 5 remained. He warned everyone that the situation was serious and that the truth was painful. Off to the side, Uncle Lu was already close to losing his mind, wondering what the kid was doing and where he planned to take that ridiculous performance. However, the boy did not stop. While striking one theatrical pose after another, he declared that young people had to free themselves from the cold and create light with their own warmth. With his arms spread wide beneath a divine beam of light, he announced that even if his light was as weak as a firefly, he would still give everything he had. If nobody else stepped forward, he would become the only living torch. The entire hall fell silent as the young man held his heroic martyr pose. Uncle Lou, red with embarrassment and sweating nervously, tried to explain the situation to the evaluators by stammering that the boy simply enjoyed joking around. However, the attempt to cover for him backfired in a strange way. The examiners were so deeply moved that they began crying with emotion. The panel became overwhelmed by the kid's sensitivity and declared that he would become the greatest talent on the team, while others shouted in complete shock at his genius-level awareness. In the audience, everyone fully surrendered to his performance, admitting that his talent was unlike anything they had ever seen and that all of them together could not compare to him. While the important officials watched the broadcast on the laptop and believed that everything he had done was brilliant, Zhang Yu completely dropped his heroic pose. With an impatient and bored expression, he scratched his face and spoke honestly, saying he had done enough showing off. He then asked whether he could finally leave because he still had a massage appointment at the club. The examiners decided to end their work for the day and told the boy to go home and wait for a notification. Zhang Yu looked a little confused, but Uncle Lou snapped the laptop shut and quickly explained that the notice would be about the special training camp. Outside, while they walked through the courtyard, the older man lightly scolded the kid for not staying as discreet as they had agreed, since he had now become a celebrity inside the night patrol. The protagonist apologized for causing trouble, but the uncle was actually more worried about how he would explain everything to old Lee, who had never wanted the boy to get involved with the extraordinary world and would definitely be furious. Putting that concern aside, the man told him to focus on what really mattered, the special camp scheduled for March 25th. Looking at his phone, he explained that the selected candidates would go through months of intense training before the final evaluation in the martial exam. He waved goodbye while warning the boy to keep everything completely secret and not say a single word to Lu Yao Yao. Later, beneath the dark night sky, Zhang Yu stood alone on top of a building, staring at his holographic screen. The display coldly showed that he had only 20 days left to live. Since the training would not begin for another 2 months and would last quite a while, the protagonist realized that his time was far too short and concluded that he would need to keep hunting monsters to earn more time and survive. Zhang Yu spotted his target from high above. A green horned monster ran desperately through a dark alley with its health bar almost empty at 27%. Without wasting any time, the boy activated Shadow Step and jumped from the building, gaining the ability to glide smoothly across any kind of ground while the creature realized the terrible mistake it had made. The beast still tried to run in panic with its mouth full of sharp teeth, but a target marker appeared right in the middle of its forehead, leaving the anomaly completely terrified. In a flash, the protagonist came crashing down with a violent electric strike, activating the command to hunt and instantly kill it. The system even tried to display a sentimental message on the screen, feeling sorry for the wounded creature that only wanted to survive and warning that its end had come. The next message made it clear that stealing someone else's prey was not honorable, but the hunt was still successful. His remaining lifespan increased to 22 days, his combat skills improved, and he earned 4 more shadow points. Laughing alone in the darkness, the boy thought that stealing another person's monster might be ugly, but refusing a feast delivered right into his hands would be stupid. However, his happiness did not last long. An angry voice suddenly came from behind him, demanding to know where he had appeared from so suddenly. Turning around in surprise, the hero found a man wearing a red helmet and a mask over his face. The stranger pointed at himself and demanded to know what had happened to his creature. Zhang Yu could only let out an awkward sound while looking down at the ground, where the beast had already been completely reduced to a smoking green skeleton. The man in the red helmet rushed forward in a rage, shouting at the thief to return his prey and calling the hero shameless for stealing from simple scavengers. Zhang Yu pretended to be badly frightened and stepped back with his hands raised, causing the attacker to suddenly stop in the middle of the smoke, confused by his reaction. The man then removed his helmet and changed his attitude completely in the blink of an eye. He recognized the protagonist and began putting on a strange fanboy performance, shouting that he was the biggest fan of the famous Yuzi Gay and never missed a single one of his videos online. The scammer moved close to take a smiling selfie, but soon revealed his real intentions by suggesting their usual split for the prey, 70% for one person and 30% for the other. Since Zhang Yu had no idea what a scavenger was or what kind of deal the man was talking about, the blackmailer decided to push harder. He pulled out his phone and threatened to post a false headline claiming that the internet celebrity was humiliating a worker and stealing his monsters without taking responsibility. That was the last straw for the protagonist, who completely lost patience with the nonsense. Without thinking twice, the hero fired a blast of electrical energy that struck the clever man from behind and sent his helmet flying. Zhang Yu transformed into a huge shadowy form, dug his claws into the young man's head, and demanded that he explain the whole situation properly. Completely terrified and shaking on the ground, ground, the blackmailer immediately surrendered and agreed to obey without causing any more trouble. The young man sitting on the ground finally started talking and explained that scavenger was only an informal name. Officially, they were called freelance night patrol officers, and anyone only needed to reach the basic intermediate level to register. When he revealed that the reward for those hunts was not a big deal, usually around 6 or 7,000, Zhang Yu nearly lost his mind from shock. He shouted in disbelief after hearing the man describe that huge amount of money as nothing special. While staring at the glowing green crystals that had appeared on the ground, the protagonist became completely furious over losing 7,000 all at once, an amount equal to almost an entire month of his salary as a writer. The informant kept complaining with a miserable expression, saying that life as a scavenger in the shadow layer was extremely difficult. They had no social security, housing fund, or benefits, and they had to risk their own lives just to survive. After a thoughtful silence while staring at the remains on the ground, the hero changed the subject and asked who bought the anomalies they hunted. The clever man smiled and explained that the final buyers were the Night Patrol office itself, universities, or qualified companies. Those groups posted missions and even sent the creatures' locations directly to the scavengers. Zhang Yu released his shadow claws toward a new creature that crossed their path. It was a blood shadow cat, a strange dual attribute species that meowed in panic beneath the hero's dark energy. Without holding back, the protagonist activated the command to devour its shadow and absorb the monster's inner essence. He only made sure to keep the corpse intact, warning his partner that they would not be able to exchange it for money if the body was destroyed. With the creature lying lifeless on the ground, the young man told his new partner to pack it up and carry it as well. The scavenger became delighted by the hero's generosity and praised him for doing all the hard work while still agreeing to share the profits. Zhang Yu gave a humble reply and admitted that the other man's life was difficult too, since he had to filter the locations of the anomalies and carry the heavy bodies all the way to the Night Patrol office. While tying up the large red cat and dragging it on his back, the informant suggested that the protagonist should start working alone. He only needed to register as an outside contractor or as someone without an official connection. However, the hero flashed a bright smile from inside his dark silhouette and immediately rejected the idea. He explained that he preferred to remain mysterious because if the Night Patrol discovered who he truly was, he would be completely finished. Deng Qi stared at his partner in amazement and praised the hero for clearing 4 anomalies in a single day without even breaking a sweat. The protagonist gave a confident laugh and joked that he could take down 100 of them without any problem if he had enough time. However, after thinking about it more carefully, he looked at his own hand and realized the truth. The medium-rank monsters he had just devoured had barely increased his power, so continuing to hunt that category was already becoming a waste of time. Determined to level up, Zhang Yu turned around and told Deng Qi to find some upper-rank level 1 targets for the next day. The scavenger nearly lost his mind at the request, opening his eyes wide and shouting that his younger brother clearly did not understand how serious the situation was. The young man nervously tried to warn the protagonist, explaining that even though they were all level 1, upper-rank creatures were in a completely different league and were far too dangerous. However, the hero did not even blink. He gave a small grin and calmly said that he already understood that very well. Surrounded by a sinister electrical discharge, Zhang Yu confidently declared that he would still go after them because the experience and the huge amount of money already belonged to him. He finally arrived home in the middle of the night, completely exhausted after all the hard work. As soon as he walked through the door, he was badly startled by a voice demanding to know why he had disappeared until so late. It was Lu Yao Yao, lying upside down on the couch while chewing a cookie and looking at her phone. She complained that she had waited forever and told him that she had left some sweets on the table for him. The boy joined her on the couch to eat and asked about Uncle Lu, learning that the older man had gone out on a mission. Knowing that the man would not return, Zhang Yu put on a shameless expression and suggested spending the night there, but he received a painful punishment that left him whining with a bump on his head. Crossing her arms with an angry expression, the young woman asked whether he had passed the test. Following his uncle's advice not to reveal that he had received the golden legendary rank, the protagonist scratched his head and openly lied, saying that he had only reached the 3rd level. She moved very close to pressure him into revealing which ability he had awakened, forcing the boy to quickly make up the Shadow Eye ability. Lu Yao Yao let out a relieved sigh and commented that it was an average support type potential, which would be perfect for keeping him away from the dangers of the front line. Blushing and feeling awkward beside her, the hero wondered whether she had stayed awake only because she was worried about him. He then used the chance to ask what her power was. Lu Yao Yao gave a proud smile and revealed that her ability was called Requiem, a branch of the Soul Bearers with maximum level potential. She proudly pushed out her chest and said that her early combat strength might be weak, but she would definitely become much stronger than him in the future. The hero could only laugh and sighed, thinking that her entire speech was just a way to show off in front of him. Making fun of her confident pose, the protagonist told the young woman to be careful not to die right at the beginning. The girl immediately became furious, told him to shut his unlucky mouth, and punched him directly in the face for being annoying. After her anger passed, The young man used the chance to ask what the Shadowbringers and Soulbearers actually were. Lu Yaoyao gave a small cough and admitted that she was not completely sure. She only knew that those titles represented alien races. She explained that the Shadowbringers were connected to the Shadowkin, while the Soulbearers were linked to the Spiritkin. Activating a holographic screen filled with charts, the young woman explained that hunting those alien species and absorbing their corruption was the normal way for extraordinary people to evolve. She also emphasized that hunting the race connected to a person's own power greatly increased the efficiency, while going after other types of monsters produced much weaker results. Thinking the explanation was amazing, Zhang Yu excitedly brought his hands together and asked her to show him the power of Requiem. The girl replied that there were no aliens nearby, so she had no way to activate the technique. That was when the shameless boy gave her a playful wink and told her to use the ability on him, claiming that his body could handle it without dying. Lu Yo-Yo turned red with embarrassment and anger, shouting that Requiem was meant to calm the souls of creatures, not completely tear them apart. Still, Lu Yo-Yo did not hold back and fired Requiem directly at him, causing bright energy to surround both of them on the couch before she tapped the protagonist's forehead with a sharp snap. Zhang Yu felt a strange and completely unexpected mental impact, opening his eyes wide before falling hard onto the floor. The girl was badly startled by his fall and quickly knelt beside him, desperately asking whether he was okay. Taking advantage of the situation, the clever boy began putting on a huge performance, shouting that she needed to massage his head immediately or it would explode. Worried and red with embarrassment, the young woman placed the shameless boy's head on her lap and began pressing it awkwardly. With his eyes closed and enjoying the special treatment, the hero gave her instructions on how to give the perfect massage, telling her to press from his forehead toward the back and then move gently down the sides. While relaxing on her lap, Zhang Yu praised the attack and admitted that even though he had prepared his defenses, the strike had entered without leaving any trace. Lu Yo-Yo explained that it was a mental type of spiritual suppression that came from alien races, so it was natural for it to be invisible to the naked eye. The boy commented that she would become the center of attention at the special training camp with such an unfair ability, but she replied that she did not enjoy showing off and that extremely strong students from other bases would also be there. The protagonist casually added that there would be plenty of people from the martial department, but the young woman suddenly changed her tone. With a sly expression, Lu Yaoyao asked whether he really liked massages that much and how much he had spent at the club near the neighborhood entrance. The hero broke into a cold sweat and stammered that it had only been a few thousand, which was enough to turn her expression into something completely demonic. Cracking her fingers with a terrifying look, she offered him an extra set of soul shocks, causing the boy's desperate cries for help to echo throughout the entire neighborhood. Down in an alley, a strange red monster covered in eyes was chewing on the remains of its prey in the darkness. From the top of a low wall, the hero watched the creature and asked whether that was really the upper-rank alien his partner had found. The partner confirmed it, explaining that he had chosen a type similar to one the hero had already fought so they could be completely safe. Without wasting any time, the protagonist jumped directly into the empty space below and immediately refused the man's help. The creature tried to look upward with its many glowing eyes, but it did not even have enough time to react. Surrounded by a trail of pure shadow energy and blue lightning, the young man crashed down with overwhelming force and sliced the anomaly apart in a devastating attack. The system screen instantly confirmed the success of the predatory hunt and announced that shadow threads had evolved into Shadow Cluster, a technique that compressed darkness and fired several highly penetrating lines at once. From the top of the wall, the informant nearly fell backward after witnessing the massacre. Completely shocked, with his eyes almost popping out and his tongue hanging out from pure disbelief, he could only scream that it had been an instant kill and that his little brother was unbelievably powerful and terrifying. In a recording filled with lightning and overwhelming explosions, a war general, one of the most brutal fighting forces in Great Zhou, demonstrated crushing power against hordes of monsters. Lu Yaoyao watched everything in complete fascination on the laptop screen. Her father soon approached and explained that the rate of spiritual awakenings was extremely rare and that her soul suppression ability was considered elite. He then handed her a flash drive containing the early cultivation experiences of an old general with similar powers and told her to study it in secret. The young woman was confused about how he had gained access to something so restricted, but her father revealed that Uncle Li, who was very close to the generals, had managed to get the file. Left alone in her room, Lu Yaoyao began wondering why such valuable information had been given to her instead of Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, at the apartment window, her father smoked thoughtfully while looking at the horizon in the late afternoon. Nearby, a top-secret document described a strange alien-type creature that had been captured in the 90th year after the cataclysm, after causing hundreds of deaths among the night patrol. The file warned that the anomaly caused deep mental contamination, had no blood, and was completely immortal and impossible to describe, earning the feared codename Divinity. Far away in the middle of the night, Zhang Yu emerged from a pool of shadows and jumped directly at a green monster with a giant tongue. Firing blasts of blue energy through the air with a funny sound effect, he caught the creature completely by surprise. The hero followed with a massive punch covered in pure darkness, crushing the enemy once and for all. While the brutal fight continued in the alley, his partner Deng Qi held a camera and recorded every detail while desperately shouting for his friend to stay strong. Jiang Yu emerged from the shadows with his fists cracking with pure blue electricity, steadily advancing toward the green anomaly trying to move through the alley. Completely calm, the young man placed a small stick in his mouth, gave a slight grin, and whispered that he was ready. In the blink of an eye, he mockingly said, "Boom." The monster froze in terror for a tiny moment before a violent explosion swept through the area, tearing the target apart with the power of Shadow Cluster. The system interface explained that the new technique caused limited damage when it exploded in the air or attached itself to the enemy, but it became terrifyingly powerful when implanted directly inside the target's body. Deng Qi stared at the camera, recording in amazement, saying that little brother Yuzi's final move had looked incredibly stylish, and that the video would definitely go viral. While the partner gathered the valuable remains into a bag, Jiang Yu checked his status panel and breathed in relief when he saw that his remaining lifespan had reached 47 days. That was more than enough time to survive until the special training camp began. The hero immediately asked for the location of the next monster, and Deng Qi pointed toward a strange creature with one giant purple eye hiding just ahead. Suddenly, a sharp pink energy blade tore through the air at high speed and caught the protagonist by surprise. Reacting instantly, Jiang Yu grabbed his companion by the collar of his jacket and pulled him away from the cutting trail that nearly sliced them apart. Surrounded by electrical discharges and glowing claws, the young man moved in front of his partner and shouted into the dark smoke, demanding to know who was hiding there. The strange monster this time was the Eye Ghost, a huge and terrifying purple creature that appeared floating in the middle of the alley. Deng Qi immediately panicked and shouted that it was a level 2 spirit-type alien. Jiang Yu repeated the information with interest, immediately remembering Lu Yaoyao's recent explanation about how her abilities matched that exact class of alien species. Realizing the danger and knowing he could not allow the monster to activate its spiritual powers, the protagonist prepared to act while the giant eye began charging sinister pink energy. However, a golden spear suddenly cut through the air in a flash and pierced the alien directly in the center with incredible accuracy, stopping its attack before it could cause any damage. With a violent crash, the creature fell completely defeated to the ground. As the dust began to settle, a mysterious warrior wearing a suit with red boots and an emblem on his chest appeared proudly on top of the monster's remains while holding a shining weapon. Jiang Yu tried to ask who the man was, but the stranger simply pushed off the ground and jumped back toward the rooftops in the blink of an eye. As he escaped, a golden card inside an envelope floated gently through the air. The hero caught the mysterious paper and opened it to read the message, which asked about the future of his talent and contained an advertisement for the Chuyang Corporation, an organization officially recognized by the Yunhai settlement. Curious about the strange approach and the perfectly timed rescue, the young man stared thoughtfully at the invitation while his partner watched with interest. In front of a massive skyscraper stood the powerful statue of a golden warrior shining beneath the blue sky. Jiang Yu walked through the crowded plaza while looking at the huge monument and holding the mysterious golden card he had received. Deng Qi quickly explained that the building belonged to the Chuyang Corporation, the largest pharmaceutical company in Yunhai, and claimed that anyone who became an employee there would be financially secure for the rest of their life. Curious, the hero asked whether the warrior from before had only been a collector hired by the company. His partner confirmed it based on the battlesuit, but Jiang Yu found it strange because collectors were usually only level 1, while that man had erased a level 2 eye ghost in the blink of an eye. That was when Deng Qi revealed the secret. Chuyang produced special potions capable of greatly increasing the combat power of extraordinary people. The informant added that the company worked directly with the Night Patrol and had even helped develop the Heaven's Eye system, making it the perfect shortcut for anyone who wanted to become powerful quickly. However, the protagonist chose to reject the opportunity, honestly saying that depending on others would never be better than relying on personal effort. Soon afterward, they arrived at an event where a speaker on stage displayed nectar, a medicine with the code T1928 that had been developed over 10 years by a scientist from the northern capital. The woman excitedly explained to the crowd that the formula increased brain activity and expanded supernatural perception. Standing among the audience with his arms crossed, Jiang Yu watched everything with complete doubt, thinking that the whole story sounded like a huge scam designed to take money from foolish people. Smiling brightly, the presenter gestured toward the audience and invited a volunteer to come on stage and test the product live. The moment she asked for someone from the crowd, Deng Qi completely forgot all his talk about pride and independence. The boy began jumping around wildly and shouting that he would test it, leaving Jiang Yu below with a completely stunned expression. Without the slightest bit of shame, his partner ran onto the stage and drank the entire bottle of nectar in one gulp. The effect was immediate and strange. His eyes began shooting bright beams of white light while he loudly claimed that his mind had become unbelievably clear. Taking advantage of the perfect chance created by her unexpected spokesman, the woman with the microphone switched into full sales mode and announced a huge discount. She claimed that the price would drop from 8,888 coins to only 1,888 for the first people who bought it. That was enough to send the crowd into complete panic, with everyone pushing and shouting to secure a bottle. Standing alone in the middle of the chaos, the protagonist could only hold his head from the overwhelming embarrassment, thinking about how completely hopeless those people were. Wanting to get away from all that noise, the hero started walking around the lobby and came across several display cases holding badly damaged historical relics, including a broken sword, pieces of old uniforms, and ancient equipment. Just above them, his eyes stopped on a huge painting dedicated to the founder of the Chuyang Corporation, Mr. Zhao Chuyang, who stood proudly while holding a flame beside several hardened fighters. Zhang Yu stared at the painting in shock as he read the decorative plaque, completely surprised to discover that the great pharmaceutical tycoon had actually been a night patrol officer in the past. Suddenly, a mysterious red-haired man with a firm posture appeared behind him and calmly commented that the founder had truly been one of the organization's pioneers, but unfortunately, almost nobody remembered him anymore. When Jiang Yu slightly turned to look at the man, his heart nearly stopped from pure panic. It was the night patrol captain who had been investigating his secret identity. The red-haired man began telling the real story behind the legend. In the 50th year of the Cataclysm era, the aliens launched a full invasion against Great Zhou, and the legendary Zhou Chuyang marched alone onto the battlefield to guide civilians out of the fallen zone. To protect the people, he used his powers and burned himself without hesitation, fighting until the very end. He used every last drop of his life force, and not even his body remained, but his descendants kept his legacy alive by expanding the Chuyang Corporation. Out of nowhere, the captain honestly said that the protagonist reminded him a lot of that ancient hero, leaving Jiang Yu stunned. The officer remembered that during their conversation at the night patrol, the young man had said that he wanted to become the only light in the darkness. The boy began sweating nervously and laughed awkwardly inside because he had only used that dramatic line to sound cool, while the man had taken it far too seriously. The captain then added that, as a relative of Battlemaster Li, the boy's ideological awareness could not possibly be low. Jiang Yu had no idea what he meant and asked who he was talking about. When the captain confirmed that he meant Li Guang, the boy's entire world collapsed as he imagined his drunken uncle sticking his head inside a toilet and embarrassing himself. How could that clumsy old man possibly be one of Great Zhou's most brutal elite forces? The red-haired officer found his reaction strange and asked whether the old man had never told him the truth. Jiang Yu admitted that he had always believed his uncle was only an ordinary government office worker. The officer explained that he did hold a civilian position, but he was still a high-ranking authority with real power. The protagonist finally connected everything and remembered the time the old man had promised to use his influence to fix his school situation. Back then, Jiang Yu had assumed the old man simply knew important people, but it turned out that he was the important connection himself. Patting the young man on the shoulder, the officer commented that the master had probably hidden the truth for the boy's own protection. Right after that, he officially introduced himself as Song Qing'an, the head instructor of the special training camp. Moving very close to the boy's face, Song Qing'an warned him that he had extremely high expectations and planned to train the newcomer to his absolute limit, leaving Jiang Yu completely tense about the nightmare waiting for him. Song Qing'an walked away through the lobby, leaving Jiang Yu behind, scratching his head with a terrible feeling about the intense training ahead. However, he did not even have time to process the threat. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy and a pair of sinister red eyes lit up in the darkness behind the display panels. Sensing danger, the young man quickly turned around and focused on whoever was hiding there. With a violent crash, a huge green creature shaped like a floating spine and covered in strange eyes tore through the darkness and invaded the area. Jiang Yu jumped backward on pure instinct and immediately recognized the monster as a wandering spirit. The boy thought the situation made no sense because there were so many guards outside the building, yet the anomaly had somehow entered without anyone noticing. Without thinking twice, he started chasing the creature as it flew down the emergency stairs. During the chase, the system interface appeared with information about the target, revealing that it was a low abyss-class shadow specter capable of releasing immense power in the dark. The panel also included an interesting note saying that the species was not as simple as it seemed. The hero instantly remembered that the first wandering spirit he had killed carried the exact same warning, making him realize that the manual had been showing signs that something was wrong from the very beginning. Jiang Yu began suspecting that the recent rise in alien appearances might all be connected to the same great mystery. Following the trail to the end, he arrived directly beneath the Chuyang Corporation, but suddenly stopped. The area was completely empty and buried in total darkness, making him wonder why the basement of such a massive company would be completely abandoned. At that exact moment, a sinister cracking sound echoed through the darkness. A mechanical voice suddenly came through the sound system of the empty basement, announcing that Unit 9 had returned and ordering someone to let them inside. Jiang Yu was badly badly startled when he realized that other people were there. During the tense silence that followed, the boy began sweating nervously, wondering what the Chuyang Corporation was secretly doing in the shadows beneath the building. To avoid being caught by surprise, he activated Shadow Eye and became surrounded by a sinister blue aura before diving directly into the floor to move forward without being seen. Moving quietly through the dark hallways, the young man heard footsteps and cracking sounds getting closer. When he peeked into the next room, his jaw dropped. The basement was hiding a massive secret laboratory filled with glowing cylindrical capsules containing several species of preserved mutant aliens. While he wondered what kind of horrifying plan the company had for those strange creatures, the footsteps grew louder, and he pressed himself against the structure to avoid being seen. Two scientists wearing white coats walked through the hallway. The scientist wearing glasses told his co-worker, an older man with spiky hair named Dr. Wu, that the cultivation of the wandering spirits was going well and that the Predator program was nearly complete. He also revealed that President Zhao had contacted them that morning and ordered them to begin stabilizing the so-called blood seed. When asked whether he had any idea how they should move forward, Dr. Wu frowned and warned that alien species were naturally wild and difficult to control. He reminded the other scientists that the 3 wandering spirits released in the mall earlier had already caused terrible consequences. The other researcher argued that using human flesh to attract the blood seed had worked to some degree, but Dr. Wu immediately replied that it was impossible to control monsters by relying only on their bloodthirsty instincts. Hidden nearby in his shadow form, Zhang Yu heard the entire conversation and tried to understand the true size of the conspiracy. Dr. Wu continued explaining that the company's main goal was to develop completely controllable alien species that could help the night patrol. He pointed toward a huge capsule filled with water and blue bubbles, revealing that the project had to begin with the soul seed, which had created number 9, a completely mutated wandering spirit. Hidden on the floor in his shadow form, Zhang Yu watched everything with deep interest. The veteran approached the glass and greeted the monster, which was covered in scales and had strange faces spread across its body. The assistant wearing glasses tried to warn him to be careful, but Dr. Wu dismissed the danger and told his co-worker to focus only on making the correct notes. The doctor lightly tapped the glass and asked the creature how it was feeling, wanting to know whether the replacement eyes they had implanted last time were still working properly. When the monster calmly responded, the scientist celebrated that its emotional condition was becoming more stable and revealed that the next step would be to produce number 9 on a massive scale so aliens could fight other aliens. He ordered the assistant to bring spiritual calming stones to feed the test subject. At that moment, the creature looked directly downward, making Zhang Yu sweat nervously when he realized that it could see him in the darkness. The hero understood that this spirit was unique. It showed no aggression, tried to communicate, and appeared to have a mind of its own. Worried about where the project was heading, the young assistant asked whether the monster might eventually break free from their control and become impossible to handle at its current rate of development. Dr. Wu agreed that it was a possible risk for the future, but he said he believed they would find a solution. That was when the young man moved closer with a knowing look and suggested that perhaps they should try a far more reliable method, leaving the old master curious about what his co-worker was planning. Adjusting his glasses, the assistant gave the strangest example possible, exchanging the soul essence of humans with that of aliens. After hearing that, Dr. Wu became furious and shouted that such an idea crossed every limit of humanity and destroyed the last trace of conscience. He warned He Tianming to abandon the idea immediately before the situation became worse. The young man tried to brush it off and apologized, pretending that it had only been a foolish comment that should not be taken seriously. However, the veteran coughed from irritation and immediately replied that a taboo like that should never be mentioned, not even as a joke. The atmosphere became much worse when a blade pierced Dr. Wu's chest directly from behind. Spitting blood and completely shocked, the old man looked back, unable to believe what was happening. With a cold expression, He Tianming announced that the research involving aliens, humans, and the night patrol ended there. Removing his glasses, the traitor revealed his true face while his eyes glowed with a sinister aura. He confessed that he belonged to the Fireseed organization and immediately released a violent wave of purple power that began tearing apart the control room, sending panels and computers flying through the air. The impact struck number 9's capsule directly, shattering the thick glass and releasing the monster in a flood of water. The alarms immediately began screaming throughout the basement, activating a red warning that dozens of variants from room 035 had escaped. With brutal monsters breaking out of containment, panic spread among the scientists, who ran desperately through the red hallways while begging the security team to save them. Adjusting his glasses with a strange smile, He Tianming suggested that perhaps they should try a much more reliable method. In the middle of the confusion, He Tianming let out a strange scream as overwhelming purple energy completely consumed him. The young man's body dropped lifelessly to the floor while his status bar fell all the way to 0 on the system interface. Still hidden in his shadow form, Zhang Yu emerged in complete shock, unable to understand how a student had attacked his teacher and then killed himself right afterward. To make things worse, he realized that the wandering spirit had also used the distraction to escape from confinement. A weak voice coming from the rubble suddenly finally caught his attention, revealing that Dr. Wu was still alive and begging him to come closer. The boy rushed over to support the wounded man, tried to calm him down, and promised to find medical help right away. However, while coughing blood, the scientist used his last strength to warn him that the traitor belonged to the Fire Seed organization. With no idea what that meant, Zhang Yu watched the man lose consciousness and began shaking him desperately, demanding a clear explanation at that critical moment. Suddenly, a strange sound sliced through the air, and Number 9 appeared crawling above them. With no time to process the loss, the hero pushed his questions aside, activated his blue electrical energy, and prepared for battle, focusing only on opening a path and getting out alive. The fight began deep inside the basement, with the hero blasting the creatures with blue lightning. After jumping and landing on the cracked floor, he came across several guards already lying dead. Cold sweat immediately ran down his face when he understood how serious the situation was. The variants had broken through the blockade, entered the real world, and were heading straight toward the upper floors of the corporation. Nobody in the main lobby suspected anything. An employee calmly walked through the hall when the floor began to crack and shadowy portals suddenly opened. In the blink of an eye, green and red monsters tore through the ground and appeared directly behind her, spreading terror everywhere. The place turned into complete madness, with everyone running desperately and screaming for help while the beasts hunted the civilians. In the middle of the chaos, a young man in a blue jacket tried to control the crowd, shouting that those were blood variants that specialized in attacking anyone who became separated from the group. Nobody listened, and during one careless moment, a dark creature with a huge red eye appeared behind him, ready to strike. Luckily, Zhang Yu suddenly appeared like a bolt of lightning and drove an electric punch straight into the monster's face, saving the ally at the last second. The young man in the jacket was shocked and asked how he had ended up there, but the protagonist immediately cut him off and told him to focus on saving the people first. The ally said it was impossible because the panic had grown so bad that nobody was listening to anyone's orders. Seeing monsters jumping toward helpless people nearby, the hero's expression turned serious as he charged his electricity, knowing that he would have to solve the problem through brute force. Zhang Yu moved like a blue flash and killed another green monster directly in front of a terrified witness. A series of violent explosions echoed through the main hall, clearing space and wiping out the immediate threats. Surrounded by his electric aura, the hero shouted for the crowd to stop panicking and gather close to him, warning everyone to watch the shadows around them and give the variants no chance to attack. In the middle of the confusion, people finally recognized him and began whispering in shock after realizing they were standing face to face with the famous brother Yuzi, the amnesiac killer who had become a huge success on Dusheng. While a girl recorded everything on her phone, relief spread through the group when they realized they had been saved. Still in control, the young man told everyone not to run and ordered them to let the women and children leave first. He finally breathed in relief after bringing the panic under control. Once the ground floor was stable, desperate screams from the upper level echoed through the huge open space of the mall, revealing that more people were trapped and surrounded by smoke above. Zhang Yu immediately realized that he needed to clear the upper floor next. Gathering strength to jump toward the new danger, he ordered Deng Ke to lead the evacuation of that group first. His partner signaled that he was ready while the hero moved upward to handle the problem. The fire on the upper floor was spreading out of control. Trapped by the flames and choking on thick smoke, a mother and her little daughter cried desperately while the child begged to leave because the heat was too painful. In the middle of the smoke, the woman noticed a figure approaching through the doorway and cried out for help, believing that rescue had finally arrived. Her hope turned into terror in the blink of an eye when the figure revealed itself as a strange green monster with sharp teeth and a terrifying roar. The mother tightly hugged the little girl to protect her and prepared for the worst, but an electric strike suddenly hit the creature directly. Zhang Yu appeared like a blue bolt in the middle of the fire and delivered a brutal punch that sent the mutant flying. Without wasting time, he drove his energized hand into the beast's chest and finished it for good, leaving the woman deeply relieved and grateful. However, his fearless hero pose did not last long. Right afterward, the young man began jumping around and complaining that even though his body was supposed to resist fire, it still burned badly. Trying to recover his pride, he turned toward them with glowing eyes and a strange smile on his face, which looked dark because of the shadow around him, and told them not to worry. The little girl immediately burst into tears and screamed that he looked even scarier than the monster. Her mother tried to calm her down by explaining that he was still a hero, even though he was a little ugly. With no time for arguments, the protagonist picked both of them up, told them to hold on tightly, and jumped straight through the shopping mall's glass window toward freedom. His landing outside was perfect, placing the mother and child safely near the fire trucks. Still frightened by his appearance, the little girl thanked him by calling him Mr. Monster. While the surrounding crowd cheered and applauded, the people in the street quickly recognized the famous brother Yuzi, shouting encouragement and celebrating the heroic rescue. Without wasting any time, the young man gathered strength and jumped directly back into the fire to save more people. As he climbed like a bolt of lightning, he began worrying about his shadow points, which were being drained far too quickly in the real world. He also wondered why the other members of the night patrol had still not appeared to help. The truth was that the other patrol officers were completely trapped in brutal battles, tentacles. One of them used overwhelming green energy to destroy several colorful variants at once, but the army of monsters seemed endless. The hero quickly understood how serious the situation was. The entire disaster had been carefully planned to trap and delay the security forces. The crisis became even worse when a massive horde of purple creatures moved through the city and caused a huge explosion that shattered the top of a skyscraper. Watching the trail of destruction from far away, Zhang Yu realized that the main target of the alien attack was the Chuyang Group's industrial zone. With the night patrol held back and the situation much worse than expected, he understood that he was completely alone in stopping the disaster. Looking at the system panel floating in front of him, the hero realized that he could only depend on himself from that point forward. Without thinking twice, he began a non-stop rescue marathon, repeatedly appearing in the middle of the chaos. The crowd in the street went wild every time Brother Yuzi returned carrying survivors and placing them safely on the ground. He brought down entire groups at once, dropping from the tops of buildings while the people below applauded and shouted encouragement. Even the most doubtful spectators stared in amazement as the mysterious killer acted like a true guardian angel. After placing the final survivor on the ground, the young man's strength suddenly disappeared. The rescued person collapsed from his injuries, causing everyone to shout for an ambulance immediately. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu could barely remain standing and was completely exhausted as his shadow points fell dangerously to 13 out of 74. He thought about how tiring it was to act like a hero, but when he looked to the side and saw the emotional reunions of the families he had saved, a smile appeared on his face because he knew every drop of sweat had been worth it. The peaceful moment ended almost immediately. A desperate elderly woman suddenly approached him while crying and begged for news about her granddaughter with braids. Soon, many parents gathered around him, all shouting desperately about their sons, daughters, and young relatives who had disappeared during the attack. The hero froze in shock when he noticed the horrifying pattern. Every kidnapped victim was a child. Looking toward the top of a building covered in sinister energy, the worst possibility was confirmed. Cruel purple monsters were kidnapping the children, and one little girl cried while tentacles held her tightly as she begged for her father and wanted to go home. Staring at the skyscraper, the hero became furious after seeing that the monsters were taking children. In the middle of his anger, his phone suddenly began ringing. On the other end of the call, Lu Yao Yao, who was sitting on the couch at home, immediately asked whether he was near the Chuyang building. He kept running at full speed through the alleys while wondering how she had guessed his location. Lu Yao Yao refused to explain and ordered him to return home immediately. With his usual shameless attitude, the protagonist joked that he would only return if she prepared a proper dinner with beef and tomato egg soup. He ended the call before she could complain, leaving the girl staring at the screen in deep worry. Stopping for a moment to breathe, the boy realized that both his life force and shadow points were close to their limits. He knew that continuing to fight in that condition would be a suicide mission. Suddenly, the loud sound of a megaphone cut through the air. A special forces unit blocked the street, and the commander announced that under the superpower law, civilians were forbidden from using abilities in public without permission. Completely ignoring the danger of the invasion across the city, the guards aimed high-tech weapons at him and gave him a final warning to shut down his electrical aura immediately. Zhang Yu raised his hands and pretended to surrender, telling the guards that he would leave the rescue work to the night patrol since they were the professionals. However, when he heard the desperate elderly woman crying behind him and begging for news about her missing granddaughter, the boy clenched his teeth, unable to simply turn his back on such cruelty. He changed his mind in an instant, looked over his shoulder, and told the commander to follow him if he wanted to see what was really happening. The captain had no idea what he meant, and before the soldiers could react, the hero shot forward like a blue electric blur, leaving the entire team behind in the dust. The soldiers immediately readied their high-tech weapons and asked their leader what they should do, causing the officer to order them to move forward and follow the young man's trail. As evening covered the skyscrapers in a strange purple fog, a group of brutal monsters ran through the streets, while carrying frightened children trapped in their tails. Moving secretly, Zhang Yu followed the beasts closely and tried to figure out where they were taking the victims. Suddenly, the creatures jumped together into a dark, spinning portal that opened in the ground, making the protagonist instantly realize that they were diving directly into the dangerous shadow layer. After reaching the shadow layer, Zhang Yu stopped to study a ruined building. The scene was strange because those mutants, known for being mindless killing machines, were acting with complete strategy while guarding a group of children like armed soldiers. It became obvious that the beasts had clearly divided roles and were working in a highly organized way, connecting the pieces of the conspiracy involving the Chuyang Group, the secret biological experiments, and the Fire Seed organization. The young man realized he had become involved in something enormous. Since it was already too late to turn back, he took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and moved straight toward the danger while carefully advancing through the dark corners. To clear a path through the prison area, he threw a small stone to make noise, instantly drawing the attention of one of the green monsters. However, while watching the crying hostages, the hero noticed something alarming. There were far fewer children there than the total number who had disappeared from the surface. Before he could investigate where the rest of the children had been taken, the mutants became restless and began sniffing around for the intruder. Realizing that he had been discovered, Jiang Yu decided to risk everything. He rushed forward in the blink of an eye, grabbed 3 children in his arms at once, and retreated at full speed while the furious beasts chased him from behind. Once he noticed that the mutants had found him, Jiang Yu ran even faster while carrying the children. The green creatures charged forward and released terrifying roars, ready to tear the intruder apart. With no room to escape by running, the hero turned around and fired a massive net of blue electrical energy. The monsters crashed directly into the barrier and became completely trapped inside the glowing web, struggling without being able to break free. Taking advantage of the opening, the young man moved through the dark complex and found the rest of the hostages. He began guiding the large group of frightened children down the stairs, using the light from his phone to show the way and telling them to walk slowly while staying close to him. During the escape, the boy quickly called the night patrol and reported that he had already rescued more than 10 children. Their retreat was suddenly interrupted by a violent explosion that caught him completely by surprise. Jiang Yu crossed his arms to protect himself from the impact while sparks flew around him. Heavy footsteps came through the smoke, announcing the arrival of a strange opponent, a muscular man with arms covered in scales and green reptile eyes. The villain gave a mocking smile and commented that he had expected the night patrol to track him down, but the person following him was actually the internet celebrity known as Brother Yuzi. Electrical sparks began cracking around the protagonist's body again as he stood like a shield in front of the frightened children. He stared seriously at the mutant and demanded to know who he was. Releasing sadistic green smoke from his claws, the lizard man ran a finger across his own tongue and coldly told the hero to try guessing the answer. The reptile wasted no time and used telekinesis to shatter the concrete structure near the children. Jiang Yu became extremely tense as he avoided the impact and immediately understood that the strange mutant was also a transcendent who could control objects with his mind. The hero used his electrical force to jump and change position, but the villain had already prepared another attack. He summoned several striped metal spikes and launched them like missiles directly at the boy. The pillars tore through the ground with a heavy crash and forced the protagonist to dodge at the very last moment. The mutant floated in the air with an arrogant pose while playing with spheres of pure green energy. He mocked Jiang Yu, saying that his movements were as sharp as they looked in his online videos, but his total strength was only level 1, which made him a complete amateur. Standing among the metal spikes buried in the street, the young man kept his lightning active and asked whether the villain worked for the Chuyang group. The reptile only stuck out his split tongue and gave a sarcastic laugh, asking whether he looked like someone who would work with those people. When Jiang Yu pushed further and asked whether the plan belonged to the Fireseed organization, the monster completely lost patience. Coldly warning that dead people did not need answers, the mutant fired poisonous green spheres and forced the hero to make a violent dash to the side to avoid being hit directly. The green energy attack came with overwhelming force, and Jiang Yu tried to block the impact by crossing his arms. The sphere exploded with incredible power in the middle of the street, filling the entire block with thick smoke and flying rubble. Watching the destruction, the lizard man let out a bored sigh and complained that the fun had ended too soon because he believed his opponent was already dead. Hidden among the ruins above, the children watched the scene while crying, terrified that the hero might have died in the huge explosion. However, the villain had celebrated too soon. When the dust began to settle, he looked at the impact point and was shocked to find no body there. Completely confused, the mutant looked around and tried to understand how the boy had disappeared so quickly. At that exact moment, Jiang Yu returned through the air like a bolt of pure blue lightning. Using his incredible electrical speed to move unpredictably, the protagonist caught the enemy completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu appeared directly behind the lizard man and launched a fast and brutal counterattack. With a confident smile across his dark silhouette, the young man made it clear that the real fight was only beginning. The reptile quickly tried to respond with a punch covered in green energy, but Jiang Yu was faster and stopped the attack in the air, creating a violent collision between their powers. Angry about being surprised, the villain floated backward and cursed the hero, calling him a filthy rat. Without giving him any time to rest, the monster focused his telekinesis and threw a dark sphere at the protagonist, causing an explosion of dark energy and debris in the middle of the street. Before the smoke had even cleared, the lizard man began laughing again and mocked the hero by saying that hiding in the shadows made him difficult to catch, but he still had plenty of ways to deal with him. Gathering a massive amount of green power in his chest, the mutant prepared a huge attack. With a sadistic smile, he fired a violent blast toward the tops of the ruined buildings. The energy sphere cut through the sky and flew directly toward the place where the children were hiding. Above, the little girl with braids opened her eyes wide when she saw the deadly light coming toward her. The child desperately cried out for the older boy and curled up while waiting for the impact. At the very last moment, a barrier of shadows and blue lightning rose from the ground. Jiang Yu suddenly appeared directly in front of the little girl, spread his arms, and created a powerful electric shield to protect her and hold back the full force of the destructive attack. The lizard man attacked from behind. With a cruel smile, he appeared right against Jung Yu's back and whispered that he had finally caught him. Before the hero could react, a glowing green claw pierced straight through his chest, forcing a painful cry from the boy. The impact was so violent that it shattered the top floor of the building and sent the protagonist falling into a pile of garbage in a dark alley below. The villain floated down to the ground with complete arrogance and mocked his opponent, saying that he would not be able to escape into the shadows this time. He began delivering a brutal series of punches surrounded by green smoke while laughing loudly as he beat the fallen young man. The situation became desperate when Jang Yu realized that his shadow form was completely falling apart. His shadow points began collapsing, preventing him from using any of his professional abilities. Taking advantage of the boy's helpless condition, the monster dug a scaled claw directly into his head and used his energy to destroy the shadow mask, which began breaking apart like glass. With his split tongue hanging out and a sadistic look in his eyes, the mutant declared that he would finally see the true identity behind the famous hero. The lizard man laughed with pure cruelty while preparing the final blow. Suddenly, the children above the ruins began shouting at him to leave their older brother alone and threw pieces of concrete at the monster's head. The villain became furious at their courage and threatened to kill them on the spot, creating the perfect distraction. Taking advantage of the opening, Jang Yu's mask instantly repaired itself. He jumped back to his feet, thanked the children for their support, and activated his strongest ability, Shadow Pupils. A dark magic circle filled with giant eyes appeared around the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the hero delivered a full-force flying kick covered in lightning, sending the monster backward in surprise. Breathing heavily, the reptile mocked him and said that dragging him into the shadow layer would not be enough to stop him. Jang Yu used the chance to ask why the villains were targeting only children. The mutant gave a slight smile and revealed the horrifying truth. Children's souls were much purer, making them perfect for soul seed technology, the terrible secret experiment created directly inside Chu Yang's laboratories. Satisfied after answering his opponent's question, the villain snapped his fingers and ordered a horde of purple monsters to attack and send the boy straight to hell. The reptile tried to finish the fight, but Jang Yu had not simply been taking a beating. With a sinister smile that made the villain freeze for a second, the hero activated Shadow Pupils again. Suddenly, dozens of eyes appeared in the darkness and focused on the green monsters. Instead of only defending himself, the boy began draining the creature's energy and absorbing it into his own body like a black hole. Jang Yu's shadow points kept shooting up non-stop while the mutant stood there frozen, practically dropping his jaw to the floor. The guy simply could not believe that Jang Yu was devouring his creations right in front of him. The whole fight turned around in the blink of an eye. Now overflowing with energy, Jang Yu created a powerful vortex that swept through everything around him. The villain finally understood who the kid standing in front of him really was, and the realization hit him like a truck. In total panic, he tried to launch one last attack, but the hero was way faster. With an explosion of concentrated energy, Jang Yu blasted the lizard man backward, wiping out any chance the enemy had to react, and completely taking control of the fight. Taking advantage of the monster's moment of distraction, Jang Yu started absorbing the energy of the creatures around him, feeling his strength skyrocket as he leveled up right in front of the villain's eyes. The lizard man, completely shocked, could only scream curses and try to run, because he had never seen anyone rank up by devouring aberrations, something he believed only the creatures themselves could do. Desperate, the mutant still tried to throw rocks and other objects with his mind to stop the transformation, but the hero barely cared about the attacks. With his energy restored and his power exploding, Jang Yu pulled himself back together and in one quick move unleashed his intense electric aura, ready to strike back with everything he had. Standing over the battlefield with an intimidating and confident smile, Jang Yu drew his swords wrapped in blue flames, making it crystal clear that the hunt had changed sides. The villain, who had been so arrogant before, now looked trapped and out of options, while the hero, covered in lightning, declared that he had been waiting for that moment the whole time and made it clear that he was ready to hunt the mutant down to the very end. Jang Yu pulled in a deep breath, controlling the absurd amount of energy rushing into his body. As he slowly breathed out, blue electricity exploded around his figure, making everything shake while the lizard man watched from a distance, frozen in fear. The hero felt the impact of his breakthrough and immediately realized that this was rank 2, almost as if a chain holding back his body had finally snapped. Suddenly, his senses expanded beyond anything he had experienced before, and the entire world became insanely clear. Every aura in the air now appeared vivid and alive. He could feel energy moving around him with incredible detail. His body felt lighter, stronger, and completely free. Even the darkness around him seemed unable to hide anything from his new senses. Looking straight at the mutant, who was already sweating and shrinking back in fear, Jang Yu showed a sinister smile in the middle of the darkness. He could clearly feel the enemy's fear and decided to have a little fun with them. In a sudden burst of pure energy, he disappeared completely, leaving the villain panicking and looking in every direction. The lizard man wondered whether the hero had entered the shadows, but quickly realized that he had vanished entirely. Desperate and shouting that it was an ambush, the monster ordered his purple creatures to form a shield. However, However, the hero's new speed was completely unfair. Before the creatures could even move, blue lightning sliced through the air like sharp blades. The entire defense was torn apart, leaving the lizard man completely shocked. The lizard man was struck by invisible attacks and started bleeding. Completely confused and unable to understand what was happening, he could barely follow the speed of the assault and began to panic, unable to believe that someone at rank 2 could be that powerful. What the mutant did not know was that Zhang Yu was standing right in front of him, hidden inside a deep layer of shadows that felt like another dimension. Playing with the situation, the warrior launched more electric slashes across the villain's body. Every attack came from a direction the mutant could not see. The helpless creature began to feel like a mouse trapped in the claws of a cat. Zhang Yu was not rushing to finish him. He was simply testing his new strength while letting fear slowly destroy his opponent. Desperate and tired of being treated like a toy, the monster activated his green aura and shouted for the fight to end already. Zhang Yu appeared directly behind him, ready to finish everything with one final strike. However, an energy-covered brick suddenly flew toward the hero's face, causing a huge explosion of wind and lightning. After blocking the object, the warrior found himself facing a new muscular fighter who had entered the battle without warning. The sudden arrival confused even the lizard man. For a moment, nobody understood exactly what had happened. The newcomer released a heavy aura and stood between Zhang Yu and the wounded mutant. His presence instantly changed the pressure surrounding the battlefield and immediately demanded an explanation from Shushan. He was furious about his ally's weakness and defeated attitude. His expression made it clear that he had no patience for failure. The newly arrived fighter was called Zhao Yongcheng, and he stood proudly while showing off his powerful muscles. He complained about how long everything was taking and warned that their boss was already tired of waiting. After recognizing his ally, Shushan quickly changed his attitude and asked whether the organization's leader had sent him as support. Without wasting time, Zhao Yongcheng gave him a positive signal. He ordered the lizard man to retreat with the children immediately. From that moment on, he would take full responsibility for holding back the hero. His confidence returned some courage to Shushan. The wounded mutant immediately prepared to escape. Shushan did not hesitate and ran away as fast as he could, shouting that he would leave the electric lunatic to his companion. After noticing the escape and hearing the mention of the children, Zhang Yu became completely furious. The hero moved like lightning to intercept the fleeing mutant. He was determined to stop any of them from laying even one finger on the children. However, Zhao Yongcheng was fast enough to cover his ally's retreat. He blocked Zhang Yu's advance with another heavy projectile, causing a violent explosion of sparks in the air. From that moment on, the fight rose to a completely insane level. The street became a real battlefield, where the hero's blue lightning crashed directly against the opponent's purple aura. Zhao Yongcheng gathered his energy into a devastating punch that shook the asphalt and forced Zhang Yu to jump away from the shockwave. While the hero floated in the air and studied the situation with glowing eyes, a mysterious green signal started shining in the distance. It pointed directly toward a blue vortex forming in the night sky. The strange sight showed that the situation was about to become even more complicated. The energy coming from the vortex felt unusual and dangerous. Even in the middle of the battle, it was impossible to ignore. The night sky began to twist around it. Something unknown was clearly beginning to happen. Zhang Yu tried to use his disappearing trick again, but a strange green energy suddenly locked him in place. Shushan used the glow of his ring to trap his rival and mocked him, certain that the same trick would not work twice in a row. Taking advantage of the distraction, Zhao Yongcheng came down with a violent punch covered in purple power and crushed through the hero's defense. After seeing the attack connect, the lizard man celebrated loudly. He shouted for his ally to finish the job and kill the young man immediately. Shushan believed that the battle was already over. His confidence returned the moment Zhang Yu was hit. He had no idea that he was celebrating far too early. In the blink of an eye, waves of blue lightning cut through the night at unbelievable speed and passed directly through Shushan. His mocking expression instantly changed into pure shock when the fatal attack sliced his body in half. His lifeless remains collapsed onto the asphalt. Zhang Yu landed moments later, catching his breath while his electric aura cracked around him. His attention immediately returned to the only enemy still standing. The hero did not waste time looking at the corpse. The battle was not finished yet. His glowing eyes remained locked on Zhao Yongcheng. Zhao Yongcheng did not seem bothered by his partner's death and even praised the young man's speed. He asked whether Zhang Yu belonged to the night patrol, wiping blood from his mouth while his eyes burned with anger. The hero showed no interest in pointless conversation. The muscular fighter still questioned why the young man was interfering with their business. Zhang Yu answered directly and made it clear that he already knew about the human experiments involving children. He would never allow such cruelty to continue. The anger in his voice came from more than the battle itself. The thought of innocent children being used as test subjects had completely destroyed his patience. Zhao Yongcheng stared at his rival with a mocking expression and asked whether the whole thing was supposed to be a solo performance. He wondered whether the young man truly saw himself as some great defender of justice, trying to act like a hero. Zhang Yu did not even blink before shutting down the mockery. He made it clear that he was not a hero and had never wanted to become one. For him, the situation was simple. He was only doing what he believed was right. Nothing else mattered. He did not need a title, praise, or permission to protect innocent people. The muscular villain gave a cynical laugh and questioned what the word right even meant inside the young man's man's mind. With his purple aura cracking around him, he asked a much heavier question. He wanted to know whether Jiang Yu would still believe that saving those children was right, if doing so meant condemning all of humanity to extinction. The statement hit hard and left the hero completely confused. Jiang Yu could not believe the madness he was hearing. He angrily demanded to know what kind of sick joke connected kidnapping children with saving the world. The idea sounded completely twisted. Still, Zhao Yongcheng showed no concern about the young man's anger. Zhao Yongcheng began explaining his beliefs by reminding the hero that the war between humanity and the monsters had already lasted for a full century. During all that time, humans had been begging to survive while holding on to the smallest piece of hope. The muscular man created a small flame on the tip of his finger and spoke openly about humanity's weakness. He explained that the human body was filled with limits, while the monsters had no such restraints. In his eyes, human power was pathetic. It was no brighter than the light of a firefly. Against the darkness of the abyss, that tiny glow meant absolutely nothing. Closing his fist tightly, Zhao Yongcheng made it clear that his group had chosen a different path instead of dying in pain because of an illusion. Since the darkness could not be defeated, they had decided to accept their fate and adapt to it. They buried hope deep inside themselves and changed their own nature. By doing so, they could survive while hiding inside the shadows. They no longer wanted to fight the darkness as ordinary humans. They wanted to become something capable of living within it. To them, sacrifice was not cruelty, but a necessary step. The organization believed that humanity had to change or disappear forever. Zhao Yongcheng's heart pulsed in a strange, mechanical way, powered by his twisted belief that his group was humanity's final seed of fire. He believed that only they could guarantee the survival of the human race. With flames exploding from his eyes, the muscular man mocked his rival and called Jiang Yu an arrogant traitor. The hero ignored the insult and tightened his grip around the sword covered in blue lightning. He gave the villain one final warning. Since the organization saw itself as that final seed, Jiang Yu would personally make sure to put it out. His voice remained calm, but the threat was absolute. The electricity around the blade grew even stronger. Realizing that talking to the young man was a complete waste of time, Zhao Yongcheng decided to end the conversation. The purple aura around his body grew stronger until it completely covered him. His body became a dark silhouette with a burning flame glowing inside his chest. He was now ready to demonstrate the true crushing power of the seed he believed in. The pressure coming from him made the entire area feel heavier. Purple energy twisted around his arms and shoulders. The ground beneath his feet started cracking. His transformed presence looked far more dangerous than before. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu attacked like a bolt of blue lightning and crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. However, his opponent was fast enough to stop the electric blade with his reinforced arm. Taking advantage of the hero's open defense, Zhao Yongcheng delivered a violent kick covered in purple energy and sent the young man flying backward. Even after taking the impact, Jiang Yu used his unbelievable speed to create afterimages in the air. He stabilized himself in the middle of the street and immediately returned to the fight. The battle became complete madness. The hero dropped from the sky in a storm of rapid slashes that crashed against the villain's defenses. Metal cracked and sparks exploded at an insane rhythm as Jiang Yu's blade continued striking Zhao Yongcheng's reinforced body. The villain gathered a huge amount of purple energy inside his fist and unleashed a powerful downward punch. The attack created a massive explosion of pink light that swallowed the entire area. The asphalt shattered beneath the impact, and thick clouds of dust rose into the air. The shockwave spread across the street and damaged everything nearby. For a moment, the entire battlefield disappeared inside the smoke and glowing energy. The force of the attack made the ground shake violently. Even while breathing heavily from the effort, Zhao Yongcheng kept his guard raised. On the other side of the destroyed street, Jiang Yu appeared again and immediately noticed something disturbing. The deep cut across his chest was not healing at all. No matter how much energy moved through his body, the wound remained open. The hero became completely confused by the damage caused by the attack. His normal recovery ability seemed useless against it. The pain continued spreading through his chest. He understood that the villain's power had a special effect that could not be ignored. Filled with confidence, Zhao Yongcheng explained that the attack was called the Hellfire Slash, his main transcendent art. The muscular villain mocked his rival and claimed that the young man could not even defeat him, much less survive against the abyss. According to him, resisting power of that level was a complete waste of time. He believed the battle had already been decided. The unhealed wound proved that his technique had worked perfectly. Purple flames continued gathering around his hand. He prepared to erase the hero with one final attack. Ready to finish his opponent, Zhao Yongcheng raised his glowing hand and announced that the young man had reached the end of the road. However, the hero's reaction completely destroyed the villain's confidence. Jiang Yu calmly agreed that it was already past time to end the fight. A dark and extremely confident smile appeared on his face in the middle of the shadows. He showed no fear of the glowing hand above him. Instead, his expression suggested that everything had gone exactly as planned. The darkness around the battlefield began to move. The villain finally sensed that something was wrong. Jiang Yu activated a precise mark directly on Zhao Yongcheng's chest, causing the muscular man to freeze in shock. Countless strange eyes suddenly opened inside the shadows surrounding him. In an instant, the villain was thrown into an illusion filled with his worst nightmares. He shook uncontrollably with fear and begged for help because he did not want to die. The powerful fighter who had spoken so proudly about accepting darkness, was now completely broken by terror. Zhang Yu appeared directly behind him. The hero explained that the scene revealed the pure fear the muscular man had always tried to hide deep inside his soul. With a mocking little laugh, the young man finally said what he really thought, and exposed that all that talk about saving humanity was nothing more than a weak excuse, since the real reason behind their betrayal was their fear of the abyss. Right after that, Zhang Yu merged his swords in a powerful fusion of energy and declared that the rival group was nothing more than a bunch of cowardly runaways. Completely out of control and shaking with rage, Zhao Yongcheng ordered him to shut up and charged forward with everything he had. He had already lost his calm and no longer cared about defending himself. All he wanted was to crush the young man in front of him. However, the outcome of the hunt had already been decided. With a precise and deadly movement, Zhang Yu's fused blade pierced straight through Zhao Yongcheng's chest in one clean strike, making the muscular villain spit out blood without understanding what had happened. As the attack reached its end, the hero's face finally appeared clearly, with glowing eyes filled with power. The dying mutant stared at him in complete shock after realizing that he had been completely defeated by a young man. Zhao Yongcheng collapsed onto the ground, badly beaten, and looked at Zhang Yu in a completely different way while coughing up blood. The muscular man finally understood why the young fighter had been so fearless. He admitted that he had once been just as bold and confident in the past. However, Zhao Yongcheng bitterly remembered that all his wild courage and ignorance had been destroyed a long time ago, right when he came face to face with the terrifying gaze of the abyss above a pile of dead bodies. As his drained body began breaking apart in the air, the large man gave one final warning. He promised that his rival would eventually meet the same fate, and that the abyss would swallow the young man as well. His only regret was that he would not be alive to watch it happen. Zhang Yu watched the opponent's body disappear until nothing remained except a tiny purple flame. He became thoughtful and silently wondered who those people really were. Before the final trace of energy vanished into the darkness, one last word echoed through the night: Fire Seed. Reporter Shui Shui went live directly from the Chuyang Group building to deliver breaking news. She explained that around 1 hour earlier, a massive fire had taken over the entire place, followed by an invasion of monsters that came rushing out from inside. The base of the building was destroyed and completely burned, and the traces of the brutal battle between the supernatural fighters and the creatures could be seen from far away. Emergency workers moved through the area while smoke still rose from the ruins. The entire place looked like a war zone. People gathered behind the safety lines, desperate for information about those who were still missing. In the middle of the confusion, a survivor being carried away on a stretcher told the cameras that she had been saved by an internet celebrity known as Brother Yuzi. According to the news report, the young man had pulled many people out of the fire. As soon as he learned that several children were still missing inside the building, he did not hesitate and went straight back into danger. While an elderly woman cried desperately in the crowd, Shui Shui asked everyone to pray for their return because nobody had heard from them yet. The mood around the building remained heavy and uncertain. Every person in the crowd waited in silence, hoping to see the missing children again. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere changed when someone in the crowd spotted a figure and started shouting that Brother Yuzi had returned. Relief spread everywhere, and the people began cheering and thanking the heavens as the hero's powerful silhouette appeared from the glowing ruins. He was bringing everyone back safely. Still surrounded by his bright and impressive aura, the young man knelt beside the children and gently told them that they could continue on their own from that point because his job was finished. Deeply emotional and relieved, the children gave their older brother a tight goodbye hug. After that, they ran toward the crowd and into the arms of their families. While the crowd and the officers gave one final respectful salute during the emotional family reunions, the hero quietly slipped away, completely exhausted. With torn clothes, scratches, and dirt covering his face, the young man finally returned to his place. He let out a huge sigh of relief as soon as he walked through the front door. However, the peace lasted only a few seconds. He froze at the entrance when he saw a pink-haired girl curled up on the living room couch and crying uncontrollably. A table covered with several carefully prepared dishes showed that she had spent a long time cooking and anxiously waiting for him to return. Feeling extremely guilty and not knowing what to do, the young man tried to act casual and showed her a box filled with broken eggs. Looking uncomfortable, he apologized for being so late and made up a weak story about stopping by the supermarket before running into an unexpected problem on the way home. The girl did not believe a single word. Hiding her face between her arms, she cried even harder and complained that he was lying again and treating her like a child. The young man tried to break the tension with a small smile and asked whether she had thought he was dead. The girl became furious and answered that it would have been better if he really had died before trying to move away from him. However, he reacted quickly and firmly grabbed her hand, making the young woman blush and feel embarrassed as she ordered him to release her immediately. Zhang Yu refused to let go and pulled her even closer, making the chandelier above them shake as the atmosphere became incredibly tense. Looking directly into her eyes, he gently held her face and asked whether she had still never tried it before. Completely embarrassed and red like a pepper, the girl had no idea what he meant. She nervously asked what he was talking about. The young man told her not to be afraid and promised that once she tried it, she would stop being a child forever. Trapped against the wall with her heart racing, the girl stuttered and once again demanded to know exactly what she had never experienced. With a playful smile filled with hidden intentions, Jiang Yu admitted that he had never tried anything like it either. Moving even closer and leaving her no room to escape, he boldly suggested that they should give it a chance and try it together right there. The girl went into complete shock, started sweating, and begged him to control himself and think clearly. However, there was no time for another conversation. He quickly leaned forward, and the two of them ended up sharing an intense kiss. The romantic moment did not last long, and ended in the worst possible way, when the young woman opened her eyes wide and shoved him away with all her strength. Like a scene from a cartoon, she screamed furiously and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. The push sent him flying backward with his legs in the air. Feeling embarrassed, sweating nervously, and scratching his head, he tried to hide his shame with an innocent expression. He made up the weak excuse that he had only become a little thirsty and needed a glass of water. The pink-haired girl stood there completely confused by his ridiculous explanation. Trying to escape the awkward situation, Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject and suggested heating up dinner. Without wasting another second, he rushed straight into the kitchen and left the girl standing alone in the living room. She remained completely speechless, while still trying to understand what had happened during the kiss. Safe in the kitchen and standing in front of the microwave, Jiang Yu let out a deep breath and tried to calm down. He could not believe that he had actually found the courage to do something like that. His heart raced, and his face remained completely red. He kept remembering the soft touch of the girl's lips and felt as though his brain had completely stopped working during the moment of impulse. To the young man, that unexpected kiss had become the best possible reward after such an intense battle. Filled with excitement, he even performed a small victory dance in the kitchen. Watching from behind the wall, the girl glanced at him and quietly called him an idiot. Even so, the tension between them finally began to disappear. Soon after that, the two sat beside each other at the table and started eating the carefully prepared feast. Still slightly annoyed, and with her cheeks full of food, the girl ate quietly as the silence between them became comfortable again. Between bites, the hero began wondering how much his stats had improved after defeating an opponent at that level. In an instant, the holographic screen of the game-like system appeared in front of him and evaluated him as a powerful fighter. It showed that he now had 105 shadow points and that his hunter life expectancy had been extended to 80 days. While chewing thoughtfully, he read through the new descriptions and considered the ability to freely enter the shadow plane extremely useful for what was coming next. The skill would allow him to move through darkness with far more freedom. He quickly understood how valuable it could become during future battles. Jiang Yu continued studying the system's functions and noticed that the chain kill attack was also extremely powerful. However, it required every attack to land without a single miss, which made the condition very strict. The screen then explained the color system used to identify people. Red marked enemies, while green represented allies. White was used for ordinary people passing by. However, in the middle of dinner, the young man almost choked after noticing a strange change in the interface directly in front of him. His expression changed immediately. Yao Yao noticed his shock and became completely confused and suspicious. The girl stood up defensively while holding her chopsticks and warned him to stop staring at her and not get any strange ideas. He barely heard her complaint because his attention was completely focused on the pink holographic glow that had suddenly appeared around her body. It only took 1 second for him to understand what it meant. The hero gave himself a confident little smile and concluded that the new color showed that she had fallen for him. While he proudly admired himself, Yao Yao looked at him suspiciously and wondered whether the dark-haired young man was planning something shameless inside his head. The moment was interrupted by a loud explosion that startled both of them and made them rush straight toward the balcony. When they reached the railing, the city sky was covered by a spectacular fireworks display. Bright and colorful explosions filled the dark night and lit up everything around them. Standing side by side and enjoying the view, Jiang Yu stopped joking and became much more serious. He broke the silence and asked whether the young woman knew an organization called Fireseed. Yao Yao's expression immediately changed. Looking tense, she demanded to know where he had heard that name. Yao Yao confirmed that she knew about Fireseed because she had seen some basic information in her father's files. She explained that, unlike traditional military or scientific divisions, the group was formed by completely twisted lunatics. They modified their own bodies, formed alliances with monsters, and had become a heretical cult that betrayed humanity. Since they were extremely skilled at brainwashing people, she seriously warned the young man never to become involved with them. Her tone made it clear that the organization was far more dangerous than an ordinary criminal group. Anyone who came too close to them could easily lose control over their own life. However, Yao Yao immediately revealed another piece of information that hit like a bomb. Anyone who captured a member of the cult and delivered that person to the night patrol would receive a cash reward of 500,000. The moment he heard the amount, Jiang Yu fell into complete despair and opened his mouth in a loud scream of shock. While the girl tried to understand his strange reaction, the hero nearly cried with regret. He suffered internally after realizing that he had just destroyed an entire fortune. The enemy he had turned into dust could have earned him enough money to completely change his situation. Trying to hide his frustration, the young man leaned against the balcony railing and asked whether any other strange organizations had rewards placed on them. Scratching the back of his neck with an awkward smile, he pretended that he was only thinking about making some easy money. Yao Yao sighed and explained that other unusual groups did exist, but none of them offered rewards like Fireseed. She then mentioned a mysterious organization called Dawn. The name immediately caught the young man's attention. After everything that had happened that night, another secret organization was the last thing he expected to hear about. Curious about the situation, the young man listened as the girl explained that Dawn was a group divided by very complicated internal conflicts. One side wanted to fight, but in a completely different way from the traditional war faction. The other side was absolutely convinced that humanity would lose the final battle, so they spent all their time looking for an escape route to leave the planet and start life over somewhere else in the universe. Jiang Yu thought the idea of escaping the planet sounded way too crazy. He said it felt like something from a movie, especially since humanity still did not even know how to build spaceships. Yao Yao immediately argued that technology was not everything. She reminded him that the aberrations lived in the abyss without any technology and still managed to invade the real world through abyssal rifts. In her opinion, if the Dawn faction could master that same method, their dream of escaping might actually work. The days passed without anything major happening, and the festive mood of the Spring Festival slowly disappeared from the city. Normal life returned in full force, with people going back to work and students rushing to prepare for the start of classes. During that time, things became much harder for Jiang Yu. Ever since he reached level 2, hunting level 1 aberrations had become almost useless for increasing his shadow points and lifespan. The work was exhausting and unfair. Sometimes, an entire day of dangerous and intense hunting only gave the young man 3 more miserable days to live. With the third-year talent evaluations finished, the students began being sent in groups to a special training camp. Fatty had already left ahead of him, while Jiang Yu, who ended up in the final group, spent the day packing his clothes and preparing to leave the next morning. On the final night before his departure, Uncle Lee returned from his trip to Beidou. The man entered the house with his usual confidence and praised the young man, saying he had heard that Jiang Yu's willpower test had awakened a golden light and that the kid had made a huge impression on the night patrol. Jiang Yu was shocked to see the veteran back and asked whether his business in Beidou was already finished. Uncle Lee sat down on the couch and explained that the night patrol had been completely buried in work that year because strange things kept appearing everywhere. He mentioned the recent aptitude test as an example, saying that besides Jiang Yu's golden result, someone had reached a level called Dynamic Mist. The young man became curious and asked what rank that was and whether the person was stronger than him, but the older man admitted that nobody knew anything about it and that everyone was confused. Still thoughtful, Uncle Lee said the whole thing felt strange. He had examined Jiang Yu before and noticed signs of corruption inside his body, so he had expected the young man to fail badly. Instead, the kid had surprised everyone by scoring above level 6. The veteran looked at the dark-haired young man with suspicion and said he did not seem like the type of person who could become a transcendent. He guessed that the test had probably malfunctioned, which made Jiang Yu break into a cold sweat. Trying to end the awkward moment, the young man stood up and mentioned that he had met someone named Song Qing'an earlier. Getting straight to the point, he asked whether it was true that his uncle had once been a war general. The room became tense for a moment, but Yao Yao's father let out a breath and admitted that the story was completely true. The young man was stunned and asked whether Uncle Lee had really been one of the legendary 5 strongest people in Great Zhou. Speaking with a nostalgic tone, the man in his 40s explained that it was all in the past and that he had retired from the front lines a long time ago. He remembered the days when he was young and full of passion, facing countless powerful enemies on the battlefield like a true hero. With bitterness in his voice, Uncle Lee said that his way of thinking had been very simple back then. He believed that killing every aberration would be enough to keep Great Zhou safe. However, the monsters proved to be endless, and more than 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. The cost of that war had been far too high. His wife died because of the creature's corruption, while he grew old and lost an arm, leaving only a broken man where the legendary general had once stood. When the veteran started warning him about even stronger creatures appearing in Beidou, Jiang Yu quickly interrupted him, waving his hands in panic after realizing that the older man was about to try to stop him. With a clenched fist and a determined look, the young man promised that he would never give up and that he would become a war general just like him. Seeing how stubborn he was, Uncle Lee finally gave in and said that the powerful people at the top were already watching the kid anyway. The veteran hunter then pulled out a shining necklace and told the young man to carry it with him. While explaining the object's purpose in the living room, the man revealed that it was a forbidden item called Shadow Whispers. Once placed around someone's neck, it would begin releasing strange voices into the wearer's ears, trying to drag that person straight into the abyss. Despite the danger, Uncle Lee promised that the artifact was excellent for sharpening willpower and strengthening a person's foundation. The only requirement was to take a 3-day break after using it continuously, or the amplified negative emotions could drive the wearer insane. To finish his warning, he explained that the pendant could also be activated with transcendent energy to release a corrupt force that could only be used once. That power would greatly increase the wearer's combat strength for a short time. Jiang Yu held the relic very carefully and swallowed hard, feeling a deep chill as he suspected that the sinister object had come directly from the depths of the abyss. Uncle Lee confirmed that the kid was sharp and that the necklace had truly come from the abyss. He explained that forbidden items were basically condensed corruption and always demanded a high price from those who used them. However, that amulet was special because its cost depended entirely on the wearer's level of willpower. It required someone who had previously tested at rank 5 or higher. The veteran also revealed that the pendant had a habit of choosing its own master, and he challenged Jiang Yu to place it around his neck and see what happened. As soon as the young man put on the accessory, Uncle Lee asked whether he felt anything strange. The dark-haired young man looked confused when he realized that he could not hear any sound coming from the object. Uncle Lee sighed with relief after understanding that the kid's mind was strong enough to completely resist the evil influence. He promised to send him the reports about the relic's previous owners later. Jiang Yu said goodnight and went straight to bed, quickly falling asleep and snoring while the necklace glowed softly against his chest. In the middle of the night, a sinister green energy began leaking from the pendant. Dark tentacles shot out and wrapped themselves around the sleeping young man's body. In an instant, he woke up standing inside a strange mirrored dimension made of water and blue mist. He was completely confused and believed he had become badly lost in that mysterious place. The atmosphere became even more tense when several mystical bubbles began floating around him. Inside one of them, a white-haired girl was trapped, screaming in total desperation for the voices to stop whispering in her ear. In the middle of that strange dimension, Jiang Yu began seeing terrible visions inside the floating bubbles. They showed the necklace's former owners, all screaming in pain, begging for death, and desperately trying to escape the horrible curse. The young man quickly realized that those were tragic memories left inside the pendant. At the same time, the object began calling him its master in a sinister whisper. Morning arrived, and a car moved through the city streets toward its destination. In the back seat, the pink-haired girl kept yawning and admitted that she had not slept at all because she was nervous about the first day of the special training camp. Sitting beside her, Jiang Yu acted completely calm and said he had slept like a rock. He did not mention that he had experienced a strange dream that he could barely remember, although he strongly suspected that the mysterious accessory had tried to speak to him. Seeing how tired the girl looked, the young man tried to be kind and placed a hand on her shoulder, shamelessly suggesting that she lean against him and rest for a while. Immediately becoming defensive, Yao Yao told him not to even think about taking advantage of the situation. He tried to calm her down and promised to keep his hands to himself. The two of them ended up bringing their faces so close together that the mood heated up in an instant. Their foolish moment ended immediately when a loud throat-clearing sound came from the front seat. Looking through the rearview mirror, Uncle Lu gave them a deadly stare and warned his daughter to stay far away from suspicious and shady-looking guys at the camp. While the girl agreed, Yang Yu swallowed hard, completely certain that her father's warning had been aimed directly at him, making the situation even more awkward. The protective father spent the entire ride repeating the same instructions, telling her to obey the instructors and call him immediately if anything happened. Jiang Yu tried to calm the worried father by shamelessly promising that nobody would dare bother the girl while he was around. Uncle Lu only frowned even harder, knowing perfectly well that the kid was the main reason he could not relax. The car finally stopped in front of Central Metro Station, and the two young people got out and said goodbye while the father reminded his daughter once again not to forget to call. As soon as they moved a little farther away, Jiang Yu wasted no time and grabbed Yao's hand right in front of the vehicle. Through the car window, Uncle Lu nearly exploded with anger. He glared at the young man and muttered that the shameless kid would soon find out what was waiting for him at the training camp. Startled, Yao quickly pulled her hand away and asked whether Jiang Yu had a death wish. The dark-haired young man only shrugged and reminded her that they would be far away from the older man for 6 months. He also said they would soon attend the same university, which made the girl pout in irritation and deny everything. The sound of the subway interrupted their argument and announced that it was time to board at the platform. Inside the private train heading toward the special camp, Jiang Yu looked around at the serious and unfamiliar faces. Sitting side by side, the two noticed that the train car was packed with the highest-ranking students from aptitude tests across the entire region. It gathered talented people with incredible willpower or special abilities, all ready to learn how to destroy aberrations. Jiang Yu felt extremely confident and bragged that, with his current strength, even level 2 aberrations would be easy for him. While adjusting her headphones, Yao quickly brought him back down to earth. She warned that having the best talent would mean nothing if he failed halfway through the process. She told him to save his energy because the camp would be a living hell. The dark-haired young man did not care. He leaned back with his hands behind his head and laughed, promising that he would be completely fine. Time passed with the steady sound of the train moving along the tracks, and exhaustion slowly took over. Jiang Yu eventually fell into a deep sleep and even began drooling, forcing the girl to shake him awake. Looking very worried, she explained that the trip should have lasted less than 20 minutes, but almost 40 minutes had already passed, and the subway was still racing non-stop through the dark tunnel. Looking out the window, Jiang Yu thought everything felt very strange. He remembered that the sun had been shining brightly when they left, but now a bizarre fog had suddenly swallowed the entire landscape. Several passengers crowded around the windows, frightened when they noticed that the thick mist almost seemed alive. It moved in a strange way, as though it could sense every person inside the train. A heavy feeling of mystery spread through the car, and everyone fell silent, sweating nervously. Suddenly, the train gave a violent jolt that shook the passengers and nearly knocked Yao off balance. Right after that, the speaker system officially announced their arrival at Yunhai Special Training Camp and told them that the doors on the left would open so their new challenge could begin. The train finally stopped at Yunhai Station, but the welcome felt completely wrong. The students looked at one another with suspicion, confused that no instructors monsters had appeared to meet them on the platform. As people pushed past each other, the group slowly stepped out with great caution, placing their feet on the dark floor covered by the sinister fog. Without showing any concern about the mystery, Zhang Yu marched straight toward the unknown, with a focused expression. Yao Yao was startled and immediately panicked, shouting for him to come back and demanding to know what he thought he was doing by ignoring the danger. The young man seemed to be in another state of mind, with his thoughts clouded, and slowly claimed that everything was fine. However, the situation changed in an instant when one of his eyes began glowing with a strange red light. Taking another step forward, Zhang Yu's shoe sank directly into a pool of fresh blood spread across the floor, making it clear that the place had already turned into a real horror scene. Yao Yao covered her mouth in complete shock when she saw the red pool against the dark station floor. The young man crouched down, ran a finger through the thick trail, and seriously confirmed that the blood was extremely fresh. The discovery spread panic among the new arrivals, who began sweating at the thought that the powerful camp instructors might have been slaughtered. However, Zhang Yu ended their doubts by firmly stating that aberrations had definitely caused it. A tense silence filled the train until one student checked his phone and desperately announced that there was no signal at all. Zhang Yu took control and ordered everyone to contact the night patrol or drive the train back if anyone knew how to operate it. When Yao Yao asked what Zhang Yu planned to do, the shameless young man gave a small grin and offered the unbelievable excuse that he only needed to take a quick leak. The girl became furious and ran after him, while the crowd argued about whether they should escape or leave the train so they would not become easy targets. As the students poured onto the dark platform, a small camera with a blinking red light watched every movement from above. Completely unaware of the chaos and immediate danger, Zhang Yu finally relieved himself at a urinal in the restroom, relaxing after holding it in for the entire trip. Suddenly, a wolf-like aberration with red eyes and a strange purple aura jumped from the shadows toward him. The attack ended almost immediately when the creature was completely torn apart in an explosion of debris and smoke, leaving Zhang Yu surprised by the violence of the impact. Yao Yao appeared right after that, furious and scolding Zhang Yu for putting himself in danger alone. Deeply worried, she complained that she would not even know how to explain the situation to Uncle Li if the young man were eaten. Zhang Yu quickly calmed her down and asked her to listen carefully. With a relaxed smile, he revealed that the special training had already started from the exact moment they boarded the train. Yao Yao believed he was talking nonsense and demanded proof, so he pointed at the remains of the creature on the floor and asked how strong it truly was. After thinking about it, the girl admitted that the monster had been very weak, barely stronger than a large dog. Zhang Yu immediately agreed and reasoned that such a useless aberration would never dare invade the camp alone. He then mocked Yao Yao's intelligence with slow, sarcastic claps. Annoyed, she told him to shut up and warned that much larger monsters might still appear. Zhang Yu began listing the facts and concluded that, if a real attack were taking place, the night patrol would definitely have sent a warning. In his opinion, the strange delay during the trip, the mysterious fog, and the blood on the floor were only part of a psychological test created by the camp. The goal was to mess with the new students' minds and see who would panic under pressure. In the middle of his explanation, the young man shamelessly boosted his own ego, striking a confident pose and claiming that he was the strongest transcendent in the group. His arrogance disappeared in an instant when three enormous purple aberrations suddenly appeared and roared loudly, making him jump in fear. Without thinking twice, Zhang Yu hid behind Yao Yao and told her to fight them using her soul suppression. He gave the weak excuse that he could easily handle everything himself, but did not want to steal her chance to show off. The entire embarrassing scene was being broadcast live to the instructors, who calmly watched the test from a control room filled with monitors. The pink-haired girl entered the battle alone and destroyed all three monsters at once, ending the fight completely out of breath in the middle of a pool of blood. Zhang Yu walked over laughing and clapping to praise her, but Yao Yao became so furious with his shameless behavior that she immediately started beating him on the platform. Zhang Yu caught both of her fists in the air with perfect timing, stopping the attack with a clever grin on his face. He ended the joke and warned that they did not have much time. He said that Yao Yao needed to pay attention to something more important, leaving her confused by his sudden change in attitude. The two then approached a huge glowing panel attached to the gray wall of the platform. Standing in front of the detailed map of the area, Zhang Yu explained that their top priority was to carefully study the available routes and quickly decide which exit they should use to escape. Yao Yao looked closely at the map and asked which exit he thought they should choose. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu pointed directly at exit C, which led to the feared shadow field. The girl thought the decision was completely insane and asked whether he was truly certain, since that area was based on the shadow layer, known around the world as the most dangerous place of all. Zhang Yu only shrugged and argued that the most dangerous place was usually the safest one. He gave Yao Yao a reassuring pat on the shoulder and promised to protect her if anything went wrong. Before they could even move, their brief peace ended when a group of students came running across the platform, screaming for help. Zhang Yu could not understand why everyone was fleeing, while Yao Yao angrily complained that the supposed elite students could not even handle a few small aberrations. Her tough expression disappeared immediately when she widened her eyes in terror, pointed behind Zhang Yu, and screamed that a giant snake was right behind him. The creature emerged from the shadows, glowing green and revealing several heads ready to strike. The enormous green snake launched a brutal attack attack at the floor and shattered the concrete. Jiang Yu jumped away at the last second, sweating nervously when he realized that the aberration's strength was almost at intermediate level 1. He became suspicious and thought that placing monsters of that level in a camp for beginners was completely unfair and could truly get someone killed. Yao Yao tried to stand her ground and gathered golden energy in her hands, staring directly into the giant reptile's eyes. The creature was not intimidated by the light. It fixed its vertical pupils on her and suddenly opened its enormous mouth, trying to swallow her by surprise. Reacting quickly, Jiang Yu appeared out of nowhere and landed a powerful flying kick against the creature's side, saving his partner while shouting for her to stay alert. Without wasting time posing, Jiang Yu grabbed Yao Yao's hand tightly, and the two ran through the dark hallway, while the furious three-headed monster crawled right behind them. Panic continued spreading through the station as the giant green snake terrified everyone. In the middle of the chaos, Jiang Yu kept hold of Yao Yao's hand and raced toward exit C, warning that the path was right ahead and that they needed to enter as quickly as possible. The young man crossed the doorway at full speed, but he suddenly felt his hand become empty and stopped immediately. Looking around the silent dark hallway, he realized in shock that Yao Yao had not crossed with him and had disappeared. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the control room became extremely tense. The instructors began panicking as they watched the screens, unable to understand why the snake's strength had not been limited by the blood crystal as planned. With the creature clearly out of control, one of them suggested killing it immediately to protect the students' lives. However, the leader of the operation ordered everyone to stay calm and avoid interfering. He stared at the monitor, showing Jiang Yu alone, and declared that this was the perfect chance to finally test the young man's limits and discover his true strength. Jiang Yu immediately realized that something was very wrong with the door. He quickly guessed that the glass contained abyssal material and worked as a teleportation portal. That explained the mystery. Even though everyone entered through the same doorway, it sent each person to a completely different location. Determined not to leave his partner behind, Jiang Yu grabbed the edge of the structure and tried to pass through it again. He convinced himself that, if he kept testing the entrance and refusing to give up, he would eventually find Yao Yao somehow. However, his peace lasted only a few seconds. The enormous three-headed snake suddenly appeared directly behind him, ready to swallow him alive. Its attack was so brutal that it destroyed everything around them and sent the young man falling through the wreckage. With no time to escape, Jiang Yu clenched his teeth and decided to solve the problem with pure violence. He grabbed the reptile's scaled neck with one hand and unleashed a wild series of energy-filled punches, knocking the aberration out and slamming it onto the station floor. Jiang Yu let out a relieved breath after the battle, hoping that he had not revealed too many of his secret abilities. However, the relief lasted only a moment. Suddenly, a dark blue energy began flowing from his body, completely on its own. It forced his shadow form to activate without his control, leaving him confused and worried by the strange reaction. To make things worse, another bizarre monster emerged from the darkness. It was a dark green humanoid creature, covered in disturbing eyes across its entire body. After sensing the enemy's pressure, Jiang Yu realized that the opponent was an elite creature at high rank level 1, confirming his suspicion that the test had gone completely out of control. On the other side, inside the control room, the live broadcast of that terrifying transformation shocked the entire technical team. The instructors stared at the monitors with their mouths open, and even the camp leader completely lost his composure. Cold sweat covered his forehead as he watched the screen, unable to understand what the hell was happening to Jiang Yu. The green monster covered in eyes began moving in a strange way, releasing small white mask-shaped creatures from its body. It stretched out a hand with sharp claws and let out a piercing scream. Without warning, it fired a devastating wave of green energy that spread across the entire platform floor. Jiang Yu tried to dodge, but a crushing mental attack hit him directly and expanded around him in colorful rings. The headache was brutal, making him stumble and hold his head in desperation. The aberration took advantage of his weakness and jumped straight at him, ready to deliver the final blow. However, the whole thing was only an act. At the very last second, Jiang Yu gave a mocking laugh, stretched out his arm with incredible speed, and grabbed the monster by the neck in midair. Blue energy crackled around his body as he stopped the attack instantly. With a confident smile and sharp teeth showing across his darkened face, he revealed that he had pretended to be weak on purpose, just to lure the fool directly into his trap. Without giving the monster any chance to escape, Jiang Yu tightened his grip around its neck and smashed it against the ground with brutal force, sending blood everywhere. Once the enemy was completely finished, the young man extended his hand and activated his shadow-devouring ability. A thick, dark mist covered the remains of both the humanoid creature and the giant snake, absorbing all their energy at once. Right after that, holographic reports appeared in front of him. The system revealed that the snake had been an intermediate level 1 aberration, while the many-eyed humanoid had been an elite opponent that specialized in psychic attacks. Both creatures belonged to the pupil species, which served the shadows. Since Jiang Jiang Yu carried the stalker class, he immediately understood that their natural rivalry explained why he had become their main target. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Jiang Yu realized that the evaluation was not some simple performance with weak monsters. It was a real and extremely deadly test. He sighed when he remembered the cameras, knowing that the camp instructors had probably already seen his shadow transformation through the monitors. Since there was no longer any point in hiding his abilities, he decided to relax and turn off shadow mode. As the dark energy began spreading away in a swirl of wind, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed through the area. Jiang Yu immediately became fully alert and quickly turned toward the darkness after realizing that someone else had just arrived. Jiang Yu desperately tried to deactivate his shadow form, making several hand movements, but the command simply did not work. The dark energy remained stuck to his body. Before he could understand the problem, a terrifying and monstrous roar echoed through the hallway, making his whole body go cold. When he looked up, he saw a strange green rift opening across the ceiling. Dozens of huge, colorful eyes filled the opening and stared directly at him. With his adrenaline rising, the dark-haired young man realized that the situation had become much worse. He had clearly disturbed an entire nest belonging to that cursed species. At the same time, panic spread through the monitoring center when every live feed suddenly went black, leaving the technicians completely blind. The operation leader silently watched the blackout with an extremely serious and suspicious expression, while the team tried to contact the technology department. The situation completely fell apart when a soldier rushed into the room and reported that every information system had suffered an unexplained failure. To make the disaster even worse, the messenger announced that Instructor Liu and Instructor Luo had lost all physical and radio contact. Seconds later, a violent impact shook the floor of the entire base. The panic inside the control room immediately stopped when Elder Chen arrived. He was a respected veteran covered in scars, with a harsh expression and a walking cane supporting him. The old man showed no mercy and scolded everyone, saying he was impressed by how easily the people at Yunhai camp collapsed whenever even a small problem appeared. He questioned whether they could really call themselves instructors. Embarrassed by the lecture, the young red-haired instructor apologized for their shameful behavior and asked what they should do. Without wasting time, Elder Chen slammed his cane against the floor and began giving orders. He demanded that the test be cancelled immediately, that the white mist be removed, and that reinforcements be sent in. He also ordered the team to prepare an urgent list containing every student inside the area and each of their awakened abilities. On top of that, he commanded the elite level 2 and level 3 instructors to enter the shadow field. While everyone rushed to follow his instructions, Elder Chen told Instructor Song to wait. The old man moved closer and stared at him with suspicion, noticing that he had remained far too calm during the entire disaster. He demanded to know what exactly was being hidden inside that shadow field. Instructor Song admitted that Elder Chen had been smart to send only level 2 and level 3 instructors. It was obvious that a specific student had caused a huge anomaly the moment that person entered the shadow field. Realizing that the truth had already become clear, the red-haired instructor decided to explain everything and stop hiding the secret of that place. He revealed that the test came from a forbidden abyssal object called the Nest of Pupils. It was a horrifying green sphere made entirely of eyeballs, and anyone who touched it would be transformed into a monster. The bizarre artifact changed the entire area around it, creating a half-shadow zone where low-level aberrations usually appeared for beginner training. When Elder Chen asked about the danger level of the object, Instructor Song revealed that it was classified as mid-moon level. Its power was great enough to match a level 4 transcendent. The rule of the nest was simple. It ignored weaker warriors, but if anyone above level 4 entered the area, its defense system would activate immediately and summon endless groups of deadly monsters to crush the intruder. Elder Chen became suspicious and asked whether Instructor Song truly believed that a student with that much power was hiding among the young trainees. The red-haired instructor admitted that the chance was very low, but he could not completely reject the possibility. He stared into the distance with a serious expression, wondering who could be facing that entire nightmare at that moment. Things became much worse for Jiang Yu. A horde of enormous and bizarre green monsters appeared out of nowhere, all hungry for blood. A massive one-eyed brute charged forward and tried to crush him, but the young man moved faster. He jumped over the attack and released a devastating slash of blue energy, cutting the creature in half. Even though he won the fight, exhaustion hit him hard, and he was already reaching his limit in that extreme situation. To make matters worse, dozens of other aberrations, including giant snakes and demons covered in sharp teeth, began chasing him without stopping. With no time to fight all of them at once, Jiang Yu gathered his strength, shattered the ground with a full-speed jump, and climbed through the structures around him. He hoped that the stupid monsters would fall to their deaths while trying to follow him. His escape through the higher areas did not last long. While running, he felt a chill move down his spine and looked back just in time to see danger approaching. A massive pillar of destructive green energy dropped from the ceiling and destroyed the ground with a brutal impact, nearly dragging him into the shockwave. Completely surrounded and exhausted, Jiang Yu could not escape the group no matter what he tried, and even his camouflage failed. The worst part was the monster's psychic attacks, which completely broke his fighting rhythm. If they had only been level 1 enemies, he could have found a way to deal with them. However, several level 2 aberrations were now mixed into the group, blocking every possible escape route. With no other choice, the young man decided to use his own level 2 ability, Shadow Blade. However, when he looked at his claws, the shock was immediate. The power did not respond at all. Under the influence of a massive eye that appeared inside the spiritual plane, chains of green energy sealed Jiang Yu's powers, leaving him completely defenseless and exposed in front of the hungry horde. However, fate played a strange trick on him. Just as the creatures were about to tear him apart, they suddenly froze and began whispering to one another in an impossible dialect made of strange symbols. Jiang Yu could not understand what was happening. Instead of moving in for the kill, the monsters turned around and slowly disappeared into the darkness, leaving him behind in complete confusion over the sudden truce. Without warning, a devastating slash of pink energy cut through the air and pushed the smaller monsters away. From the smoke, a huge and horrifying purple creature appeared. Its body was covered in eyes, its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and a strange tongue hung outside while it carried a massive blade. Jiang Yu felt the pressure of the situation when he realized that he was facing a level 3 aberration. The monster gave him no time to breathe and brought its enormous sword down with full force. The young man crossed his arms and gathered blue energy to block the strike, creating a brutal collision that destroyed the entire street and sent a powerful shockwave through the nearby buildings. Dropped to his knees and coughing heavily in the dust, Jiang Yu understood that the situation was terrible. He could not summon his twin blades, and even his ability to retreat into the shadow plane had been completely blocked. Fighting the level 2 aberrations was already difficult in that condition, so facing a level 3 opponent directly was almost certain suicide. Knowing that he had no chance of winning, the young man acted quickly. With a fast movement of his fingers, he fired webs of shadow threads that wrapped around the giant purple monster and temporarily tied it down. Without wasting a single second, Jiang Yu turned around and ran for his life, leaving the trapped creature behind. The break lasted only a moment. With a furious roar, the purple giant tore through the shadow threads as though they were simple sewing strings. Jiang Yu looked back and barely had time to react before the monster rushed forward at an unbelievable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The creature brought its giant blade down in a crushing vertical slash. Acting on pure instinct, the young man jumped high and escaped by only a few inches while the impact destroyed the pavement below him. That was when Jiang Yu noticed the perfect opening. Because of the force behind the attack, the giant's heavy weapon had become stuck deep in the ground. It was the chance he needed. Taking advantage of the mistake, the young man rushed forward and unleashed a wild sequence of fast slashes. Even though each attack removed only a small piece of the creature's life, the combo continued building his killing momentum. The plan was clear. He needed to land enough attacks to trigger an instant execution and finish the fight once and for all. However, the level 3 monster was incredibly tough. In the middle of Jiang Yu's combo, the giant ignored the slashes and threw a brutal punch straight into the young man's face. The violent impact stopped the attack instantly, making the dark-haired young man spit blood and fly through the air before crashing hard into the side of a building. The purple giant jumped forward to crush him, but suddenly froze in midair with a shocked expression. Still recovering from the previous hit, Jiang Yu found the monster's sudden paralysis extremely strange. It simply stood there with its giant sword raised, showing no sign of attacking. While trying to understand what was happening, Jiang Yu heard a strange buzzing sound and looked around in alarm. As he studied the destroyed buildings around him, he realized that the simulation looked almost exactly like the real shadow layer. However, it carried a much darker and more sinister feeling, as though something hidden inside it was pulling at his own energy. The break did not last long. The monster snapped out of its trance with a furious roar and brought its blade down toward him. With no time to think, and focused only on staying alive, the young man dodged the strike against the pavement and ran away, completely exhausted and struggling to breathe. While running for his life, Jiang Yu entered a dark alley that seemed strangely endless, with no visible end anywhere ahead. Then something even worse happened. The ground disappeared, and the young man found himself floating in empty space, trapped inside an energy bubble surrounded by stars. Completely confused, he realized that he had lost his senses and could no longer see or feel anything around him. Panic hit hard when electric sparks flashed across his arm, and his body began moving on its own, dragged by an invisible force. Unable to understand who was controlling him, he used all his mental strength to resist and stop the strange movement. To his surprise, his body suddenly froze, leaving him suspended in the air. Before Jiang Yu could feel relieved, a massive vortex of energy began spinning directly in front of him. The force released a violent shock through his body, making his consciousness shake while he desperately tried to stay awake during the coming collapse. The strange black core began merging directly into his chest, sending blue electric currents through him and spreading dark vines across his entire body. The process was intense and even changed his eyes, which began glowing with a mysterious cosmic swirl. In the middle of the empty space, a powerful voice echoed inside his mind and announced that it had finally finally found the successor of the shadow bloodline. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu found himself standing inside a surreal plane, surrounded by floating pieces that looked like broken mirrors, reflecting the universe. While he tried to understand the strange place, the invisible being explained that he was standing on the exact border between the real world and the abyss. Fully alert, the young man demanded to know who was hiding there. The voice only asked whether he could not feel how familiar the place was. It was a world born from shadows, made of secrets, darkness, cold, and curses. When Jiang Yu suddenly turned around, a massive purple spectral hand broke through the barriers of space and tried to grab him. Behind Jiang Yu, a glowing purple copy of himself appeared and began talking about how they both shared the same origin. The young man had no patience for mysteries. He spun around and punched the appearance directly in the face with a shadow-covered fist, shattering the space around them and frightening the intruder. The purple clone jumped backward in pure fear, complaining that it had almost died and calling Jiang Yu insane for ruining a classic hidden master reveal. Impatient and only interested in saving Yao Yao, the dark-haired young man told the ghost to get to the point. The purple spirit simply pointed upward, and cold sweat ran down Jiang Yu's face when he looked above him. A massive scaled eye with a strange cosmic pupil opened across the ceiling of the broken dimension. The appearance explained that it was the nest of pupils, a forbidden object from the abyss, and the true reason Jiang Yu's powers had been sealed earlier. Since the pupil and shadow species were deadly enemies, the monster saw him as its greatest enemy because of the source of his powers. The ghost also told him the truth. If it had not used its own energy to stop the level 3 aberration earlier, Jiang Yu would already be dead. The young man asked why the appearance had saved him at the last second. The purple clone explained that it had spent a very long time waiting for someone who shared the same source of power. The being revealed that it had once been a supreme and extremely powerful ruler inside the abyss, controlling its own territory. However, because of a strange accident, its body had been shattered into several fragments that fell into the human world. The nest of pupils, which had actually been its subordinate, happened to find one of those pieces and offered it shelter at first. However, the traitor took advantage of its master's weakened state, chained it up, and began constantly draining its energy to grow stronger. That was why the being needed another heir of the shadow bloodline to finally take revenge. Extending its spectral hand, the creature offered all of its overwhelming power to Jiang Yu. However, the offer came with a dangerous condition. To inherit that power, Jiang Yu would need to become the creature's host and allow the being to fully control his body. Faced with that ridiculous offer, the young man did not hesitate. He cut the creature off with a powerful strike and threw the purple clone into the crystal walls, shattering them with the brutal impact. The spirit was completely shocked by the aggressive reaction and could not understand why it had been attacked. Fallen and humiliated, the clone complained about the young man's behavior and reminded him that they were supposed to have an agreement to fight the nest of pupils together. Jiang Yu did not care. Speaking with pure mockery, he made it clear that someone pathetic enough to be imprisoned by its own servant had no right to call itself his partner. Walking calmly toward the ghost, the young man pointed directly at its face and exposed the lie. He made it clear that the creature's only goal was to use revenge as an excuse to steal his body and take complete control. Once its plan was exposed, the purple being changed its tone, admitted its evil intentions with no shame, and mocked Jiang Yu by reminding him that he had no way to escape that place anyway. The tension reached its limit when a sinister cracking sound echoed through the area, instantly putting Jiang Yu on guard. Using the advantage of the dimension, the crazed spirit revealed a much more frightening and monstrous form. Its energy expanded around it as it smiled horribly and ordered the young man to kneel, insisting that becoming its host was a great honor. Jiang Yu was not intimidated at all. In a flash, he moved through the floating fragments, broke through the energy barrier, and grabbed the purple ghost directly by the neck, leaving the creature completely shocked. With a cold and merciless expression, Jiang Yu reminded it that no matter how powerful it had once been, it was now nothing more than a weak and pathetic fragment. The nest of pupils had already drained almost all of its strength. The dark-haired young man made it clear that he was the one in control, and that it had not yet been decided who would submit to whom. The purple creature twisted in pain and complete panic, screaming that such a thing was impossible because it was a level 6 being from the abyss bloodline. The spirit could not accept the humiliation of being controlled by someone it saw as a simple level 2 warrior. While choking, it demanded to know what Jiang Yu truly was. Jiang Yu completely ignored the enemy's cries and tightened his grip, beginning to drain the fragment without mercy. Overwhelming blue energy mixed with dark flames surrounded both of them. The purple spirit released one final scream of pain before being torn apart and completely swallowed by the darkness. Silence finally returned to the dimensional space. Covered by a powerful dark aura, and with his eyes glowing with pure energy, Jiang Yu stood firmly on the mirrored floor after absorbing the fragment's power and taking full control of the situation. The final fusion began immediately. The glowing fragment sank directly into Jiang Yu's chest with a wet sound and fully merged with his body. A storm of blue lightning and purple flames surrounded him as the sinister energy was completely absorbed. Suddenly he opened his eyes, which now released an intense white light. Feeling power overflowing through his veins, the young man looked at his hands and understood what had happened. The shadow bloodline fragment was actually a piece of his own lost authority, which had finally returned to him. As the hidden dimension broke apart into sparks, the outside world returned with complete complete chaos. Inside the simulation area, the instructors shouted desperately for the students to form a defensive circle in the center. They ordered everyone to immediately drink their anti-corruption potions while enemies surrounded them. In the middle of the confusion, Yaoyao looked everywhere in panic, wondering where Jiang Yu had gone. She barely had time to react when the real threat appeared directly behind her. A massive round creature covered in dozens of frightening green eyes appeared and prepared to attack. The one-eyed green creatures charged toward Yaoyao with loud roars. Without wasting time, the girl focused her strength and made her fists glow with powerful yellow energy. In an instant, she fired golden beams that formed barriers of light, freezing the monsters in the air and saving the group from a direct hit. Farther away, the battle remained intense as another monster tried to tear through the defenders with its sharp claws. One of the instructors, exhausted and struggling to breathe, thanked the girl for her important support. Yaoyao was also beginning to feel the heavy exhaustion caused by using so much energy in that attack. The squad leader tried to reorganize the students, ordering everyone to stay close to him so they could retreat as quickly as possible. However, the round green aberration was still waiting nearby. It attacked the man from behind with a violent surprise strike and knocked the instructor straight onto the destroyed pavement. Without giving them any break, the many-eyed monster changed targets and flew toward Yaoyao like a high-speed projectile. Seeing the horrible ball of flesh rushing directly at her, the girl froze completely, knowing that the situation had become extremely dangerous. In an instant, one of the instructors reacted quickly and released a crushing strike of green energy, destroying the threat in a violent explosion. While studying the creature's remains, the man broke into a cold sweat when he realized it had been a level 3 aberration. He concluded that the overall situation was far worse than expected. The instructor angrily scolded the other guards for becoming careless and almost allowing an ambush, while the others lowered their heads and admitted their mistake. Intrigued, the red-haired instructor began thinking about how, among so many students, only the pink-haired girl and her partner had become direct targets of that level 3 monster. He even started to suspect that a transcendent above level 4 might be hiding among the students. Trying to restore order, the leader commanded everyone to retreat and follow him, but Yaoyao desperately shouted for him to wait, revealing in panic that Jiang Yu had disappeared. Hearing the young man's name made the instructor connect the pieces immediately. He suspected that the nest of pupils was specifically hunting Jiang Yu, and that Yaoyao had only become a target because she had been close to him. However, the break did not last long. A strange creature with scaled skin and a massive scythe suddenly appeared behind the man, ready to cut him in half. Sensing the incoming danger, the warrior spun around on pure instinct and fired a violent blast of green crystals upward, blocking the deadly strike just in time. Realizing that the monster had also chosen the pink-haired girl as a target, the red-haired instructor firmly stepped in front of Yaoyao to protect her. His eyes glowed with an intense green light, and his entire body became covered in an elemental aura. He ordered the other guards to retreat with the students immediately, taking full responsibility for holding the enemy back alone. Right in front of him, the purple aberration covered in eyes released a strange screech and raised its giant scythe, ready to tear everything apart. Without wasting time, the warrior gathered an enormous amount of energy in the palm of his hand, making the air currents spin violently around him. The battle began with great force as cutting wind blasts crashed directly against the creature's dark power. The red-haired instructor then used a high-level technique, activating a transcendent art that created a massive wind cyclone. A violent vortex of green blades formed around the enemy, trapping it inside. Completely surprised by the attack, the monster opened its many eyes wide in shock as the crushing pressure of the storm closed in around it. Realizing that the situation had become dangerous, the creature tried to slash through the air with its scythe to create an opening and escape. However, the instructor gave it no chance. He extended both arms firmly, trapping the creature even more tightly while mocking its attempt to run away, and increasing the power of the technique to destroy the aberration once and for all. The ground beneath the instructor suddenly glowed with a strange eye-shaped symbol as dark chains appeared from nowhere and sealed the entire space. The red-haired man froze instantly, feeling his body become completely stiff while his green elemental energy disappeared into the air. Panic hit him when he realized that all his abilities had vanished, leaving him completely exposed in the middle of the attack. The aberration charged forward with a terrifying roar, revealing a grotesque red body covered in tentacles and pulsing eyes. At the same moment, a massive purple eye opened across the sky above them, summoning a floating sphere that released a crushing and sinister pressure over the entire group. Without giving anyone time to defend themselves, the monster fired a violent purple blast that swallowed the whole street. The instructor tried to withstand the force, but the shockwave hit him directly and sent him flying. He crashed through the wall of a building with brutal force. As laughter echoed through the chaos, the students began collapsing to the ground, knocked unconscious by the evil energy. Yaoyao still tried to remain standing, but her legs gave out and her entire body became paralyzed. Feeling her strength disappear and her consciousness slowly fade, the young woman was filled with the terrible feeling that everything had finally reached its end. Facing the strange aberration floating in the air, Yaello Yeo clenched her fists as hard as she could. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for the worst, seeing the monster in person filled her with crushing helplessness and complete despair. Without showing any mercy, the creature fired a sharp beam of purple energy directly at her. Watching death fall from the sky, the young woman closed her eyes and silently said goodbye to everything. She hoped that the others would survive, while Jiang Yu's name appeared in her mind as one final desperate call for help. However, the deadly attack never reached her. In the next instant, a hand covered in blue lightning cut through the air and grabbed the beam of pure purple energy, stopping the brutal attack directly above the girl's head. At the same time, another arm firmly caught and supported her body, completely transformed and surrounded by blue flames and electricity. Jiang Yu appeared from nowhere, with a dark appearance and glowing white eyes. Holding the monster's destructive energy with his bare hand, he calmly announced his arrival to reassure Yao Yao, ready to save his companion and crush the enemy. Jiang Yu carefully placed Yao Yao on the ground to make sure she was safe. He stood up right after that, looking completely imposing as blue electrical energy kept crackling around his darkened body. Staring straight at the chaos, the young man did not even blink under the intimidating gaze of the giant black eye, watching everything from high in the sky, surrounded by hordes of crawling monsters. That area might have been territory marked by the pupil nest, but the creatures had made a fatal mistake by forgetting one crucial detail. The entire place had just turned into a shadow field. With a dark and confident smile on his face, the young man showed that the rules changed completely inside that darkness. In that place, he was the one and only absolute king. Without wasting any time, the dark-haired young man pointed a finger straight at the sky and released his power with a sharp, destructive snap. A massive pillar of blue light tore through the heavy clouds with a deafening roar. It expanded into a gigantic black vortex that began spinning wildly above the city buildings, swallowing the entire atmosphere around it. Under his command, enormous shadow beasts started forming directly from the storm of energy. They had sharp claws, deadly teeth, and muscular bodies made of pure purple and emerald energy. Those new one-eyed titans charged forward with full force. They were ready to tear apart any creature that dared to challenge the power of their new master. Jiang Yu welcomed the creatures into his own domain as absolute darkness spread across the entire area. In the middle of the chaos, one of his summoned giants released a blinding flash that instantly took away the enemy's sight. Without slowing down, the young man stepped forward firmly, leaving circles of pure blue electricity burned into the ground. Moving like a bolt of lightning, the dark-haired fighter tore through the enemy lines and left a trail of non-stop destruction behind him. Violent explosions erupted one after another all across the street. The crawling monsters were turned to dust within seconds while he kept moving forward with a cold and focused expression. Not a single attack managed to leave a scratch on him. Standing directly in front of the huge creature covered in eyes, the young man made sure to mock his enemy. He reminded the monster that it had chased him through the street earlier that day. However, the situation had completely changed. Pulling out his blade wrapped in blue lightning, the young man charged forward at full speed and made it clear that it was now his turn to hunt. The attack was so brutal that it cut off the creature's limbs in the blink of an eye. The monster stared in horror after losing its arms. Activating his chain execution system, Jiang Yu unleashed a crushing series of attacks that instantly dropped the creature's health to zero. He finished the battle with a massive flaming slash that split the boss in half. Jiang Yu breathed deeply and steadily as the last traces of blue electricity slowly disappeared and the rush from the battle began to fade. He was impressed by the result. The shadow bloodline was completely overpowered and fully cancelled out the enemies from the pupil nest as soon as darkness entered the fight. Even though he was only at level 2, the young man had easily defeated a level 3 creature by himself. He now understood perfectly why those monsters feared that power so much. Looking down at the pool of remains on the ground, the dark-haired fighter gave a small grin and used his black tendrils to drain everything. He loved the ridiculous amount of experience he had gained so easily. However, the fun did not last long. High above him, the city's elite squad appeared, jumping between buildings and heading straight toward the exact spot where the signal had disappeared. Seeing them arrive at the worst possible moment, the young man complained under his breath and quickly pulled back his aura before anyone became suspicious. As soon as the squad commander landed on the destroyed pavement, he took control of the situation. The man had an imposing mechanical arm and immediately ordered everyone to evacuate the injured. In the middle of the rush, one of the rescuers urgently asked for anti-corruption medicine to save the affected students. Meanwhile, the soldiers split into teams to isolate and seal the nest area once and for all. Later, inside the calm hospital, the tension from the near tragedy turned into a full storytelling session in the hallways. While one badly injured student lay on a bed and tried to act like a hero by making up wild stories, Jiang Yu rested comfortably on another bed with an IV in his arm. Looking extremely excited, the young man waved his hands around and shamelessly lied about blowing up the monster with a series of secret martial arts attacks. The girl beside him stared in complete shock at the ridiculous story. Still caught up in his bragging, the young man kept claiming that he had survived another surprise attack in an amazing way. Holding a medicine bottle, the girl immediately ruined his fun by pointing out that he was badly beaten up and still somehow had enough energy to brag. She ordered him to take the medicine right away, but the shameless young man pointed at his injured face and gave her a small smile. He asked her to apply the medicine for him. With a sweet smile that hid her true intentions. The young woman quickly agreed. Instead of applying it carefully, however, she poured the liquid medicine directly onto her hand and rubbed it all over his wounds. The young man jumped off the bed with a desperate scream of pure pain. He was completely shocked when he realized that the medicine was supposed to be swallowed. He complained that his partner was trying to kill him by rubbing it directly into an open wound. Crossing her arms with a bold expression, the girl reminded him that he had been the one who asked her to apply it. Realizing that the mood had changed, the young man awkwardly asked whether she was angry. The young woman finally let out everything she had been holding back. She reminded him how terrified she had been while searching everywhere after he suddenly disappeared. When he tried to stammer out an apology, her expression completely changed. With great care, she moved her hand closer, covered his mouth, and placed a bandage on his cheek. She told him that he did not need to apologize, but asked him not to try being a hero alone the next time something happened. The young man looked deeply into her eyes with a soft smile and immediately agreed. His response made his partner's cheeks turn bright red with embarrassment. Yahello then mentioned something very strange that had happened during the attack. She explained that she had passed out and later woke up already safe. When the young man suggested that one of the instructors had probably rescued her, she quickly denied it. She insisted that the person called Brother Yuzi had held her before she lost consciousness. She also said that his face had felt very familiar when he answered her whisper. The dark-haired young man began sweating nervously because he thought she was about to discover the truth. However, his fear quickly disappeared when the girl confidently stated that the mysterious hero could never be a lazy and careless person like him. Still curious, the young woman wondered whether the warrior might be hiding among the students. The young man quickly shut down the idea and used the chance to boost his own ego. He claimed that someone so perfect, powerful, intelligent, and handsome could never be a kid who had not even entered college. To completely move the attention away from himself, he suggested that the hero was probably one of the instructors. Their gossip was suddenly interrupted when Instructor Song appeared behind them and called for the young man. The young man jumped to his feet to speak with his superior, while the girl worriedly asked about the man's injuries. The red-haired instructor dismissed the concern and said that it was only a scratch. He regretted the team's carelessness during the attack, although he felt relieved that nobody had died. Curious about the student's location during the chaos, the leader asked how he had disappeared and whether he had escaped by himself. That gave the dark-haired young man the perfect chance to puff out his chest and shamelessly lie. He claimed that he had beaten the monsters with his bare hands and forced his way through them. The special training camp finally began at Yunhai University, a huge campus that served as a base for both first-year college students and high school students. As soon as he entered the campus, the young man became completely amazed by the university environment. His eyes stayed glued to every girl who walked past him. His shameless distraction immediately made his partner furious. Annoyed by his behavior, the young woman called him a huge idiot and stormed away. She said that she was heading straight to the dorms to check in. Scratching his head, the dark-haired young man offered to go with her, claiming that she might get lost because she did not know the campus. The girl immediately understood his real plan and accused him of only wanting to enter the women's dorm to spy on the girls. The shameless young man openly admitted that she was right. His bold answer earned him a hard hit on the head that left a huge smoking bump. The girl walked away angrily and ordered him to get out of her sight. Still complaining about the pain, the young man suddenly heard a familiar voice asking whether he had upset the girl again. When he turned around, he found an old friend named Liu Yucheng standing there. The man wore a suit and carried a bag of food along with a giant chicken leg. The dark-haired young man could barely believe what he was seeing. He stared in shock and commented that his friend had somehow become even fatter since the last time they had met. While stuffing a huge amount of food into his mouth at once, the large young man explained the situation. He revealed that the ability he had awakened was gluttony. The more food he ate, the stronger his body became. His power also guaranteed that he would never suffer from indigestion. Because of that, the young man had decided to enjoy the best of both worlds by eating non-stop all day while becoming stronger. Liu Yucheng continued bragging about his new ability while balancing a massive suitcase on the tip of one finger as though it weighed nothing. He explained that his original talent had not been high enough for the Yunhai training camp. However, the camp had made an exception because of his ability's growth potential. Soon after that, the large young man offered to guide Jiang Yu to the dorms. He then discovered that his friend had been assigned to the highly desired Building 1. When they arrived, the chubby young man proudly pointed toward the modern structure. The dark-haired young man praised the building and said that it looked like a 5-star hotel. His friend explained that the building was only for the best students in the training camp. It had luxurious hallways, a gym, study rooms, and even a rooftop garden to provide complete comfort. They went upstairs and reached the door to room 101, but Jiang Yu found it strange that the entrance was already open. The room was supposed to be private. When they pushed the door fully open, they found a group of arrogant upperclassmen who had already taken over the space. One of them was stretched out across the large bed and celebrating the comfortable life. Another student showed fear of the new students and was immediately scolded by the strongest member of the group. The muscular man claimed that they had no reason to fear fresh students because they were almost in their second year. The intruders' fun stopped the moment they noticed the two young men standing at the door. The student lying on the bed mocked the strange timing of the situation and laughed at the fact that the newcomers had arrived at that exact moment. The muscular man wearing a tank top turned toward Jiang Yu with complete arrogance. He ordered the young man to turn around and find another room to stay in. The veteran with a scar across his face smiled arrogantly and claimed that the room belonged to him now because that was the law at the Yunhai camp. However, Liu Yuchang did not accept the provocation and immediately shouted that it was a complete lie and that the camp had no ridiculous rule like that. Another man with bangs stepped closer to intimidate the chubby young man and asked whether he had a problem. Liu Yuchang did not back down and ordered the arrogant veteran to get out immediately, reminding him that the room belonged to the new students. In response, the troublemaker only gave a mocking laugh and shouted into the hallway that some arrogant newcomer was claiming to own the room. Within seconds, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed loudly outside. Several doors opened, and a large group of grown students suddenly marched down the hallway. They completely surrounded the room's entrance and blocked every possible way out. The leader of the gang, a huge and muscular man, cracked his knuckles while mocking the newcomers for their lack of respect. He warned them that if they wanted to live there, they would have to let brute strength decide everything. He proudly claimed that they were the best students in their class. Seeing the size of the problem, Liu Yuchang began sweating nervously when he realized that the group had taken over the entire floor. Before the fight could begin, Jiang Yu placed a hand on his friend's shoulder and told him to let it go. In a sarcastic tone, he said that it would be better to spare the veterans so they would not embarrass themselves. Understanding the joke, the chubby young man immediately changed his attitude and told the muscular students that he would forgive their disrespect that one time. The entire gang became furious at the way the two newcomers mocked them. Jiang Yu added another provocation, joking that it would be terrible for the veterans' reputation if the entire campus learned that a group of them had suffered a humiliating beating from a first-year student. Liu Yuchang and all the students around them stared in shock at the young man's bold attitude. The gang finally lost control and charged toward him while shouting that the newcomer was far too full of himself. They promised that he would be the one leaving the room with broken bones. Without showing any fear, the dark-haired young man instantly activated his energy. Blue sparks and lightning wrapped around his entire body as he prepared for battle. However, the fight was interrupted when the veteran's leader, Brother Mu, released a crushing shockwave that pushed back even his own allies. The pressure was so intense that the students nearby struggled to breathe. Surrounded by a burning red aura and with eyes glowing like fire, the muscular veteran revealed his true power. Jiang Yu immediately realized that the man's ability was directly connected to the pupil bloodline. Standing in the middle of that powerful energy, the veteran looked at the newcomer with complete arrogance and demanded his name. When the dark-haired young man answered that he was Jiang Yu, the large man laughed mockingly and made fun of his name. He claimed that Jiang Yu was nothing more than an insignificant nobody. The veteran then warned that if they truly wanted to keep the luxurious room, they would have to follow Yunhai's rules and settle the conflict face-to-face in an official arena match. Jiang Yu accepted the challenge without blinking, but he warned that one fight would not be enough. Pointing directly at the veteran's leader, he declared that he would face the entire gang at once. The rumor spread across the campus at lightning speed. Students talked in shock about the reckless newcomer who had challenged Shimu's entire group. Shimu was well known for enjoying terrorizing other students. In the middle of the commotion, the students who had lost their rooms desperately hoped that the newcomer would win them back. However, many still doubted that he could defeat the whole gang alone. It did not take long for a huge crowd to form and rush toward the university's combat arena. Everyone followed the growing group because nobody wanted to miss the fight. Inside the massive gym, a green-haired employee wrote down Jiang Yu's registration on her clipboard and allowed him to choose his weapons and equipment. While the two friends walked toward the armory, the veterans listened to warnings telling them not to go too far. They wore cruel smiles and muttered that they would take very good care of the arrogant newcomer. Liu Yuchang was so worried that he nearly bit off his fingernails. The chubby young man begged his friend to give up while he was still in one piece, reminding him that the difference in numbers was terrifying. Showing complete calm, the dark-haired young man told him not to worry and began studying the combat equipment hanging on the wall. He tested a traditional sword, but he found it boring and too weak for what he planned to do. Liu Yuchang immediately agreed and suggested that he choose something much larger and more destructive. The young man continued thinking carefully in front of the armory, while the first opponent already waited impatiently in the center of the arena with a spear in his hands. The man began shouting from the middle of the field, ordering Jiang Yu to stop wasting time and enter the arena. He mocked the newcomer by saying that if he was too scared, he could simply kneel and beg to surrender. Unbothered by the taunt, the first-year student stepped forward firmly. Dark energy began flowing around his feet while he found the opponent's confidence amusing. With a mocking expression, he raised a spiked iron club that even had a funny little face painted on its tip. He explained that he had only taken longer because he needed to choose the right tool to teach that arrogant group a lesson. The opponent became furious and complained that the young man was not wearing any protective armor. He also could not believe that the newcomer had chosen a piece of junk like that as his weapon. He angrily asked whether Jiang Yu was looking down on him. With an ironic smile, the dark-haired young man simply confirmed that he was. Filled with rage, the spearman charged forward at full speed while dense black smoke surrounded his body. He shouted that he would defeat the newcomer instantly and finally shut his mouth. When he noticed the movement, Jiang Yu watched the attack with a sharp blue glow in his eyes. He found it very interesting that his enemy was also a shadow-type user. In the stands, the veteran supporters went wild smiled while calling out for Brother Cheng. He was known as the Shadow Serpent and was considered the fastest student in the first year. Meanwhile, Liu Yucheng nervously bit his nails and screamed at the top of his lungs for his friend to dodge instead of standing still. Even with the attack's unbelievable speed and black trails spreading in every direction, the young man remained perfectly still and calm in the middle of the storm. Believing that Jiang Yu was distracted, the attacker leaped high into the air and aimed a final strike at his back with the tip of the spear. He wore a cruel and victorious expression, never noticing that the first-year student still had an extremely calm smile on his face. Jiang Yu was simply waiting for the exact moment to react. The impact was overwhelming. A gigantic explosion of blue and black energy echoed throughout the gym and sent a blast of wind and dust across the arena. In the stands, Liu Yucheng nearly fell backward from the shock. He was sweating heavily and stared with his mouth wide open at what he had just witnessed. The veteran's leader and the rest of the crowd also froze in place. They looked toward the center of the field with wide eyes, unable to understand the strange result of the fight. When the dust finally settled, the scene was as painful as it was humiliating. The feared shadow serpent lay face first on the ground, crying in pain and foaming at the mouth. The spiked club had been driven with perfect accuracy directly into his backside. Jiang Yu remained standing without a single injury. He wore a completely mocking expression, pointed his thumb downward, and ordered the next opponent to step forward. The defeated young man's condition was critical. He suffered severe bleeding and possibly a ruptured liver, forcing the doctors to rush into the arena and carry him away on a stretcher. While the unfortunate student was being removed, the dark-haired young man began releasing his dark energy again. He spun his body around and challenged the audience by asking whether anyone else dared to step forward. When he saw the older students hesitate, the first-year student gave an ironic laugh and called them all cowards. He ordered the entire group to attack him at once. That was the final insult to the veteran's pride. They began shouting furiously from the stands, outraged that a teenager fresh out of high school was openly treating them like weaklings. Filled with anger, several older students jumped from their seats and entered the arena at the same time. They were determined to destroy the newcomer's confidence. A whole group of veterans charged across the field, and the man leading the attack prepared metal knuckles on both fists so he could beat the young man down by any means necessary. Seeing the chaos grow, even more veterans decided to join because they found the situation interesting. A summoned archer with a sinister blue glow in one eye led the attack beside fighters armed with swords and nets. Every one of them was eager to crush the newcomer. Far from feeling intimidated, the dark-haired young man gave a small smile because he had been waiting for that exact moment of chaos. Panels appeared before him and confirmed his shadow attribute and his title of Shadow Predator. That title gave him a refined ability to hide perfectly and turn any darkness into his personal territory. He remembered that the ability had evolved after he absorbed a fragment from a shadow creature in the past. However, he also knew that the power became less effective whenever his identity was exposed. For the moment, it still did not seem very practical in the real world. His true secret weapon in that situation was the Hunter title and the passive ability called 100 Battles. The technique was designed completely for intense direct combat. It allowed a true hunter to absorb experience in real time and grow at an unbelievably fast rate. It also gave him a real chance to understand new powers or strengthen his current ones in the middle of a fight. To the young man, the more insane and violent the battle became, the faster he would grow. With the group of older students flying toward him with magic-covered weapons and heavy fists, the first-year student released his blue flame aura and charged directly into the fight. The center of the arena turned into a complete battlefield. Dust, explosions, and powerful impacts spread in every direction, while Jiang Yu dodged every attack with incredible skill. He swung his spiked club with overwhelming strength and knocked away axes, spears, and swords as though they were toys. Outside the arena, Liu Yucheng became completely desperate and ran toward the green-haired employee. He demanded that she stop the match immediately, arguing that a whole group attacking one student had to be against the rules. However, the woman kept her cold expression and quickly destroyed the chubby young man's hopes. She reminded him that no rule had been broken. After all, his own friend had been the one who personally challenged the entire floor to fight him. The green-haired employee calmed the chubby young man with a smile, telling him there was no need to worry because his dark-haired friend was ridiculously strong. She was completely right. When the dust in the center of the arena finally settled, it revealed a scene of total destruction. Jiang Yu stood in the middle of the field, glowing inside his blue aura, while every attacker lay unconscious around him, holding his spiked club with complete disrespect. The first-year student mocked them by saying their level was far too low and that he had not even enjoyed himself yet. On the other side of the arena, the veteran's leader calmly watched the massacre while chewing an apple before finally joining the fight. The huge man admitted that it was surprising to see someone fresh out of high school with such strange and above-average physical abilities. However, he pulled out his sword, which was covered in red flames, and warned that a real battle involved much more than brute strength. Tossing the rest of the apple into the air, the veteran unleashed an impressive series of fast and precise cuts. With his eyes glowing like fire, he sliced the apple so quickly that the pieces landed perfectly stacked on the tip of his blade, forming the shape of a flower. It was his way of proving that technique would decide the true difference between them. The two opponents finally stood face to face in the center of the arena, releasing their own aura auras while the entire crowd watched closely. As the fight was about to begin, the veterans in the stands went wild and started cheering for their leader. They reminded everyone that the large man ranked among the top 3 students in combat techniques that year, and was more than qualified to teach the newcomer a painful lesson. On the other side, Zhang Yu studied his opponent's stance and admitted that his sword skills were truly impressive, almost like those of a martial arts master. Wearing his usual small smile, the young man decided that the earlier fighters had been too weak and had barely given any experience to his battle ability. He rushed forward at full speed to test the veteran's leader for real. The young man swung his weapon with enough force to create a massive shockwave, but the veteran was not affected by the pressure at all. Activating the ancient demon bloodline, the highest level of the pupil ability, the leader easily dodged the club and suddenly appeared right beside the newcomer. The veteran mocked him by saying that every movement Zhang Yu made looked completely frozen through his special eyes. With full control of the situation, the muscular man raised his flaming sword and bragged that he could see every opening needed to land a final counterattack. He charged straight at Zhang Yu with the burning blade raised high, calling the first-year student nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The heavy sword came down through the air in a burning trail aimed directly at the dark-haired young man. The strike caused a violent impact and a deafening explosion that shook the arena floor. However, Zhang Yu moved faster and jumped backward at the last second. As he escaped the smoke, he caught his breath with a serious look, fully aware that his opponent was on a completely different level. The veteran gave him a mocking laugh and admitted that his reaction had been good, but said that the attack had only been a warm-up. A strange and sharp light crossed his activated eyes as he warned that it was time to fight seriously. He raised his weapon once again and prepared an overwhelming attack. At that exact moment of extreme danger, Zhang Yu's 100 Battles passive ability activated instantly and began a detailed analysis of his opponent's movements. The data broke down every part of the veteran's stance. It pointed out the angle of his blade and noticed that the distance between his legs was too wide, weakening the full power of his attack. The system clearly warned Zhang Yu not to block the strike directly. Instead, it suggested a fast slide to the right so he could take advantage of an opening near the opponent's shoulder blade. Following the precise instructions perfectly, the young man moved like lightning and left a trail of blue afterimages behind him. The veteran's sword exploded against the ground in a destructive wave of red fire, but it hit nothing except empty air. Zhang Yu escaped the deadly attack perfectly. Taking advantage of the opening behind his opponent, he appeared in the vulnerable area like a ghost and brought the spiked club down with full force. The strike landed directly on the target and released a wave of blue energy that completely destroyed the large man's stance. The veteran's leader was thrown forward with a loud cry of pain. He tried to regain his balance while holding his injured shoulder, completely shocked by what had happened. He could barely understand how the newcomer had perfectly copied his own technique. His pupil ability had failed for only a tiny fraction of a second. As he stared at the young man covered in that glowing aura, cold sweat ran down his face. A dark and threatening figure with glowing eyes seemed to rise behind Zhang Yu. The veteran finally realized in horror that his opponent was a shadow-type user. It was the worst possible situation because his vision powers were much weaker against that element, placing him at a huge disadvantage. Seeing the leader hesitate, Zhang Yu rested his weapon across his shoulders with a mocking smile. He asked whether the veteran was already scared and whether he wanted to stop. Furious at being mocked and refusing to look foolish, the large man formed a wild smile and shouted that the situation was a joke. He summoned a violent storm of fire rings around his sword and prepared to risk everything. The veteran's wave of flames rushed forward with full force, but Zhang Yu's awareness was even faster. His battle analysis activated again and warned him that the opponent's sequence was only a fake meant to trick him with the wrist movement. It revealed that the real power came from the veteran's chest and waist. The system told him to launch a preventive strike at the exact moment the opponent's shoulder dropped to release the real attack. Without hesitating, Zhang Yu spun his shadow-covered club and launched a precise counterattack. The two energies collided in the air with a violent explosion of blue and red sparks. However, the first-year student's accuracy was deadly. He broke through the veteran's attack and left a bloody cut across the large man's cheek. The veteran stumbled backward, completely frozen and unable to believe what was happening. Desperation took over when the veteran understood how unbelievable the situation was. It was a complex technique that had taken him 5 full years of hard training to master. The newcomer had not only understood it instantly, but had also been smart enough to mix it into his own fighting style. In the middle of the battle, Zhang Yu had converted sword movements into attacks with a heavy iron club. The two fighters created some distance between them, and Zhang Yu simply turned his back with complete disrespect while resting the weapon on his shoulders. Wearing a large mocking smile, the first-year student told his opponent to reveal any other tricks immediately. Completely furious and with his pride badly hurt, the veteran's leader released his flaming aura with rage in his eyes. He shouted that he had only wanted to teach the kid a lesson, but now the newcomer had forced him to go all the way. Consumed by anger, the veteran screamed for Zhang Yu to die while activating an overwhelming transcendent technique. His body split into several fiery copies that attacked from every direction. Surrounded by crossing blades and flames, the dark-haired young man's eyes gained a sharp and shadowy glow. He remained calm despite all the burning fakes coming at him from different sides. He perfectly read the path of the real attack and ducked during the final fraction of a second, causing the veteran's sword to cut through nothing but air. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu's incredible speed became too much for his opponent to follow. The veteran only had enough time to freeze and widen his eyes in total shock. The newcomer had vanished from his view and appeared directly behind him. Wearing a cruel and mocking smile, Zhang Yu did not hesitate. He aimed his heavy spiked iron club directly at the leader's greatest weak point. The attack was delivered with full force and perfect accuracy, striking the veteran directly in the backside. The pain was so overwhelming that the man released a terrible scream that echoed throughout the entire gym. Beams of light shot from his eyes in agony, and foam instantly filled his mouth while his dignity disappeared completely. The veteran's leader fell face first onto the ground, fully unconscious and defeated in the most humiliating way possible. The weapon remained stuck vertically in his backside, while Zhang Yu turned away with complete disrespect and sarcastically thanked him for the lesson. Right after the overwhelming victory, a new system panel appeared in front of the first-year student. Through the 100 battles passive ability, he unlocked Sharp Intuition, a skill perfect for sensing nearby danger and making the right decisions like a natural hunter. Zhang Yu loved the reward and decided to use the momentum to continue causing chaos in the arena. With the veteran's leader completely defeated and humiliated on the ground, the young man spread his arms in the center of the field and challenged the entire crowd. He ordered the older students to call anyone they knew. In front of a completely shocked audience, he pushed out his chest and boldly declared that he was going to beat up everyone at Yunhai University. The confidence was unforgettable, but the consequences arrived immediately afterward. The young man ended up in the hospital, badly injured and lying on a bed. He was wrapped in bandages from head to toe like a mummy and laughed nervously because he had pushed things too far. Inside the room, Lu Yuchang excitedly told the newly arrived Yao Yao how his friend had beaten the veterans like piñatas. Meanwhile, the dark-haired young man tried to make the situation sound less embarrassing by claiming that he had only passed out from exhaustion after facing more than 100 people in a row. Annoyed by his endless pride, the pink-haired girl ordered the arrogant young man to shut up and shoved a piece of apple straight into his mouth to end the story. She quickly brought his pride back down by warning him that if the instructors had not stepped in and dragged him away from the arena, he would have left the place permanently injured at the very least. Chewing unwillingly, the first-year student only confirmed that he had still kept his place in the dorm. When Yao Yao heard that the young man still had a guaranteed room, her expression changed and she said it was a real shame. The injured young man did not understand why she sounded disappointed. However, the young woman's thoughts had already gone somewhere else. She imagined the two of them sharing the same room and sleeping in the same bed while living together in a very warm and romantic situation. Sensing her hidden intentions, Zhang Yu's expression changed immediately. He completely forgot about his injuries and began drooling with a shamelessly perverted smile. The sudden disappointment came quickly when the pink-haired girl completely rejected the dark-haired young man's fantasies. She slapped him directly on his injury and shouted that she would rather sleep on the street than stay with him. The young man complained about the pain while Lu Yucheng watched everything from the side and begged them to stop showing such a strange kind of affection in the middle of the hospital. Their nonsense only ended when the door opened and Instructor Song entered the room laughing at the situation. He commented that the first-year student seemed to be feeling pretty energetic. After checking the bandaged young man's condition, Instructor Song assured him that his recovery would be extremely fast because of his strong body. Excited by the news, the dark-haired young man jumped up on the bed and started flexing his muscular arm. He celebrated as though he were already healed and asked when training would begin. That earned another angry look from Yao Yao, who ordered him to lie down immediately before his stitches opened again. Sitting calmly on a stool, Instructor Song told him to relax and revealed that his schedule would be completely different from the other students and would begin a little later. Confused, the young man asked why, and Instructor Song looked at him seriously before revealing that he had already reached Transcendent Level 2. The first-year student was completely shocked inside. Cold sweat ran down his face as he wondered how the instructor had discovered it after he had done everything possible to hide his real level during the fight in the arena. Nearby, his two friends almost fell backward from the surprise. They grabbed and shook him while demanding to know how he had become so powerful without telling anyone. Looking embarrassed, the young man pressed his fingers together and lied that the discovery had also surprised him recently. Instructor Song stopped the commotion and explained the rules. The dark-haired young man would attend the regular theory classes about transcendent history and basic knowledge with the rest of the class. However, during real combat training, the university planned to place him directly with the second-year students. The idea of fighting older and more experienced opponents instantly made the first-year students' eyes shine with excitement. Instructor Song was even startled by his hunger for battle and reminded him that they would only be training matches. The instructor had no idea that the young man was already celebrating inside with the eyes of a predator, planning to use 100 battles to drain every last bit of combat experience from his new opponents. Before leaving, Instructor Song praised the young man for enjoying battles against strong opponents and promised that, when the time was right, he would personally train him. A few days passed after the hospital conversation, and the first-year student finally entered the modern classroom building at Yunhai University for his first official day of classes. The bell rang loudly across the huge lecture hall as the students finished taking their seats. However, the dark-haired young man's attention was nowhere near his books. He opened a lunchbox and started eating a huge piece of meat in the middle of class, while the chubby young man beside him also kept chewing non-stop. Annoyed by their careless behavior, Yahello poked her partner from the side and told him to act a little more seriously. The young man only shrugged with his mouth full and said it did not matter because he had already read the entire Transcendent history book at her house. The girl gave him a mean little smile and told him to do whatever he wanted. She warned that if he failed the exam later, he could forget about joining the Transcendent department. The hungry young man instantly choked on his food and stared at her in shock after learning that there would be a test. The noise in the classroom suddenly stopped when the teacher's desk began giving off a strange glow. A huge blue hologram appeared in the center of the stage. The projector displayed a giant high-tech world map on the wall, while a massive image of Earth floated and shined in front of the students. The moment the first-year student saw the detailed image, his attitude changed completely. He became serious after realizing that the map was identical to the one he had secretly seen inside Uncle Lou's room. He wondered whether the university was about to open the black box and reveal the hidden truth about the world. Professor Suji and Yang stepped onto the stage in front of the first-year class and directly introduced himself as the instructor responsible for teaching Transcendent history. He explained that the course would cover the major events that had happened from the beginning of the Cataclysm up to the present day. He also gave them a serious warning. The raw truth revealed during the lessons could completely destroy their old understanding of the world, but he asked them not to panic. Pressing the controls on his electronic device, Professor Sujian Yang released a beam of light that created a huge blue holographic projection across the ceiling of the lecture hall. It immediately caught Zhang Yu's full attention. The historical information showed the beginning of the new millennium, the exact period when strange creatures called aberrations suddenly appeared and began a brutal invasion. At first, nobody knew where those unknown species had come from. Their unique bodies and the pollution they released slowly pushed the entire planet toward madness. Only 2 weeks later, 36 abyssal rifts opened across the world and released huge hordes of level 2 monsters that slaughtered people without mercy. The human military quickly fought back with tanks and heavy artillery. The weapons easily tore apart the aberrations' bodies and forced the invaders to retreat, proving that the creatures were not especially strong. However, their true danger did not come from physical power. It came from the terrible price paid whenever one of them was killed. A unique kind of pollution was hidden inside every monster's body, and each dead aberration caused the unavoidable death of one human. Fortunately, the contamination range of the weaker creatures was limited, so humanity used extreme long-distance bombing. It was a desperate plan, but it worked and gave the world a short period of peace. The projection began showing the world's dark history in greater detail. The growing number of rifts spread pollution across the planet and quietly changed everything. Plants and animals were the first to be corrupted by that energy. They suffered strange mutations and turned the wilderness into a deadly place filled with demonic trees and bloodthirsty mutant beasts. In an attempt to save humanity, the leaders of Beidou and Nandu announced the creation of large fortified settlements in year 2 of the new era. Those protected areas were built to shelter survivors from nearby cities. However, the peace did not last long. In year 5, the aberrations began moving forward in force and attacking the gates of the protected zones. Desperate to find a solution, explorers wearing special suits entered the heart of the abyss. It was almost a suicide mission, with a terrifying death rate of 97%. However, the few people who survived brought back the turning point humanity needed. They learned how to use the abyss's own power against it, officially beginning the Transcendent era. On the screen, the speaker explained that research remained stuck at level 1 for a long time. Nobody was able to confront the abyss directly, and 15 small nations eventually collapsed. Salvation only came after the discovery of forbidden objects that fell from the rifts. That discovery created a huge search for those relics throughout Great Zhou. Using strange and extreme methods with the artifacts, several warriors broke through their limits and became the first people to reach level 2. Soon afterward, they founded the Dawn organization to lead the fight against the monsters. Watching closely, the dark-haired young man immediately recognized the group's name. He remembered that Yahello had mentioned Dawn some time before. The historical review ended by showing that, in year 10 of the new era, humanity finally created a normal and safe method that allowed anyone to reach level 2. With that breakthrough, human warriors finally gained enough real strength to fight back and use their transcendent abilities on the battlefield. After the huge improvement in transcendent combat power, humans were finally able to face the aberrations on the front lines. During the same period, the massive Sentinel settlement in Beidou and the Dawn settlement in Nandu were completed as quickly as possible. Their success made it possible to build 8 more level 1 colonies, including Qingyang, Mai, and Winterfell. In the lecture hall, the students began sweating nervously and whispering to one another. They were completely confused by the information, because the official records were very different from the story the government had always promoted. On the stage, Professor Su Jianyang operated the holographic panel with a serious expression. He warned everyone that no matter how difficult the truth was to accept, everything they were about to see was the pure and cruel reality. The projection moved forward to year 20 of the new era. It showed the day when level 3 aberrations suddenly appeared and turned normal military artillery into little more than useless fireworks. The Nandu settlement managed to destroy the creatures at the time, but the cost in blood and destruction was unbelievably high. Things became even worse in year 30, when the world encountered the first special species. It was a strange creature whose power went far beyond every known limit. The monster looked like a giant floating sphere covered in horrifying eyes. It led a merciless horde that surrounded the Mei settlement. Nuclear weapons could not be used because the creature was too close to the urban area. Feeling the heavy mood in the room, one student swallowed nervously and asked what had happened after the siege. Professor Su Jinyang's expression darkened as he revealed the worst part of the story in a cold voice. Mei had been completely erased from the map, and not a single survivor had remained to tell what happened. The silence in the lecture hall became so heavy that everyone could hear each other breathing. In the seats, Yao Yao looked deeply worried, while the dark-haired first-year student and his chubby friend lost all color in their faces. They remained frozen as they stared at the horror shown in the projection. The timeline moved forward to year 40 and described the appearance of the first level 4 aberration. It was a massive skeletal monster that mutated inside a nuclear explosion and simply walked out of the flames. Soon afterward, it completely destroyed the Atai settlement. In year 50, the situation became much worse when Tianfu and the surrounding areas nearly collapsed under a massive invasion of rifts and monsters. That disaster caused the first great migration in history. The nightmare only grew during the following decades. In year 60, the entire southwest and northwest of Great Zhou fell completely and became territory for the beasts. By year 70, the creatures had begun marching north in full force, placing the Linan settlement directly in danger and threatening the rest of the territory. That brutal pressure triggered the second great migration, but this time the Transcendents refused to retreat. With one fist clenched and his voice filled with emotion, the professor remembered the sacrifice of 100,000 young people who marched together toward death to push the aberrations back 1,000 miles and protect the borders. However, the victory came at a bitter cost. That same year, the abyss tore through the continent, completely cutting off the connection between the north and the south and leaving Nandu isolated like a lonely city. The university bell finally rang, breaking the dark trance and ending that flood of harsh truths. Outside the massive university complex, the light mood of the first day had completely disappeared. The students left the lecture hall with lowered heads and slow steps, their faces covered by a dark cloud of worry and discouragement as they tried to process the enormous weight of the real world that had suddenly fallen onto their shoulders. As they walked through the sunny courtyard, reality hit the two of them hard. Everything around them looked strangely calm and peaceful, which made the pink-haired girl feel even more disturbed by how cruel the real world was. The dark-haired young man fully agreed and regretted how foolish he had been to think humanity was close to defeating the abyss for good. Looking to the side with a heavy heart, the young woman wondered how long Yunhai could survive if even an important colony like Nandu had ended up isolated. The first-year student let out a long sigh and said that the only choice was to focus on surviving 1 year at a time. Overwhelmed by the anxiety of an uncertain future, the girl could no longer handle the pressure and suddenly threw herself against his chest in a tight hug. Caught off guard by the sudden affection, the young man softened his posture and gave her a gentle smile. He promised that he would give his own life to protect her if that terrible day ever came. The sincere promise made the young woman cry with emotion as her face turned completely red, but the romantic mood became a joke only 2 seconds later. Returning to his usual shameless teasing, the dark-haired young man puckered his lips and tried to steal a kiss before the aberrations could arrive. She immediately pushed him away and called him a shameless pervert. The scene in the middle of the campus was interrupted by heavy footsteps and a powerful voice behind them. It was Professor Su, who appeared laughing at the couple's playful behavior and praised them for keeping their spirits high after hearing so many disturbing things. Speaking directly to the first-year student, Professor Su said that he had recognized him immediately and declared that, in all his years of teaching, the young man had the best mindset he had ever seen. The messy-haired student looked surprised when he realized that the older man already knew who he was. With a small smile, the professor explained that the young man's reputation had spread quickly through Yunhai after he had beaten up a group of students almost as soon as he arrived. Still curious about Professor Su's behavior, the young man asked why he had introduced such heavy and complex subjects during the very first class. The professor looked toward the horizon and calmly replied that it was much better for everyone to face the truth from the beginning. A young man with glasses, who was walking by with a female friend, disagreed, saying that revealing everything so suddenly had destroyed everyone's fighting spirit. Professor Su answered firmly that despair was exactly what he wanted to create. Looking at the cherry blossoms blooming in spring, he explained that only plants capable of surviving the harsh winter could remain alive. Human beings worked the same way, because real growth could only come through hardship. The older man then faced the young student and told him the truth. Even though he already had the strength of level 2, he was still far from being considered a true transcendent. The young man looked completely confused and moved his hands while asking how that could possibly be true. Adjusting the headset he wore, Professor Su left him with a difficult question. He asked whether simply having transcendent power was really enough to automatically turn someone into a true transcendent. The young man could only widen his eyes and stare at him without saying a word. The professor explained that level 1 was only enlightenment, the very beginning of everything, like taking a small look through the crack of a door. Level 2 was mutation, the most dangerous stage of all, where corruption spread through the body and transformed human flesh into something completely inhuman. It was a terrifying feeling, like falling into a bottomless pit from the top of a giant cliff or crossing a frozen and dangerous bridge over the abyss. Pointing directly at the young man's chest, Professor Su asked whether he, even at level 2, had ever faced that pit inside his own heart or seen that bridge standing before him. The student remained silent and shocked. The older man turned his back and declared that the young man was clearly not ready to become a true transcendent yet. Before walking away, he asked one final question. He wanted to know whether the student really believed that everything taught in the classroom was the true history of the world. The young man froze and fell deep into thought until the pink-haired girl appeared and poked him in the back to ask what was on his mind. Hiding the effect the question had on him, he said that it was nothing and suggested that they hurry to prepare for the next class. The female professor began explaining that transcendent power came from aberrations and was divided into several species, including flame, bone, pupil, blood, and feather types. While she explained that hunting aberrations from the same bloodline reduced the risks and that absorbing their pollution after death was the normal way to become stronger, the young man simply dozed off in class. He fell asleep beside Yao Yao, who paid attention to every word. Soon afterward, the school bell rang, and the class went directly to the training field. A strong and intimidating instructor shouted at the students, ordering them to focus and guide all the energy inside their bodies. Across the grass, several young people began showing powers of fire, ice, and cosmic energy, while the instructor watched closely. Lunchtime arrived, and the smiling cafeteria cook served the young man a large spoonful of braised pork. He stared at the plate with a thoughtful expression, but the calm moment did not last long. The students were soon gathered inside a large stadium for practical combat training. The young man looked around and became upset when he saw that Lu Yao Yao had been assigned to Class 3. Her talent level should have placed her in Class 1 beside him. He quickly suspected that her father, Uncle Lu, had secretly arranged things on purpose to separate the two friends. While he stood there with an annoyed expression, a voice echoed through the speakers and announced the official beginning of practical combat training under the instructors from each class. The announcement made it clear that the results of the activity would count directly toward the university entrance exam. Without any more delay, the order was given, and the instructors immediately moved into position, striking their boots firmly against the ground. They gave the final command for everyone to join their assigned classes and begin training. The students answered together with a loud shout of confirmation. After taking his place in Class 1, the messy-haired young man looked at the man in charge and thought that he seemed far too thin for the job. Suddenly, the instructor shouted for everyone to pay attention, making the entire line straighten up in an instant. Standing with firm posture, the instructor ordered them to simply remain in that position for the moment. The young man did not even have time to find the order strange before what happened next completely surprised him. An overwhelming killing intent filled the entire area, freezing his body and causing cold sweat to run down his skin. The crushing pressure locked down the whole stadium and made the other students grit their teeth in pain. It did not come from a forbidden object or a normal special ability. All of that terrifying energy came directly from the instructor himself, who released a dark and sinister aura. Under the unbearable weight of that force, one student could not take it anymore and collapsed onto his knees, leaving the young man completely shocked. The first-year student quickly understood what was happening. The military posture was actually a hidden test meant to measure each person's transcendent ability. To him, the logic was simple. Whoever remained standing until the end would be the strongest one there. 15 minutes passed, and the scene completely changed. Almost everyone had collapsed and was spread across the stadium floor. Only the messy-haired young man remained standing. Even though cold sweat covered his body, and he let out a quiet groan from pure exhaustion, he still wore a stubborn smile and refused to give in. At that moment, the instructor finally ordered everyone to relax, and his dark aura disappeared. The relief was immediate. The young man dropped onto the grass, completely exhausted, thinking that the suffering was finally over. While he recovered in a crouched position and complained about people who enjoyed showing off, another young man with reddish hair approached and held out a hand, telling him to follow. Curious, the first-year student went with him and asked whether they were heading to train with the second-year students. The man explained that the camp had prepared a special plan for him. When they stopped in a completely empty part of the field, the young man looked around in confusion and pointed out that there was nothing there. With a confident smile and a thumbs up, the red-haired instructor pointed at himself and revealed that he would personally handle an intense one-on-one training session. The other students began whispering when they saw Jiang Yu receiving private instruction from Instructor Song. To the crowd, it made perfect sense. He was the genius who had beaten the other students and remained standing until the end of the military posture test. Embarrassed by all the eyes watching from around the stadium, the young man suggested moving somewhere else for the one-on-one training because he did not like having so many people staring. Instructor Song gave him a small smile and asked whether he was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of the crowd. When the young man honestly admitted that he was, Instructor Song firmly decided that they would train exactly where they were so he could put the student back in his proper place. In the background, the memory of Inspector Lee, a clever old man always full of plans, seemed to hang over the decision behind that special training. The young man became annoyed and complained in his thoughts that Uncle Lee loved getting involved in everything. Without wasting time, Instructor Song covered his body in strong green energy and warned that time was valuable. The young man sighed and acted as though his own skills were not impressive, saying that the training would not even be enough for a warm-up. The instructor told him not to lose confidence and ordered him to attack with full power, promising that he would not fight back. A confident smile appeared on the young man's face when he heard the challenge. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu charged forward like lightning. Surrounded by blue flames and dark shadows, he launched a crushing flying kick directly at Instructor Song. The impact was brutal and created a shockwave that echoed across the field. In the stands, the older students shouted in surprise when they saw the young man instantly push the instructor back. They were amazed by the huge difference in power and began cheering for Jiang Yu to win. A veteran in the stands crossed his arms and told the others that the attack had been a terrible example. Instructor Song took a firm stance and explained that the opening move, the flying kick, had left the young man with no backup plan at all. He warned everyone that such a simple attack was a classic mistake from the textbooks because it was far too easy to read and counter. While the young man was still recovering in the air, surrounded by his dark aura, the instructor pointed out that his power was good, but the strike had been too basic. With one quick movement, the man caught the young fighter's leg without any trouble, making it clear that such a direct charge was far too predictable. Using his green energy and a smooth spin, he threw the young man far across the field. The young man flew through the air at high speed, but managed to adjust his body at the last second. He landed hard on his knees in the grass, raising a cloud of dust while steadying his blue and black energy. Without losing focus for even a moment, he pushed off the ground and shot forward like a rocket, determined to close the distance. A wild exchange of attacks began in the center of the field, with the young man launching a fast series of punches and kicks against his opponent's defense. Instructor Song started sweating nervously when he realized that the student was much stronger than he had been during the earlier arena fight. While blocking the non-stop attacks, the man admitted to himself that the young fighter's technique was still not at the level of a true master, but he was clearly showing all of his potential. The young man's attacks became faster and more accurate with every passing second, exploding across the field at a frightening speed. Wrapping his fist in dark flames, he charged straight at Instructor Song, who appeared surprised by the brutal attack. The hit landed perfectly and caused a massive explosion, making the young man smile because he believed that the direct strike had ended the fight. However, his happiness lasted only a moment. Wearing a calm and mocking expression beneath his green aura, Instructor Song simply blocked the attack and grabbed the young man's arm in the middle of the movement. With a violent, energy-filled spin, the man used his opponent's own momentum to turn him through the air and slam him headfirst into the ground with a crushing impact. The young man was hit directly and collapsed onto the grass, completely dazed and surrounded by blue sparks, while Instructor Song remained standing and untouched in the middle of the smoke. In the stands, the spectators stared with their mouths open at the sudden reversal, unable to believe how quickly the counterattack had happened. A muscular veteran with his arms crossed studied the scene and told the others that the young man had been far too careless. He had fallen perfectly into the opening that the instructor had left on purpose as bait. Instructor Song looked at the student seriously and explained that fighting was not only about physical power and technique, it also required using the mind. Meanwhile, the young man stood up while complaining and rubbing his sore back. He asked whether Uncle Song had used some kind of special ability. Still covered in green energy, the instructor answered with a confident smile that he had not even used all of his physical strength. He had stayed strictly within the limits of a level 2 transcendent and had won only because of his huge amount of combat experience. He continued explaining while showing his quick movements, saying that a powerful body, refined techniques, and intelligent tactics were the basic elements and the key to victory. However, simply learning those things was not enough because the battlefield could change in the blink of an eye and leave no time to think. In the middle of the lecture, the instructor realized that the young man was not paying attention at all. Annoyed, he began cracking his fingers and prepared to teach him another lesson. Taking advantage of what looked like an opening during the instructor's speech, the young man rushed forward with his dark flames. The older man noticed the movement and defended himself in time, but to his complete surprise, the young man firmly grabbed his wrist and blocked his reaction. With a clever smile, the student declared that he was returning the same attack. Using the momentum, he spun the instructor's body through the air and violently threw him onto the grass in a brutal fall. Instructor Song gave a loud warning that the break was over and ordered everyone back into formation. The students in the stands quickly ran to line up as the relaxed mood disappeared instantly. Once everyone was standing, the instructor explained that the first 2 days had only been for adjustment. Starting on the third day, the official class divisions would begin. The standard was brutal. Anyone unable to remain in the military stance for a full hour would be removed from the original class and reassigned based on the order of elimination, with no difference between male and female students. The pressure began crushing the area, and the young students sweated nervously while fighting against extreme exhaustion. In the middle of the line, Lu Yaoyao clenched her teeth and kept reminding herself that she had to endure and could not collapse. The image of her friend making fun of her and asking why she was still in class 3 only gave her more determination. She had to enter class 1 no matter what, or he would laugh at her forever. While struggling to hold the stance, she began thinking about his training on the other side of the field. Since it was a one-on-one session with Instructor Song, she imagined that the older man would probably probably go easy on him. However, the reality was completely different. The young man was thrown face first into the ground with full force, letting out a groan of pain as dust rose around him. He stood up badly beaten, covered in scratches while wiping his injured face. Seeing the brutal scene from far away, Lu Yao stared in complete shock, horrified by the real possibility that the instructor might train the poor young man to death. Instructor Song admitted that the student had real value and praised his endurance while steadying his own energy. Deep inside, the man was amazed because he had been certain that he would crush the student easily, but he had been forced to fight seriously. That impressive combat ability immediately reminded him of the young man's uncle in the past. The young man refused to give up and charged again, throwing another punch filled with dark flames. Instructor Song decided that the session had already gone far enough for one day. He noticed that the student's attack speed had dropped greatly because his body was already reaching its limit. The older man blocked the charge with his green aura, but he was completely caught off guard. With a fast and unexpected move, the young man broke through the instructor's defense with a violent impact that echoed across the entire stadium. Instructor Song stepped backward while breathing heavily, staring at the mark on his chest and unable to speak. Wearing a small victorious smile because his trap had worked, the young man enjoyed the successful hit before falling flat on his back in the grass. He was completely exhausted, but relieved that he had finally released the attack he had been saving for so long. Instructor Song stared at the student lying on the ground and realized with surprise that he had used microcontrol, an essential transcendent technique that could draw out the maximum amount of strength even when the body was close to total exhaustion. Still lying in the damaged grass, the young man called out to the instructor and quickly avoided any responsibility for the damage. He suggested that any bill for repairing the field should be sent directly to Uncle Lee. The older man told him to relax and said that they would fix the mess later with a forbidden object. The scene then moved to the hospital, where the young man had once again been admitted after the insane training session. An attractive red-haired nurse appeared to check the machines and asked in disbelief how he had managed to end up there again. The young man found it funny that she was treating him for the third time and tried to start a conversation by asking for her name. The woman slapped the bed in frustration at his poor memory and moved closer in an intimidating way. She reminded him that she was an older student working there as an intern and that he had already asked for her name during the other 2 times he had been admitted. The young man swallowed nervously because of how close she was and decided to quickly check his old notes on his phone. His entire face turned red when he recognized her profile and remembered the very bold nickname he had saved for her. Ignoring his reaction, the red-haired woman wished him a good rest and began leaving the room. The young man panicked and begged the older student not to go, dramatically claiming that he was afraid of receiving an IV by himself. At that moment, Instructor Song, who had arrived with her, looked back and calmly asked how the young man was feeling. Only then did the student finally notice that his teacher was there. The young man asked whether Instructor Song should still be supervising the other students' training, but the older man smiled and said that, as the chief combat instructor, losing a little time there would not make any difference. Instructor Song handed the young man a small bottle and ordered him to drink it so he could recover his energy. Grateful, the student swallowed the liquid all at once and instantly felt a powerful wave of energy rush through his body. He jumped out of bed with full strength, excited to feel refreshed and ready for another entire day of fighting. The instructor laughed at his excitement and told him to calm down, promising that there would be plenty of time for more individual battles once he had fully recovered. Using the chance to bring up another subject, the young man said that he had felt something very strange and difficult to explain during the final attack he had exchanged with the instructor. Instructor Song revealed that this was exactly why he had come to visit. He explained that their individual training would continue, but there would be major changes to the schedule from that point forward. The young man would begin training with the second-year students and would enter the feared factory for practice. The student became upset and complained that he had not even graduated yet. He had entered the special camp to gain transcendent knowledge, not to tighten screws on an assembly line. Without giving him any chance to argue, Instructor Song ended the discussion by saying that the decision had come from above and that he only needed to obey. Before leaving the room to deal with other matters, the instructor warned that he had sent an email containing secret information about the microcontrol technique the young man had used. He told him to watch it in complete privacy and not leak the contents to anyone. Left alone, the young man opened the message on his phone and found a video file about transcendent arts. When he played it, a holographic projection appeared on the screen and showed a lecturer named Fang Yang standing in front of a virtual board. The instructor in the video welcomed him and introduced the lesson about the basic principles of transcendent arts. The material explained the evolution pyramid in detail. Level 1 was enlightenment, level 2 was mutation, and only level 3 represented the true transcendent stage. The main idea behind the technique was energy improvement. The pollution inside the body went through a major change that allowed it to cause massive damage while avoiding the waste created by normal abilities. The video explained that true transcendent art meant making only 100 units of pollution release the destructive impact of 200 units of power. The lesson continued by explaining that the principle behind transcendent arts was not especially complicated. It depended mainly on 3 things: physical ability, the amount of energy released, and the concentration of willpower. When those 3 factors lined up perfectly, a technique with overwhelming power was created. To make the idea clear, Fang Fang Yang decided to show a practical example inside a room filled with training dummies. He pulled out a blade and delivered a clean strike against one of the targets to test its resistance. The dummy was made from an extremely durable No. 7 superalloy and could withstand the physical damage of a level 2 transcendent without serious problems. The instructor then asked the young viewer to pay close attention while he gathered around 500 units of pure energy in the palm of his hand, reaching the critical limit of level 3. When he released that normal attack, the explosion knocked down and bent the metal targets, but it caused no truly deep or permanent damage. To show the real difference created by refining power, Fang Yang prepared the next move with exactly the same 500 units of energy. This time, however, he released it in the form of a transcendent art. The young man watched the scene closely, with his eyes wide in expectation. The instructor gathered the flames in a frightening way, joining his stamina, energy, and determination to compress all that scattered power into one concentrated beam. The resulting attack was brutal. It caused a series of massive explosions that completely destroyed the resistant training dummies, making it clear that unstoppable willpower could bring down even mountains.